Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter left Hogwarts and raised forbidden child? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The world was too loud. Paris bustled with a life Harry couldn't quite connect to, even after 3 weeks of trying. The noise, the chatter, the flash of cameras at tourists' necks, it all seemed a bit too much. Not long ago, he'd fought for his life in deafening chaos, and now, surrounded by peace, all he wanted was quiet. The park seemed a good compromise. Quiet enough to hear himself think but lively enough to drown out the ache that came with solitude. He walked along the path, hands stuffed in his jacket pockets, watching the birds scatter as a toddler screamed with laughter. Harry had just started to consider grabbing a cup of coffee from a nearby stand when a blur of motion collided with him, sending him sprawling onto the pavement. Ow, sorry. The apology came from a small girl perched on his stomach. She had long, fiery red hair and startlingly green eyes that were locked onto his face, wide with shock. Beside her stood a boy with jet black hair and piercing black eyes, looking equally stunned. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, sitting up with a wince. The little girl scrambled off him, her cheeks pink. "We're sorry. We didn't see you." "It's fine," Harry said, brushing himself off as he stood. He looked them over, both of them pale, small, and alarmingly young to be alone. "Where are your parents?" The boy frowned, shifting awkwardly. "Our dad's in Russia." Harry blinked. "And who are you with here?" The two children exchanged a glance, and the girl leaned in to whisper something in the boy's ear. After a moment, they both turned back to Harry with a single, unsettling answer. "We've been kidnapped," the girl said, as if she were discussing the weather. Harry stared at them, his brain short-circuiting. "What?" The boy nodded solemnly. "Kidnapped. Taken from our home." Harry crouched down to their level, his heart racing. "You've been kidnapped. By who?" The girl shrugged. "Don't know. They left us here. It's okay, though. We're good at running away." This was not okay. None of this was okay. "Right," Harry said, standing up and pulling his phone out of his pocket. "We're going to the police." "Come on." To his relief, the children followed without protest, though they held onto his hands like lifelines. At the police station, things were tense. The officers listened to Harry's account of finding the children, their expressions grim as they took down the details. When the children's father was finally contacted, Harry could see the exhaustion on the officers' faces. "He'll be here tomorrow," one of them said, turning to Harry. "We can keep them here overnight." But the kids clung to Harry like he was their only anchor in the world. "Please, Harry," the girl, Liliya, as she'd introduced herself, whispered, her small hands clutching his arm. The boy, Seryozha, looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Harry sighed. He knew this wasn't the right thing to do, but he couldn't bring himself to let them go. After discreetly casting Obliviate on the officer, he promised the children they'd be safe with him for the night. The next morning, Harry stood in the hotel lobby with Liliya and Seryozha perched on either side of him like tiny sentinels. They each clung to a hand, their small fingers gripping his tightly. He wasn't entirely sure why he felt so protective over them. Perhaps it was the way they'd snuggled into him during the night, finding comfort in his presence. Or maybe it was how they seemed so self-sufficient yet heartbreakingly fragile. When the large glass doors to the lobby slid open, Harry immediately spotted their father. The man strode in with an air of quiet authority that made heads turn. He was tall, with broad shoulders, sharp cheekbones, and messy blonde hair that looked like it hadn't seen a comb in days. His icy blue eyes scanned the room with precision until they landed on Harry and the kids. "Sasha!" Liliya and Seryozha cried in unison, breaking in to delighted squeals as they ran toward him. Their father's stern face softened as he knelt to catch them, gathering both children in his arms. He murmured something in Russian that made them giggle, and Harry felt a pang in his chest, a mix of relief and something else he couldn't quite name. After a few moments of reunion, Sasha stood, holding each child by the hand as he turned to Harry. You must be Mr. Potter, he said in a deep, accented voice. Harry nodded. Just Harry. And you must be Sasha. Yes. Thank you for looking after my children. Sasha's gaze swept over him, sharp and assessing. I owe you a debt. Harry waved him off. You don't owe me anything. I'm just glad they're safe. Sasha's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he didn't quite believe Harry's humility. Even so, I would like to offer you something in return. That's really not necessary. Yes, it is, Sasha interrupted firmly. He glanced down at the kids, who were clinging to his legs but still watching Harry with hopeful expressions. Liliya and Seryozha have taken a liking to you. That is rare for them. Harry raised an eyebrow. They seemed pretty open to me. Sasha gave a short, humorless laugh. You misunderstand. They do not trust easily. I cannot stay with them as much as I would like. My work demands distance. Harry felt his stomach sink. You're leaving them again. Sasha's jaw tightened, and he nodded. I have no choice. But perhaps you can help me. Me? Harry blinked, startled. Yes, I need someone trustworthy to care for them. Someone who will protect them, teach them, keep them happy. Sasha's gaze was piercing. You seem to fit the role. Harry took a step back, shaking his head. I'm not a nanny. I don't even know the first thing about taking care of kids. You've done well so far, Sasha said simply. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but then he caught sight of the kids. They were staring up at him with wide, hopeful eyes, their small hands clutching at Sasha's coat as if bracing for disappointment. Liliya bit her lip. Please, Harry, Seryozha added in a whisper, we like you. Harry's resolve wavered. He had been running aimlessly for weeks, searching for something to make him feel alive again. Maybe this was it. Maybe he could find purpose in taking care of these two. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. All right, I'll do it, but only until you find someone better. The children cheered, launching themselves at Harry with hugs that nearly knocked him over. Sasha gave him a rare, approving nod. Good. We will discuss the details. I am certain this will be beneficial for all of us. As Harry let the kids pull him toward the door, he couldn't help but smile. This wasn't what he'd planned, but maybe, just maybe, it could be exactly what he needed. The flight to Russia had been uneventful, if you didn't count Liliya spilling juice all over Harry's lap, or Seryozha deciding the middle of the plane was the perfect place to reenact a sword fight with invisible blades. By the time they landed, Harry was exhausted and still wondering what, exactly, he'd gotten himself into. The Sergeyev's estate, however, wiped all coherent thoughts from his mind. The sprawling mansion sat on the outskirts of Moscow, surrounded by thick pine forests and guarded by wrought iron gates that looked like they could withstand a siege. The house itself was a blend of old-world opulence and modern luxury, with soaring arches, intricate carvings, and massive windows that gleamed in the winter sunlight. Home sweet home, Sasha said as they stepped out of the car. His tone flat but his eyes soft as Liliya and Seryozha ran ahead, their laughter echoing through the courtyard. Harry followed him inside, his boots clicking on the polished marble floors. The interior was just as grand as the exterior. But what struck Harry most was how empty it felt. Despite the lavish decor and the soft hum of staff moving about, the house seemed cold, almost lifeless. Sasha led Harry on a quick tour, pointing out the essentials: the kitchen, the kids' rooms, the study he wasn't allowed to enter under any circumstances. You'll have full access to the east wing, Sasha said, stopping at a heavy oak door. That includes your quarters and the children's playroom. East wing, Harry echoed, feeling like he'd stepped into a period drama. Yes, Sasha replied briskly. You'll find everything you need there. If not, inform one of the staff. As they walked, Harry couldn't help but notice the subtle but constant presence of security. Men in dark suits stood at various points around the house, their gazes sharp and their movements precise. It wasn't until Sasha stopped at a room lined with monitors, displaying live footage of the entire estate, that Harry put the pieces together. You're not just rich, Harry said slowly, turning to Sasha. You're in charge of something. Sasha raised an eyebrow. You're a sharp one, Harry. Liliya, who had popped up behind them without warning, giggled. Papa's the boss of the Seryozhas. The Seryozhas. Harry frowned. Sasha sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. It is our family name. And also the name of my organization. Organization, Harry repeated, suspicion creeping into his voice. Sasha met his gaze evenly. The Russian mafia, or at least, that is what others call us. Harry's stomach dropped. You're joking. I am not, Sasha said. Completely serious. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. You could have mentioned that, before I agreed to take this job. It would not have changed anything. Sasha said with a shrug. You were here for the children, not for me. Harry groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. He wasn't sure if he wanted to scream, laugh, or apparate straight out of there. By the time Sasha finished showing him around and outlining the house rules, which mostly consisted of, keep the kids safe, don't ask too many questions, and don't wander into restricted areas, Harry was ready for a nap. But Sasha, apparently, was ready to leave. You're leaving, already? Harry asked, incredulous. Sasha nodded, his expression impassive. I have business to attend to. I will return in a few weeks. Harry gestured vaguely at the massive house and the two kids who were now playing tag around the furniture. And you're just leaving me to figure this out on my own. You will manage, Sasha said with an air of finality. Before Harry could argue, Sasha knelt to kiss each of the kids on the forehead, murmuring something to them in Russian. They nodded solemnly, their little hands clutching at his coat one last time before he straightened and walked out the door. The moment the front door closed, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Liliya tugged at his sleeve. What do we do now? Harry looked down at her, then at Seryozha, who was staring up at him expectantly. Now, Harry said, trying to sound confident, we, figure out what nannies are supposed to do. Both kids burst into giggles, and Harry couldn't help but smile, despite himself. It was going to be a long few weeks. As the sound of Sasha's car faded into the distance, Harry stood frozen in the grand entryway, staring at the closed door. The kids were still watching him, their giggles subsiding into quiet expectancy. Right, Harry muttered, turning to them. So, what do you usually do around here? Liliya tilted her head thoughtfully, her fiery red hair catching the light. Papa doesn't let us go outside much, so we play in the playroom or read books in the library. Seryozha chimed in, his voice bright, or we race in the halls when the guards aren't looking. Harry frowned. That doesn't sound very safe. The boy shrugged. It's fun. Harry sighed and ruffled his hair. All right, no running in the halls. Let's check out the playroom. Maybe there's something we can do that doesn't involve risking a concussion. The playroom turned out to be a treasure trove of toys, books, and games, but Harry quickly realized he was in over his head. Liliya wanted to build a castle out of wooden blocks, while Seryozha insisted on teaching Harry a complicated card game with rules he seemed to be making up as he went. Harry, Liliya said after a while, looking up from her half-finished block tower. Do you know how to cook? Cook, Harry repeated, caught off guard. Yeah, Seryozha added, Papa's cooks are nice, but they never make pancakes the way Mama used to. The mention of their mother made Harry pause. He'd wondered about her but hadn't wanted to pry. Now, he could see a flicker of sadness in both kids' eyes. I can try, he said gently, hoping to distract them. I'm not great, but how hard can pancakes be? The kids brightened immediately, and Harry was relieved to see the sadness melt away. An hour later, the kitchen was a disaster. Flour dusted the countertops, and Harry's hair. Seryozha had managed to spill an entire carton of milk, and Liliya had accidentally cracked an egg directly onto the floor. This isn't so bad, Harry lied, flipping a slightly burnt pancake onto a plate. Liliya giggled, holding up a pancake shaped more like a blob than a circle. This one looks like a dragon. Dragons are cool, Seryozha declared, shoving half a pancake into his mouth. By the time they'd finished eating, Harry felt more exhausted than he had after dueling Death Eaters. But the kids were smiling, their faces smeared with syrup, and he decided it was worth it. That night, after he'd finally gotten them to bed, Liliya insisted on 3 stories, and Seryozha had refused to sleep without his stuffed bear. Harry collapsed onto the couch in the east wing. He stared at the ceiling, his mind spinning. This was nothing like the life he'd imagined when he left Britain. He'd thought he'd find freedom, adventure, maybe even peace. Instead, He'd found 2 rambunctious kids in a house full of secrets. But as he thought about Liliya's laughter and Seryozha's cheeky grin, he felt something he hadn't in a long time. Purpose. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. The next morning, Harry woke up to the sound of giggles and the faint thump-thump-thump of little feet racing down the hall outside his room. He groaned, rubbing his face before dragging himself out of bed. He hadn't slept well, his dreams filled with shadowy figures and memories of battles long past. But as he shuffled into the hallway, barefoot and bleary-eyed, the sight before him snapped him wide awake. Liliya and Seryozha were running full tilt down the corridor, each clutching one end of a scarf that trailed behind them like a makeshift banner. A very disgruntled-looking guard followed a few paces behind, his expression somewhere between exasperation and resignation. "Children," the guard barked. "This is not." He stopped when he saw Harry. "Good morning," Harry mumbled, stifling a yawn. "Mr. Potter," the guard said, straightening. "They are very energetic this morning." "I can see that," Harry said dryly, crossing his arms as the kids skidded to a halt in front of him. "Good morning, Harry," Liliya chirped, her emerald eyes sparkling. Seryozha grinned, holding up the scarf triumphantly. "We're playing knights. I'm the king, and Liliya's my dragon." "More like you're the dragon," Liliya shot back, sticking out her tongue. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Right. And what do knights and dragons eat for breakfast?" "Pancakes," they shouted in unison. Harry sighed, running a hand through his already messy hair. "Fine, but you two are helping clean up this time." Breakfast was chaotic but manageable, and Harry was starting to think he might survive the day, until a man in a sharp black suit appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Mr. Potter," the man said in a clipped tone. "Mr. Sergeyev has requested a video call with you." Harry blinked, caught off guard. "Sasha, why does he want to talk to me?" The man's expression didn't waver. He did not specify. Liliya and Seryozha perked up immediately. "Papa," they exclaimed, abandoning their pancakes to race toward the man. Harry followed them, feeling a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The office where the call was set up was sleek and intimidating, all dark wood and leather. A large screen on the wall flickered to life, and Sasha's face appeared, his sharp features as impassive as ever. "Harry," Sasha greeted, his tone brisk. "How are things?" Harry hesitated. Fine. The kids are energetic." Sasha's lips quirked into the faintest hint of a smile. "That is an understatement." "Papa," Liliya and Seryozha cried, clambering onto the chair in front of the screen. Sasha's expression softened as he spoke to them in Russian, his voice low and affectionate. Harry stood back, feeling like an intruder on a private moment. After a few minutes, Sasha turned his attention back to Harry. "They seem happy. You are doing well." Harry scratched the back of his neck. "I'm just trying to keep up." Sasha's gaze sharpened. "That is all I ask. But remember, Harry, their safety is your top priority. If anything happens." "Nothing's going to happen," Harry interrupted, his tone firmer than he intended. "I'll keep them safe." Sasha studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Good. I will check in again soon." The screen went dark, leaving Harry alone with the kids, who were already bouncing with excitement about the call. "Papa said we're being good," Seryozha declared proudly. "Mostly good," Harry corrected, smirking. As they tugged him back toward the playroom, Harry couldn't shake the weight of Sasha's words. He'd promised to keep the kids safe, but in a world as dangerous as theirs, he couldn't help but wonder what that might entail. For now, though, he focused on the 2 bright, happy faces in front of him. Whatever came next, he would be ready. Harry quickly discovered that keeping Liliya and Seryozha entertained often meant bending, or outright breaking, the unofficial rules of the Sergeyev estate. And nothing ruffled the stoic guards quite like Harry's brand of chaos. It started innocently enough. One chilly morning, Harry decided the kids needed some fresh air. The guards, of course, objected immediately. "Mr. Potter," one of them said in a tone that suggested he'd rather be doing anything else, "the children are safer indoors." Harry raised an eyebrow. "And how, exactly, do you expect them to burn off energy inside a house?" "I'll keep an eye on them." Relax, was apparently not in the guards' vocabulary. Still, after some grumbling, they agreed to let the trio into the garden under strict supervision. By the time they reached the snow-dusted yard, Harry had come up with a plan. "All right," he said, clapping his hands together. "You two ever heard of snowball fights?" Liliya and Seryozha exchanged excited looks, their breath puffing out in clouds. "What's that?" Seryozha asked. Harry grinned, scooping up a handful of snow. "This," he said, packing it into a ball. "As a snowball. And this," he launched it gently at Seryozha, hitting him square in the chest, "is how you start a snowball fight." The boy gasped, his eyes going wide. Then he bent down, grabbed a handful of snow, and hurled it back at Harry with all the strength his tiny arms could muster. Within seconds, Liliya joined in, and the garden descended into complete chaos. The guards, watching from the perimeter, looked horrified. "Mr. Potter," one of them called out, dodging an errant snowball. "This is highly inappropriate." Harry shrugged, ducking behind a shrub to avoid Seryozha's latest attack. "Lighten up, mate, it's just snow." Another guard tried to step in, but Liliya, grinning mischievously, lobbed a snowball at him, hitting his shoulder. "Target acquired," she declared, earning a cheer from Seryozha. Before long, even Harry was struggling to keep up with the kid's boundless energy. They'd teamed up against him, pelting him with snowballs while he dodged and returned fire, laughing harder than he had in years. At one point, Harry managed to sneak up behind Seryozha and dump a pile of snow on his head. The boy shrieked, spinning around to tackle Harry to the ground. "You're going down, Harry," Seryozha crowed, his laughter infectious. "Never," Harry shot back, mock wrestling with the boy until Liliya jumped on top of them both, giggling uncontrollably. By the time they finally trudged back inside, their cheeks were red, their clothes were soaked, and they were all still laughing. The guards looked like they'd aged a decade in an hour. "That," one of them muttered, shaking his head as Harry passed, "was madness." Harry smirked. "Madness. That was fun. You should try it sometime." He didn't think the man appreciated the advice, but Harry didn't care. Liliya and Seryozha were beaming, their earlier restlessness replaced with genuine happiness. For Harry, that was all that mattered. Chapter 4. It was a quiet afternoon, and the guards, for once, were grateful for the relative calm. That should have been their first warning. Harry, Liliya, and Seryozha were conspiring in the playroom. "I'm hungry," Seryozha declared, lying sprawled out on the carpet. "We just ate lunch," Harry replied, tossing a rubber ball back and forth with Liliya. "But I want pancakes," Seryozha said, sitting up. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Pancakes at this hour?" "Yes," Liliya chimed in, grinning. "And not just any pancakes. Chocolate chip pancakes." Harry hesitated. "I don't know if we have chocolate chips." "Let's find out." Seryozha leapt to his feet, BBing Harry's hand and dragging him toward the kitchen. Liliya followed close behind. The guards outside the kitchen exchanged worried looks when they saw the trio march in like an invading army. "Mr. Potter," one began cautiously. "The kitchen is not." "Relax, Sergey," Harry interrupted, waving a hand. "We're just making pancakes." Sergey frowned. "The staff can." "Exactly. We don't need staff. We've got this under control." Harry grinned mischievously as he ushered the kids inside, ignoring the guards' protests. The next hour was a symphony of chaos. Liliya and Seryozha took turns cracking eggs, resulting in more shell than yolk in the mixing bowl. Harry, determined to teach them properly, tried to salvage what he could while simultaneously wrangling a bag of flour that Seryozha had accidentally appended onto the counter. "Harry, look," Liliya said, holding up a whisk coated in batter. "It's like slime." "That's great," Harry replied distractedly, turning just in time to see Seryozha toss a handful of flour into the air. "It's snowing," the boy shouted gleefully. Harry coughed, waving the cloud of flour away. All right, less snow, more cooking." By the time the first batch of pancakes was on the stove, the kitchen looked like a war zone. Bowls, spoons, and sticky batter were scattered everywhere, and the counters were coated in a fine layer of flour. The guards peeked in, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. "Mr. Potter," Sergey said, his voice strained, "this is not appropriate." "It's fine," Harry called over his shoulder. "We're almost done." A moment later, the smell of something burning filled the air. "Harry," Seryozha pointed at the smoking pan. "Oops," Harry muttered, quickly grabbing the handle and flipping the pancake. It was charred on one side but salvageable. Probably. Despite the chaos, the kids declared the pancakes the best they'd ever eaten. Harry even convinced the guards to try a piece, though Sergei's sour expression suggests he didn't appreciate being included in the fun. "I'll clean up," Harry promised, grinning at the scowling guard. Eventually, a week later, Harry decided to take the kids on an outing to a petting zoo just outside the estate grounds. The guards were, predictably, against the idea. "Too risky," one of them said, crossing his arms. "Come on," Harry argued. "It's a petting zoo. What's the worst that could happen?" The guards exchanged looks, clearly unconvinced. But after some persuasive whining from the kids, and Harry's insistence that they'd be perfectly safe, they reluctantly agreed to accompany them. The petting zoo was a quaint little farm with goats, sheep, rabbits, and other small animals. Liliya and Seryozha were immediately enchanted. "Look, Harry," Liliya exclaimed, crouching by a pen full of fluffy rabbits. "They're so soft." Seryozha, meanwhile, was attempting to climb into the goat enclosure. Hey, Harry called, pulling him back. "You pet the goats, not join them." "But I want to play with them," the boy protested. The goats, seemingly sensing mischief, began bleating loudly. One of them headbutted the fence, startling Seryozha into giggles. Things really went sideways when Liliya decided she wanted to feed the animals. "Here, little goat," she cooed, holding out a handful of feed. The goat approached cautiously, then snatched the food and promptly started chewing on her coat sleeve. "Harry," Liliya shrieked, trying to pull away. Harry rushed over, laughing as he gently freed her sleeve from the goat's mouth. "Guess it likes you." Meanwhile, Seryozha had discovered the chickens. "Look, Harry," he shouted, holding up a squawking hen. The guards, who had been hovering nearby, looked like they were ready to faint. "Put the chicken down," one of them barked. Seryozha grinned cheekily and set the hen back in the coop, only to accidentally leave the door open. Chaos erupted as chickens spilled out of the coop, clucking and flapping in every direction. Liliya shrieked, Seryozha laughed, and Harry, despite himself, was grinning as he helped round up the escapees. The guards, however, were less amused. "This," Sergei muttered, grabbing a particularly feisty chicken, "is why we don't leave the estate." "Lighten up, Sergei," Harry said, holding a chicken under each arm. "The kids are having fun." By the end of the day, the kids were exhausted, the guards were frazzled. And Harry was covered in feathers. "Best day ever," Seryozha declared as they headed home. Harry couldn't help but agree. One particularly stormy night, Harry found himself unable to sleep. He wasn't surprised to find Liliya and Seryozha wide awake as well, peeking out of their room when he passed by. "Can't sleep?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. "It's too loud," Liliya said, frowning at the rain pelting the window. Harry thought for a moment, then grinned. "All right, come with me. I've got an idea." Within an hour, the living room had been transformed into a sprawling blanket fort. Sheets, pillows, and cushions were piled high, and fairy lights borrowed from the kids' room cast a soft glow over the makeshift structure. "This is amazing," Seryozha said, crawling through one of the fort's many tunnels. "It's cozy," Liliya agreed, settling into a corner with her favorite stuffed animal. Harry, armed with a flashlight, declared himself the Fort King, and promptly challenged the kids to a pillow war. The guards, alerted by the noise, arrived to find the living room in complete disarray. "Mr. Potter," one began, his voice tinged with disbelief, "it is nearly midnight." "Shish," Harry said, waving them off. "We're defending the fort from invaders." The kids, sensing an opportunity, launched a coordinated pillow assault on the guards. "What are you doing?" one of them spluttered, holding up his arms to block the barrage. "Winning," Seryozha shouted, giggling. By the time the war ended, the guards had retreated, the kids were doubled over with laughter. And Harry was crowned the undisputed Pillow King. As they finally settled down to sleep in the fort, Harry couldn't help but think that, despite the chaos, these moments made all the mess worth it. Chapter 5. The guards of the Seryozha estate prided themselves on professionalism. They were disciplined, trained to handle crises, and prepared for anything, except, apparently, Harry Potter. Enough is enough, Sergei muttered as he convened an emergency meeting with the other guards in their break room. Nikolai, a younger guard with a perpetual scowl, crossed his arms. The kitchen disaster, the goat incident, the pillow war. How does one man cause this much chaos? It's not just him, another guard added. The kids follow his lead. They used to be manageable. Now they're menaces, Sergei finished grimly. The guards nodded in agreement. We need a plan, Sergei said, leaning forward. If we don't stop this madness, Sasha will return to find the estate in ruins and us out of jobs. Step 1 of the plan involved setting boundaries. When Harry announced he was taking the kids outside for an adventure, Sergei intercepted him. No, the guard said firmly, blocking the door. Harry raised an eyebrow. No, the children are not leaving the estate, Sergei said, arms crossed. Too risky, Harry smirked. Relax, Sergei, we're just going to explore the gardens. Exploring leads to climbing trees. Climbing leads to falling, and falling leads to problems. No, Harry sighed dramatically. You're no fun, you know that. Sergei didn't budge. Step 2 involved surveillance. The RDS took turns shadowing Harry wherever he went. If he entered the playroom, a guard stationed himself outside. If he went to the kitchen, 2 guards followed to ensure no new culinary catastrophes occurred. Harry, naturally, found this hilarious. Am I under house arrest now? He quipped, grinning at Sergei as he walked past. Supervised, Sergei corrected. Sure, Harry said, winking at Seryozha. Supervised. The kids, catching on, started sneaking around the estate to lose the tails. Operation Escape the Guards is a go, Seryozha whispered one morning as he led Harry and Liliya through a maze of hidden corridors. The guards, realizing they'd been duped, spent half an hour searching for them, only to find the trio in the library, innocently reading books. Step 3 was containment, and that's where it all went wrong. Convinced Harry couldn't wreak havoc if confined to one room, the guards suggested the playroom as a safe zone. Stay here, Sergei said sternly. We will bring food and anything else you need. Do not leave. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're locking me in with the kids. It's for everyone's safety, Sergei said, ignoring the cheeky grin that spread across Harry's face. 2 hours later, the guards regretted everything. The playroom had been transformed into a battlefield of stuffed animals, toy wands, and mischief. Harry had duct-taped a few stuffed animals into controlled cars to defend the fort, and the kids were gleefully launching plush projectiles at the guards whenever they peeked inside. Stand your ground, Harry shouted, leading the charge with a stuffed dragon. Sergei, ducking under a flying teddy bear, cursed under his breath. We can't let this continue, he muttered to Nikolai. No kidding, Nikolai replied, dodging a barrage of enchanted blocks. Chapter 6. Sasha Sergeyev stepped through the front door of his estate, suitcase in hand, ready to relax after weeks of grueling business dealings. He didn't expect the sound of wild laughter, the clatter of overturned furniture, or the faint scent of something burning wafting from the kitchen. Sir, Sergei greeted him, appearing in the entryway. The guard looked like he'd been through a battlefield. His uniform rumpled, his expression weary. Welcome back. Sasha raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Sergei hesitated. It's Potter. And the children. What about them? Sergei's eyes narrowed. You'll see. Sasha's first stop was the living room, a space once known for its pristine elegance. Now, it was unrecognizable. Cushions and blankets had been arranged into an elaborate fort in one corner, complete with cardboard, turrets, and a banner proclaiming, Fort Freedom. Across the room, another fort stood, made entirely of overturned chairs and bed sheets, labeled, Castle Chaos. In the middle of it all was Harry Potter, crouched behind the Castle Chaos defenses, armed with a foam sword. Retreat is not an option. Harry bellowed dramatically. Charge, Liliya shouted from Fort Freedom, launching a barrage of rolled-up socks. Seryozha, wearing a makeshift crown, yelled, defend the castle. As he lobbed a pillow in Harry's direction, a sock narrowly missed Harry's head, and he fell to the floor. Clutching his chest theatrically, I've been hit. Tell my story. Victory, Liliya cried, standing triumphantly on a pile of cushions. Sasha cleared his throat loudly. The room froze. Liliya and Seryozha turned to their father, their faces a mix of surprise and guilt. Harry, sprawled on the floor, slowly looked up. "Oh, hey, Sasha," Harry said, grinning sheepishly. "You're back." "What?" Sasha asked, his tone carefully neutral. "Is this strategic family bonding?" Harry replied, pushing himself to his feet. "We're improving teamwork skills." Sasha surveyed the mess. Feathers from torn cushions drifting lazily through the air, a vase precariously close to tipping over, and one of his guards standing awkwardly in the corner with a sock on his shoulder. "Teamwork," Sasha repeated flatly. "Yes," Harry said confidently. Sasha sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Clean this up." Now, Sasha decided to step outside for some air, hoping the fresh breeze would clear his head. What he found in the garden did the opposite. Harry and the kids were huddled around a contraption made of pipes, plastic bottles, and duct tape. "What are you doing?" Sasha asked suspiciously as he approached. "Building a rocket launcher," Seryozha said proudly. Sasha froze. "A what?" "It's not a real one," Harry interjected quickly. "It's just for water rockets. Totally safe." Liliya held up a plastic bottle filled with water, beaming. "It's science." Before Sasha could protest, Harry pressed a button, and the rocket shot into the sky, spraying water everywhere. "Success!" Harry shouted, pumping his fist. Seryozha and Liliya cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. Sasha, now soaked from head to toe, stared at Harry, his expression unreadable. Harry winced. "I probably should have warned you about the splash zone." By the time Sasha made it to the kitchen, his patience was wearing thin. What greeted him didn't help. Flour covered every surface, including Harry and the kids, who were laughing hysterically as they tried to shape dough into recognizable animals. Liliya held up something vaguely resembling a cat. "Look, Papa, it's a lion." "That's a blob," Seryozha corrected, holding up his own creation. "Mine's a dragon." Harry inspected the dough creatures, nodding sagely. "Very abstract. Picasso would be proud." "Harry," Sasha said slowly, stepping over a spilled bag of sugar. "What is this?" "Art," Harry replied, unbothered. "Also cookies." "Eventually." Sasha pointed to a mixing bowl that appeared to be bubbling ominously. "And that?" Harry glanced at the bowl, then back at Sasha. "An experiment." Sasha pinched the bridge of his nose for the second time that day. After the kitchen disaster, Sasha sought out Sergei to get a clearer picture of the chaos Harry had unleashed. "Why haven't you stopped him?" Sasha demanded. "We've tried," Sergei replied, looking deeply offended. "But he's slippery, and the children adore him. Every time we intervene, they gang up on us." Sasha glanced out the window and spotted Harry and the kids in the garden again. This time, they were building what looked like an obstacle course out of ropes and wooden planks. The guards were reluctantly helping, clearly under duress. "Potter," one of them shouted as a plank came loose. "This is not safe." "It's perfectly safe," Harry replied, climbing onto the makeshift structure. "See." The plank immediately wobbled, and Harry jumped off just in time. "Totally safe," he repeated, brushing himself off. That evening, Sasha called Harry into his study. "Potter," Sasha began, pouring himself a drink, "do you have any idea what you've done to my estate?" Harry sat across from him, hands folded innocently. "Made it more lively." Sasha glared. "Look," Harry said, leaning forward. "The kids are happy. They're playing, laughing, learning. Isn't that what you wanted?" Sasha sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Yes, but you've also driven my guards to the brink of insanity." "They'll survive," Harry said, smirking. Sasha studied him for a moment, then shook his head, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. "You're lucky my children adore you." "I know," Harry replied, grinning. Sasha might not have fully understood Harry, but he had to admit, life was certainly more interesting with him around. Chapter 7. It was 2:30 a.m. when Harry woke with a jolt. His breath coming in shallow gasps and sweat slick on his skin. He blinked into the darkness, his heart racing, his mind still tangled in the remnants of his latest nightmare. The war, the screaming, the endless stream of bodies. His own voice calling out, breaking with desperation. He dragged a hand through his unruly hair, pressing the heel of his palm against his forehead as if he could physically push the memories away. This was supposed to be over. Harry swung his legs off the bed, planting his feet firmly on the cool floor, grounding himself. He stared at the faint moonlight streaming through the window, trying to steady his breathing. It was then that he noticed the owl. A large, tawny bird perched on the edge of his nightstand, its head tilted slightly as it watched him with unblinking eyes. At its feet was a neat stack of envelopes. Harry frowned, confusion cutting through the fog of his exhaustion. What the? The owl hooted softly, ruffling its feathers in what Harry could only interpret as impatience. All right, he muttered, reaching for the pile of letters. Give me a second. He grabbed a treat from the stash he kept for occasions like this. He'd never expected an owl to track him here. The bird snatched it eagerly, giving him one last look before it spread its wings and flew out the open window. Harry stared at the stack of letters in his hands, dread pooling in his stomach. He hadn't told anyone where he was. He hadn't written back. He hadn't wanted to. He sat down on the edge of his bed, the envelopes heavy in his hands. The fur saint was unmistakable. Ron's messy scrawl on the front. He hesitated before ripping it open. Harry, where the bloody hell are you? You've been gone for months without a word to anyone. Do you even care how worried we all are? We fought a war together, mate. You don't just walk out on your friends. What's going on with you? Are you too good for us now? You owe us an explanation. Write back and let us know when you're coming home. Ron. Harry's jaw clenched as he read the letter. It was so Ron. The entitlement, the demand for answers, the complete lack of understanding. He set the letter aside, his hands shaking slightly as he reached for the next envelope. Dear Harry, I've been trying to give you space, but it's been months, and enough is enough. You can't just leave without telling anyone. Do you know what you've put us through? Ron is beside himself, and the Weasleys are worried sick. I don't understand why you're doing this. You have responsibilities, Harry. People rely on you. You can't just run away. Please, for Merlin's sake, come back. We need to talk about this face to face. Hermione. Harry let out a bitter laugh, though there was no humor in it. Responsibilities. Of course, Hermione would bring that up. She always knew what was best for him, didn't she? The weight in his chest grew heavier as he reached for the next letter. Hi Harry, it's Neville. I hope you're doing all right. We miss you, mate. Luna and I wanted to check in and see how you're holding up. It's been a rough few months, hasn't it? I've joined the Auror program. Can you believe that? It's been tough, but Draco's been helping me through it. Yeah, we're dating now. It's still new, but it's good. Feels right. Luna's been busy, too. She's in a healing program, and she just adopted a kitten. She insisted I include pictures. We don't want to push you, Harry. Just let us know you're okay when you're ready. No pressure. Take care of yourself. Neville. Harry couldn't help the faint smile that tugged at his lips as he unfolded the photos. One showed Luna grinning with a tiny white kitten perched on her shoulder. The others were of Neville in Auror robes, looking surprisingly confident. He set the letter aside, his chest feeling lighter for the first time that night. Dear Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. I understand you've been through more than anyone your age should ever have to endure. But I wanted to reach out and see how you're holding up. Hogwarts is in the process of being rebuilt. It's slow work, but we're making progress. I've included some photos so you can see how far we've come. The students have been helping, and it's been heartening to see the school come back to life. You're always welcome here, Harry. I want you to remember that. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. The photos showed Hogwarts in various states of reconstruction. The Great Hall's roof had been fully restored, and the castle's walls looked as solid as ever. Swallowing hard, he set the pictures aside with trembling hands. Harry stared at the last stack of envelopes, each bearing Ginny's neat, looping handwriting. He debated throwing them in the bin, but curiosity got the better of him. He opened the first one. Harry, where are you? Why haven't you written? It's been weeks, and I'm getting tired of waiting. You need to come back. Everyone's waiting for you. I miss you. Don't you miss me, Ginny? The second letter wasn't much better. Harry, you're being ridiculous. Whatever you're doing out there, it's time to stop. You belong here, with me. You're wasting time, and it's not fair to me. Come back, Ginny. By the time Harry finished the fifth letter, His hands were shaking with anger. He sat there for a long time, staring at the pile of letters. His chest felt tight, his mind racing. The nightmares, the guilt, the overwhelming pressure, it all came crashing down. They didn't understand. None of them did. Harry buried his face in his hands, the silence of the night pressing in around him. He'd thought he could escape the weight of his past here, in the Seryozha household. But it seemed that no matter where he went, the ghosts of his old life would follow. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, the weight of the letters pressing on him like a physical burden. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in as his mind churned. The words from Ron, Hermione, and Ginny echoed in his head, growing louder with each repetition. You owe us an explanation. You can't just run away. You belong here, with me. He clenched his fists, crumpling one of Ginny's letters before tossing it across the room. The paper skidded to a halt near the door, as if mocking him. Why can't they just leave me alone? He muttered under his breath, his voice rough with frustration and exhaustion. He stood abruptly, pacing the room to burn off the restless energy coursing through him. His thoughts flitted to Neville and Luna's letter, to McGonagall's kind words. They'd been different, gentler, understanding. But even those stirred a gnawing sense of guilt. You're always welcome here, Harry. He didn't feel welcome anywhere, not in the wizarding world, not in his own mind. A soft knock on the door broke his spiraling thoughts. Harry froze, staring at the door as if it might burst open. Harry, it was Liliya's voice, soft and hesitant. He sighed, running a hand through his hair before crossing the room to open the door. Liliya stood there in her pajamas, clutching a stuffed bear to her chest. Her red hair was a tangled mess, and her green eyes were wide with concern. Are you okay? She asked, tilting her head. We heard noises. Behind her, Seryozha peeked around the corner, his black eyes glinting in the dim hallway light. Harry's heart softened. He crouched down to Liliya's level, forcing a small smile. I'm fine. Just couldn't sleep. Bad dreams? She asked knowingly, her voice quiet. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Yeah. Seryozha shuffled into the room, holding something behind his back. When we have bad dreams, Sasha says we should eat something sweet. It helps. He revealed a slightly squashed chocolate bar and handed it to Harry with a shy smile. Harry took it, warmth blooming in his chest. Thanks, mate. You want to come sit with us? Liliya asked. We're making a blanket fort in the library. It's fun. Harry hesitated. Part of him wanted to be alone, to sit in the darkness and drown in his thoughts. But another part, the part that had grown fond of these two kids, knew that wasn't what he needed. All right, he said, standing up. Let's go. The library was a mess of pillows, blankets, and hastily constructed towers made from books and cushions. The kids had clearly been hard at work for hours. Welcome to Fort Seryozha, Seryozha declared proudly, gesturing to the chaotic structure. Harry chuckled, setting the chocolate bar on a nearby table. Impressive. How did you convince the guards to let you raid the library like this? Liliya grinned mischievously. We told them it was an important mission. Of course you did. They spent the next hour adding to the fort, reinforcing walls and creating secret passageways. By the time they finished, the THREE of them were tangled in a pile of blankets and laughter. The heaviness in Harry's chest temporarily lifted. As the kids drifted off to sleep inside the fort, Harry found himself staring out the window. The moonlight illuminated the pile of letters he'd brought with him, still sitting on a nearby table. The owl returned, landing silently on the windowsill. It tilted its head, watching Harry with a piercing gaze. Harry sighed, picking up a scrap of parchment. He didn't want to reply to anyone, especially not Ron, Hermione, or Ginny, but the image of Neville and Luna's letter lingered in his mind. He wrote quickly, keeping it short. Nev, thanks for your letter. I'm managing. It's been rough, but I'm in a safe place right now. Say hi to Luna for me. And Draco too, I guess. The photos made me smile. Congrats on everything. I'll write more when I can. Take care, Harry. He folded the parchment and attached it to the owl's leg. The bird hooted softly before taking off into the night. The next morning, Harry was woken by the sound of voices, loud, commanding, and undeniably familiar. Sasha's back, Liliya whispered excitedly, peeking out from the blanket fort. Harry groaned, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. He wasn't sure he was ready to face the imposing figure of Sasha Sergiev, especially after the emotional rollercoaster of the previous night. But there was no avoiding it. Sasha strode into the library moments later, his blonde hair as wild as ever and his sharp eyes scanning the room. He stopped short when he saw the blanket fort and the two children grinning at him from inside. "What is this?" he asked, his voice a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Fort Sergiev," Seryozha said proudly. Sasha's gaze shifted to Harry, one eyebrow raised. "And you let this happen?" Harry shrugged, suppressing a smile. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Sasha pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something in Russian before turning to his children. "Clean this up, now." Liliya pouted, but she and Seryozha started dismantling the fort without complaint. Chapter 8. It started innocently enough. Liliya and Seryozha had been sitting with Harry in the study, working on an elaborate drawing of the mansion and its grounds. Harry, half watching them and half lost in his own thoughts, had begun doodling small additions to their map, exaggerated caricatures of the guards stationed around the house, complete with oversized noses and ridiculous hats. Liliya giggled when she saw his sketches. "That's Vlad," she said, pointing to a particularly grumpy-looking drawing of a man with a barrel chest. Harry smirked. "That's him. The one who never smiles, right?" Seryozha nodded eagerly. "He always looks like he ate a lemon." The trio burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the actual Vlad, who peeked into the room with a suspicious glare. "What are you doing?" he grunted. "Art," Harry replied smoothly, hiding the caricature under a stack of papers. Vlad narrowed his eyes but said nothing, retreating back into the hallway. "That gives me an idea," Harry said, his grin turning mischievous. The first prank was simple and non-invasive. Using scraps of parchment, Rye and the kids crafted paper hats for each guard depicted in their caricatures. During one of the guards' shifts, they sneaked around and slipped the hats onto the heads of the guards' statuesque portraits in the main hall. When the guards came through later, their faces ranged from confused to outraged. Vlad in particular stood staring at his portrait for a full minute, the paper hat perched precariously on his carved likeness. Liliya and Seryozha watched from around the corner, muffling their giggles. Harry stood behind them, smirking as he whispered, "1 point to us." The next few days we refilled with harmless but increasingly clever pranks. Swapped coffee labels. Harry replaced the decaffeinated coffee in the kitchen with the regular one and vice versa. The guards, who often relied on caffeine to keep them sharp, spent an entire morning either jittery or unreasonably lethargic. Hallway echoes. Liliya recorded Harry mimicking the guards' gruff voices on an old tape recorder. They set it up near the main entrance, where it would play faint whispers of, "Who's there?" and, "Stay alert." The guards spent hours checking and rechecking the area. Disappearing pens. Seryozha, with his quick fingers, borrowed all the pens and notebooks from the guards' station one evening. Harry replaced them with crayons and brightly colored sketch pads. By the time Sasha returned from another business trip, the guards were on edge. They didn't know who was responsible for the strange occurrences, but they were beginning to suspect each other. Sasha arrived home late one evening to find his normally stoic head of security, Pavel, looking harried and disheveled. "Report," Sasha commanded as he set down his suitcase. Pavel hesitated, glancing around as if unsure whether he was being watched. "We suspect sabotage, sir. There have been incidents, pranks," Pavel muttered, his voice low as if admitting it out loud would make it worse. "The team is unsettled." Sasha raised an eyebrow. "And you think we have an infiltrator who's switching coffee labels and leaving paper hats on portraits?" Pavel's face turned red. "With all due respect, sir, it's been more disruptive than it sounds." Sasha's sharp gaze drifted to Harry, who was conveniently lounging on the couch in the corner of the room, a book in his lap and an innocent expression plastered across his face. The kids sat beside him, trying their hardest not to burst into giggles. "I see," Sasha said, his tone flat. He turned back to Pavel. "Continue your investigation. Let me know if you discover the culprit." "Yes, sir." Pavel saluted before retreating. Once the door closed, Sasha turned to Harry and the kids, his expression unreadable. "You've been busy," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Harry shrugged, the picture of nonchalance. Kids get bored. I'm just keeping them entertained. And the guards? Harry smirked. They could use some entertainment too. Sasha sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Do I even want to know what you've done? Probably not. Over dinner that night, Sasha made his expectations clear. No more pranks on the guards, he said firmly, looking directly at Harry. Harry raised his hands in mock surrender. I hear you. Loud and clear. Good. But as soon as Sasha left the room, Liliya leaned over and whispered, what about pranks on Papa? Seryozha grinned. That's a great idea. Harry's lips twitched into a mischievous smile. Now that, he said, is a challenge I can get behind. Chapter 9. Sasha Sergeyev was a man of many talents. He commanded loyalty from his subordinates, ran a sprawling criminal empire, and maintained an air of invincibility that few dared to challenge. But there was one thing he was not prepared for, the combined mischievous force of Harry Potter, Liliya and Seryozha. It started small, a creak in the floorboards here, a misplaced item there. Sasha dismissed these as mere coincidences at first. But as the days wore on, the chaos grew, and he began to realize that his quiet, controlled home had become a playground for subtle sabotage. One morning, Sasha emerged from his room dressed sharply as always, but something was off. His typically impeccable suit was mismatched. One sleeve was longer than the other, and his tie was a garish pink instead of the usual understated black. Pavel, the head of security, stifled a cough. Sir, is that new? Sasha's sharp gaze dropped to his tie. His jaw tightened. Harry, who happened to be passing by with a cup of tea, glanced over and gave a low whistle. Bold choice, Sasha. Really makes a statement. The kids appeared around the corner, barely holding back their giggles. Sasha narrowed his eyes at them, but they simply smiled innocently. Go play, he ordered, waving them off. As they scampered away, their laughter echoed faintly down the hall. Over the next week, Sasha began receiving strange phone calls at odd hours. Each time he picked up, all he heard was fort breathing or faint giggles before the line went dead. He quickly traced the number to the secure house line, but when questioned, the guards swore they hadn't made the calls. Harry, meanwhile, feigned concern. Could be a prankster, he suggested with a shrug. Or maybe the kids got a hold of the phone. Sasha's suspicion deepened, but when he confronted Liliya and Seryozha, they shook their heads earnestly. We didn't do it, Papa, Liliya said, her eyes wide and innocent. Sasha sighed. His children were good at lying. Too good. One evening, Sasha noticed that a small bronze statue from his office, a fierce, roaring tiger, was missing. Pavel, he barked. The head of security rushed in, his face pale. Yes, sir. Who's been in my office? No one, sir. It's under constant surveillance. Sasha's eyes narrowed. Then explain why this is missing. The guards searched the entire house, but the tiger was nowhere to be found. The next morning, however, it was inexplicably back on Sasha's desk, gleaming as if it had never been moved. Harry walked by the office, his hands shoved casually into his pockets. Good to see the kitty cat back where it belongs, he said with a grin. Sasha glared at him. You wouldn't happen to know how it disappeared, would you? Harry raised an eyebrow. Me? Why would I mess with your terrifying office cat? Sasha said nothing, but his suspicion grew. Sasha had a strict morning routine. He started every day with a brisk shower, followed by a meticulous grooming session. So when his soap refused to lather one morning, he was understandably irritated. He inspected it closely, realizing it wasn't soap at all. It was a bar of wax, carefully molded and scented to resemble his usual brand. When he stormed into the dining room later, his hair still slick, HTLY damp and his face set in a thunderous expression, Harry and the kids were already at the table, eating pancakes. Good morning, Sasha, Harry said cheerfully. Sleep well. Sasha glared at him. Don't test me, Potter. Harry feigned innocence. I'm just trying to be friendly. The pranks continued, each one more elaborate than the last. The guards were on edge, constantly on the lookout for signs of mischief. But no matter how hard Sasha pressed, no one confessed. One evening, after his desk drawer had been mysteriously filled with jelly beans and his favorite pen replaced with a quill dipped in glitter, Sasha finally snapped. He called a meeting in the library, summoning Harry, the kids, and the guards. Someone in this house has been causing chaos, he said, his voice dangerously calm. And I will find out who it is. The guards shifted uncomfortably, clearly hoping they weren't the ones being blamed. Harry leaned back in his chair, looking entirely too smug. Sounds like you've got a mystery on your hands, he said lightly. Liliya and Seryozha sat beside him, their faces the picture of innocence. Sasha's gaze lingered on them for a long moment, but they didn't flinch. Finally, he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Dismissed, he said wearily. As everyone filed out of the room, Harry turned to the kids and winked. Told you we wouldn't get caught. The pranks continued, each one a masterclass in subtle sabotage that danced just on the edge of discovery. Harry and the kids were determined to keep Sasha on his toes, and the guards, poor, unsuspecting souls, remained the unintentional collateral damage. One morning, as Sasha strode through the hallway on his way to the study, a loud squeak echoed with each door he passed. He frowned, pushing open the study door only to hear it emit a high-pitched whistle. Every door in the mansion had been rigged with small sound devices, each playing a different noise. Some squeaked, others meowed, and one even played he opening notes of "My Heart Will Go On." Sasha paused, his brow furrowing as the tune followed him wherever he went. Liliya and Seryozha trailed him at a distance, biting their lips to keep from laughing. Harry, meanwhile, was conveniently in the garden, pruning roses and looking as innocent as ever. One of Sasha's more infuriating quirks was his love of absolute cleanliness. He despised clutter and mess, which made the next prank especially satisfying. Sasha's favorite cigar box was rigged with a spring-loaded mechanism. When he opened it one evening, an explosion of glitter erupted, coating his desk, his suit, and his carefully organized papers in a fine, shimmering layer. The guards rushed in at his shout, only to freeze at the sight of their boss covered in sparkling gold. Harry PPED his head into the doorway moments later. Is this a bad time? I can come back. Sasha leveled a glare at him that could have melted steel. One of the many things Sasha prided himself immensely on was the collection of fine art adorning the walls of his home. One morning, he stopped in his tracks to find that every portrait had been swapped with something absurd. A regal oil painting of one of Sasha's ancestors now depicted a grumpy-looking cat in a crown. A somber landscape had been replaced with a brightly colored cartoon of a dancing potato. The guards were called immediately, but the pranksters had left no trace. Harry, standing in front of a particularly garish painting of a unicorn, shook his head. Whoever did this has no respect for art. Sasha's eye twitched. Sasha had a favorite mug, a plain black ceramic cup he used every morning for his coffee. One day, he took a sip and noticed something odd. Printed on the inside of the mug was a caricature of his face, complete with exaggerated frown lines and a speech bubble that read, "Do as I say, not as I do." Sasha set the mug down with deliberate calm. "Pavel," he called. "Yes, sir. Who tampered with my mug?" Pavel GL answered at the offending object and blanched. "I'll find out, sir." From across the room, Liliya whispered to Harry, "I didn't think he'd actually drink from it." Harry grinned. It's the little victories. Sasha was many things, but patient was starting to not be one of them. After weeks of unrelenting pranks, he finally decided enough was enough. He waited until the house was quiet one evening, then summoned Harry, Liliya, and Seryozha to his office. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from the flickering fire in the hearth. Sasha sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable. "Sit," he said, gesturing to the chairs in front of him. The trio exchanged glances but obeyed. "For weeks," Sasha began, his voice calm but dangerous, "this house has been plagued by chaos. Glitter explosions, ridiculous art, meowing doors." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like someone's been having fun." Sasha's eyes narrowed. "Do not play coy with me, Potter. I know you're behind this. And I know you've roped my children into it." Quote. Liliya and Seryozha looked appropriately scandalized. "We would never," Liliya exclaimed, her voice dripping with innocence. Seryozha nodded. "We're too young to pull off something like that." Sasha's gaze flicked between them, his expression skeptical. "Then who?" "Ghosts," Harry offered. "Ghosts," Sasha repeated flatly. "Could happen," Harry said with a shrug. Sasha leaned back in his chair. His fingers steepled. You're very good at lying, all of you. But mark my words, I will uncover the truth. Harry smirked. Good luck with that. Despite Sasha's threat, life in the Seryozha household continued as usual, or as usual as it could be when Harry and the kids were involved. The pranks didn't stop entirely, but they became subtler, almost respectful in their execution. Sasha, for his part, begrudgingly accepted that his home would never be the quiet, orderly sanctuary it once was. And, though he would never admit it, he found that he didn't entirely mind. Chapter 10. Sasha Seryozha had decided that enough was enough. If there was one thing he detested more than disorder, it was being outsmarted in his own home. With his schedule unusually light for the next few weeks, Sasha committed himself to uncovering the truth about the pranks that had been plaguing his household. He started subtly, observing Harry, Liliya, and Seryozha during their daily routines. He watched their interactions, took note of their suspiciously synchronized giggles, and quietly monitored their movements. But for all his efforts, he found nothing. The three of him moved through the house like a perfectly innocent trio, leaving no evidence of their mischief. Sasha's first move was to set up a trap in his study. He placed a tempting target, a bowl of brightly colored candies, on his desk. Knowing the kids had a sweet tooth, he stationed himself in a hidden corner of the room, perfectly still, waiting for his suspects to take the bait. Hours passed. Sasha's patience was legendary in the business world, but sitting in silence while staring at a bowl of candy was another matter entirely. Finally, just as he was about to abandon his post, he heard soft footsteps approaching. The door creaked open, and Harry's voice floated in. See, told you he wasn't here. Liliya and Seryozha's voices followed. Can we take them? Harry snorted. Do you want to get caught? Just take a few. He'll never notice. Sasha's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. He was about to pounce when he realized the voices weren't coming from inside the room. He darted out of his hiding place and threw open the door to find no one. The hallway was empty. Laughter echoed faintly down the hall. Harry and the kids had set up a voice recording device, rigged to play as soon as the door opened. Sasha growled. This was war. Determined to catch them in the act, Sasha decided to turn the tables. At breakfast, he casually mentioned, I've set up cameras throughout the house. If anything unusual happens, I'll know. Harry paused mid-bite, raising an eyebrow. Cameras. Seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? Seryozha chimed in, his tone carefully neutral. What are you looking for, Papa? Sasha leaned back, crossing his arms. Let's just say I have my suspicions. The kids exchanged a quick glance, and Harry shrugged. Well, good luck with that. What Sasha didn't know was that Ari had already disabled every camera in the house. By the time Sasha checked the footage that evening, all he found was static. Despite his vigilance, Sasha couldn't stop the next prank. This time, his favorite fountain pen, which he had hidden in his desk, was somehow replaced with one that sprayed glitter when clicked. The moment the pen exploded, Harry appeared in the doorway. Everything okay in here? He asked, biting back a grin. Sasha glared at him, now glittering like a disco ball. Potter. Harry held up his hands. Hey, I just came to check on you. No need to get defensive. By the end of the week, Sasha was determined to turn the tables. He devised a plan to lure Harry and the kids into a false sense of security. He pretended to leave for a meeting, making a show of saying goodbye and driving off in his car. But instead of going far, he circled back and re-entered the house through a side door. Sasha crept silently through the halls, listening for any signs of mischief. Wasn't long before he heard hushed voices from the living room. You think he's really gone? Seryozha whispered. Definitely, Harry replied. He's got that big meeting. Now's the perfect time. Sasha smirked, moving closer. He peered around the corner, ready to catch them red-handed. But when he turned the corner, he found nothing. The room was empty. Laughter erupted from above him. Sasha looked up to see Harry and the kids leaning over the second-floor railing, grinning like cats who'd caught a mouse. You're getting slow, Sasha, Harry called down. Sasha sighed. He was starting to regret hiring this man. By the second week, Sasha was teetering on the edge of his patience. He hadn't been able to catch Harry or the kids in the act, and their pranks were growing more audacious. One evening, he returned to his room to find his entire wardrobe replaced with clothes 3 sizes too small. Another morning, his coffee tasted suspiciously like orange juice. Finally, during a rare moment of quiet, Sasha called Harry to his office. "Sit," he said curtly, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. Harry sauntered in, looking entirely too casual. "Something wrong, boss?" Sasha fixed him with a steely glare. "I know you're behind this." "Behind what?" Harry asked, his tone innocent. "The glitter, the coffee, the—" Sasha stopped, taking a deep breath. "The chaos." Harry leaned back in his chair, a small smile playing on his lips. "If you're so sure it's me, why haven't you caught me yet?" Sasha's eye twitched. Chapter 11. Sasha Sergeyev was not a man who admitted defeat. After weeks of being outsmarted by Harry and his little accomplices, he was ready to play the long game. His new strategy was simple: patience, subtlety, and misdirection. If Harry and the kids thought they were untouchable, Sasha would let them believe it, for now. Sasha began by easing off his investigations. He stopped questioning every unusual sound or misplaced object, stopped side-eyeing Harry at meals, and even stopped checking the security footage, not that it had ever been helpful. He made a deliberate effort to act relaxed, even amused, whenever a new prank cropped up. The kids, naturally, were thrilled. "Papa's finally lightening up," Liliya whispered to Harry one morning after Sasha didn't react to finding his morning paper swapped for one printed entirely in Russian jokes. "Or he's plotting something," Harry replied, narrowing his eyes. "Stay on your toes." Sasha's first counterprank was subtle. One morning, Harry woke up to find his shoes stuffed with marbles. When he slipped them on, the resulting clatter woke half the house. The kids giggled uncontrollably, but Harry's suspicion was immediate. "Don't look at me," Sasha said over breakfast, his tone perfectly innocent. "Perhaps you've made other enemies." The second strike came the following evening when Liliya's favorite stuffed unicorn mysteriously disappeared, only to reappear later in the freezer. "Papa," Liliya accused, holding the icy toy aloft. Sasha raised an eyebrow. "I was in my study all evening." Harry smirked, already impressed. Sasha began setting up small traps designed to make the trio turn on each other. One afternoon, Seryozha opened his drawer to find it filled with glitter, a callback to one of their earlier pranks. Furious, he immediately accused Liliya. "You used all my art glitter last week." "I didn't touch your drawer," she shot back. Harry, watching from the doorway, tilted his head. Or maybe Sasha's finally retaliating. The kids froze. "Papa wouldn't," Liliya said, but her voice wavered. Sasha, listening from his hidden vantage point, allowed himself a small smile. After weeks of subtle mischief, Sasha was ready for his pièce de résistance. He rigged a series of pressure-sensitive switches in the living room. Time to activate a harmless but theatrical spectacle of confetti, lights, and noise if anyone entered. Then he sat back and waited. Harry and the kids, suspicious of the unusually quiet day, eventually wandered into the living room. The moment Harry stepped inside, the trap was triggered. Confetti exploded from the ceiling, streamers shot across the room, and a loud "Gotcha!" blared from hidden speakers. Sasha appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, his face a mix of triumph and smug satisfaction. Caught in the act, he declared. Harry, covered in confetti, laughed. "Took you long enough." Liliya and Seryozha cheered, thrilled by the spectacle. While Sasha's trap wasn't exactly incriminating, it marked the start of an ongoing prank war between him and the trio. The Sergeyev mansion became a battleground of harmless sabotage, clever counterplays, and laughter. For all his grumbling, Sasha found himself enjoying the chaos more than he cared to admit. And for Harry, it was another reminder of how much this strange, chaotic family had come to mean to him. Chapter 12. Chapter Notes. Posting 2 chapters from now on because my Killer Nanny is officially finished. Sasha Sergeyev stood at the massive window of his office, staring out at the snow-dusted gardens of his estate. His hands were clasped behind his back, but anyone who knew him well would see the tension in his shoulders and the slight twitch of his fingers, signs of a man on the edge. The phone on his desk rang, breaking the silence. "Sergeyev," he answered, his voice cold and measured. The man on the other end spoke quickly, the words clipped with urgency. Sasha's jaw tightened as he listened. A trusted lieutenant, someone who had been with him for years, was under suspicion. The man had been meeting in secret with individuals from a rival organization. And worse, there were whispers that he might have played a part in the kidnapping of Seryozha and Liliya. Sasha ended the call and clenched his fists. A traitor. In his own house. Someone had betrayed him, someone he trusted. And he would find out who. Meanwhile, Harry was out with Seryozha and Liliya. It was a rare day off from responsibilities. And the kids were thrilled to have Harry all to themselves. Higher, Harry, Seryozha yelled, laughing as Harry pushed him on the swing. The boy's dark hair flew back in the wind. And his smile was wide and carefree. Liliya, perched on a bench nearby, was busy feeding pigeons. She giggled as they flapped around her, pecking at the breadcrumbs she scattered. Harry smiled, but his gaze never stopped scanning their surroundings. Months of being on the run and the war had trained him to be hyper-aware of his environment. And today, something felt off. His eyes narrowed, as he spotted a man standing across the street, leaning against a lamppost. The man was dressed inconspicuously in a dark coat, but he wasn't looking at the park. He was watching the children. Harry's grip tightened on the swing's chains. "All right, that's enough for today," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Come on, Seryozha, Liliya. Let's head back." "But we just got here," Seryozha protested, his brows knitting together in a pout. "We'll come back another time," Harry promised, gently steering the boy off the swing. "Come on, let's grab some hot chocolate on the way back." At the mention of hot chocolate, the kids brightened. And Harry led them away from the park. He kept his movements casual, but his mind was racing. He glanced back once, catching the man's gaze for a split second or the stranger turned and disappeared down the street. Harry's instincts screamed danger. When they returned to the estate, Sasha was waiting in his office. Harry ushered the kids inside, handing T.H.M. off to one of the housekeepers before making his way to Sasha's study. Sasha looked up as Harry entered, his sharp blue eyes narrowing. "You're back early. We had company at the park," Harry said without preamble. Sasha's expression hardened. "Company? A man watching the kids? He didn't follow us, but he was definitely interested." Sasha cursed under his breath in Russian. He stood and walked to the window, staring out into the snowy landscape. "I've received news of a traitor within my ranks. It seems my enemies are growing bolder." Harry leaned against the desk, crossing his arms. "What are you going to do about it?" Sasha turned back to him, his gaze piercing. "I will do what needs to be done. But first, I need to know that my children are safe." "They are," Harry said firmly. "As long as I'm here, no one will get near them." Sasha studied him for a long moment. "You keep surprising me, Potter. It's becoming a habit." Harry gave a small smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I was trained to notice things like that." Quote. There was a pause before Sasha spoke again, his voice quieter but no less commanding. "I've been meaning to ask you about that. You've seen war. It's in your eyes." Harry's jaw clenched. "I have. And you left it behind." Harry shook his head. "It never really leaves you." Sasha nodded slowly. He understood that all too well. There was a knock at the door, and Pavel, Sasha's head of security, entered. "Sir, we've identified the man watching the children. He's connected to the Lomonosov family." Sasha's eyes darkened. "Of course. They've been waiting for an opportunity to strike." Harry pushed off the desk. "What do you need me to do?" Sasha glanced at him, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "Stay with the children. Keep them safe. I'll handle the rest." Later that evening, after the children were tucked into bed, Sasha found Harry in the library. The young man was sitting by the fire, a book in his lap and a faraway look in his eyes. "Harry," Sasha said, stepping inside. Harry looked up, closing the book. "Everything all right?" Sasha nodded, taking a seat across from him. "I wanted to thank you for today." Harry shrugged. "It's my job." "It's more than that," Sasha said quietly. "You've brought something back into this house that I thought was lost forever." Harry met his gaze. "What's that?" "Laughter. Joy. My children's happiness." Sasha's voice softened. "I would do anything to keep them safe. And it seems that includes keeping you around." Harry smiled faintly. "I wasn't going anywhere even if you wouldn't keep me around." Chapter 13. Chapter notes. This one's a long one. I wanted to break it in 2 chapters, but then there would be 51 chapters and I want the number to be even. I have problems. Hope you enjoy and please leave a comment if you do. The Seryozha estate was cloaked in silence, the kind of stillness that only came in the dead of night. The snow outside shimmered under the moonlight, casting pale reflections on the windows. Inside, the halls were quiet, save for the faint creaks of the old mansion settling into the cold. Harry woke with a start. His scar prickled, an old habit that hadn't left him since the war. He rubbed his forehead and sat up, listening. Something felt wrong, the kind of wrong that made his skin crawl and his instincts scream at him to act. Throwing on a hoodie, he slipped out of his room and into the hallway. The mansion was too quiet. The usual soft hum of life, guards patrolling, distant murmurs from the night staff, was absent. He passed Liliya's room first, opening the door just a crack. She was asleep, curled up with her favorite stuffed bear. Her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, and Harry felt a pang of relief. Next, he headed toward Seryozha's room. The door was slightly ajar. Harry frowned. "Seryozha," he called softly, pushing the door open. The room was empty. Harry's heart stopped. The bed was unmade, the sheets tangled as if someone had been dragged from them. The window was open, a biting breeze cutting through the air. Snowflakes drifted in, settling on the floor. "No," Harry whispered, rushing to the window. He leaned out, his eyes scanning the grounds below. Tracks in the snow, footprints leading away from the mansion and into the woods. His mind raced. How had someone gotten past the guards? Past the security? Past him? Without wasting another second, Harry bolted down the hall, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Sasha, Pavel, get up." Doors flew open as guards spilled into the hallway, guns drawn and eyes wild with confusion. "What's happening?" Pavel demanded, running toward Harry. "Seryozha's gone," Harry shouted. "Kidnapped. They took him through the window." The color drained from Pavel's face. He barked orders to the other guards, sending them scrambling to search the grounds and lock down the estate. Sasha appeared moments later, his expression a mask of fury and fear. His icy blue eyes locked on Harry. "Where is he?" Sasha demanded. "Gone," Harry said, his voice tight with frustration. "I found tracks leading into the woods." Sasha didn't hesitate. "Get the cars. We're going after him." The woods were dark and unforgiving. The convoy of black SUVs cut through the snow, headlights illuminating the trees in harsh beams of light. Harry sat in the front seat next to Pavel, his jaw clenched and his mind racing. "This shouldn't have happened," Pavel muttered, his grip tight on the wheel. "We have patrols, cameras. How did they get in?" "Someone let them in," Harry said grimly. "Or someone failed to do their job." Pavel's knuckles whitened. "Heads will roll for this." Harry didn't doubt it. Sasha would stop at nothing to get his son back. And neither would Harry. "Stop here," Sasha's voice crackled over the radio. The convoy came to a halt, and the men poured out into the snow. Sasha strode toward Harry and Pavel, his face a mask of cold determination. "The tracks lead deeper into the woods," Sasha said. "We go on foot from here." Harry nodded, already moving to follow the tracks. Sasha fell into step beside him, his strides purposeful and unwavering. "We'll find him," Harry said quietly. "We have to," Sasha replied. His voice was like steel, but Harry could hear the fear beneath it. The group moved swiftly through the trees, their breaths misting in the cold air. The snow muffled their footsteps, but every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves set Harry's nerves on edge. Suddenly, Harry froze. "Wait," he whispered, holding up a hand. The men stopped, eyes scanning the darkness. Harry knelt, brushing aside snow to reveal a patch of disturbed earth. "They stopped here," he murmured, tracing the marks in the snow. "And look, there." He pointed to a scrap of fabric caught on a low branch. Sasha snatched it, his fingers tightening around the cloth. "It's Seryozha's," he said, his voice rough with emotion. Harry stood, his gaze hard. "They can't be far." Sasha nodded. "Move out." They found the cabin an hour later. It was tucked deep in the woods, hidden from view by thick trees and overgrown bushes. The windows were dark, but faint light seeped through the cracks in the wooden walls. Sasha signaled for his men to spread out, surrounding the cabin. Harry and Sasha moved toward the front door, their weapons drawn. "We go in quiet," Sasha whispered. "No mistakes." Harry nodded, his grip tightening on his gun. Sergei had taught him how to use it. Sasha counted down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Harry blasted the door open with a silent spell, and they stormed inside. The cabin was small and sparsely furnished, but in the corner of the room, tied to a chair, was Seryozha. The boy's eyes widened when he saw them. "Papa, Harry, Seryozha," Sasha breathed, rushing to his son. He cut the ropes binding the boy and pulled him into his arms, holding him tightly. Harry kept his gun raised, scanning the room for any threats. "It's okay," Seryozha whispered, his voice trembling. "They left. They said they'd be back, but they left." Sasha pressed a kiss to his son's forehead, his hands shaking with relief and rage. "You're safe now. I've got you." Harry moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. His instincts told him this wasn't over. "We need to go," he said. "Now." Sasha nodded, lifting Seryozha into his arms. "Let's get out of here." As they left the cabin, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching them from the shadows. The night wasn't done with them yet. The convoy was silent on the way back to the estate, the only sounds. The crunch of snow beneath tires and the hum of engines. Harry sat in the back with Seryozha, who clung tightly to Sasha. The boy's face was pale, his eyes wide and darting as though expecting danger to leap from the shadows at any moment. "Did they hurt you?" Sasha asked, his voice low and controlled, though his hand trembled slightly as he brushed a strand of hair from his son's forehead. Seryozha shook his head. "No, but they said things. They said they'd come for you, Papa. For all of us." Sasha's jaw tightened, his gaze hardening. "They won't touch you again. I promise." Harry exchanged a glance with Pavel, who was driving. Both of them knew the promise was heartfelt, but also perilous. Whoever had orchestrated this knew how to breach their defenses and had the audacity to strike at the heart of the Sergiev family. By the time they reached the estate, it was nearly dawn. The first hints of light peeked over the horizon, casting a dim glow over the snow-covered grounds. Guards swarmed the property, their movements tense and purposeful. Someone had a lot to answer for. Inside, Sasha carried Seryozha upstairs, flanked by 2 guards. Harry stayed behind with Pavel, who barked orders into his radio. "I want a full review of the security footage," Pavel growled. "Every second. Find the breach." Harry nodded, his mind already racing through possibilities. This wasn't a random attack, it was targeted, calculated. And it wasn't over. He turned to one of the guards. "Double the perimeter patrols. No one leaves or enters without clearance from Pavel or me." The guard nodded, hurrying off to relay the orders. Harry ascended the stairs slowly, his exhaustion weighing on him. But his thoughts wouldn't settle. Seryozha's words gnawed at him. They said they'd come for all of us. Reaching the door to the master suite, he found Sasha pacing the room, a phone pressed to his ear. Seryozha was in bed, already asleep, his small hand clutching the fabric of his father's jacket. Sasha ended the call abruptly, throwing the phone onto the desk. His eyes met Harry's. "This isn't random," Sasha said, his voice low but firm. "You think I don't know that? Someone's trying to send a message." "I know," Harry replied, crossing his arms. "But they didn't just want to send a message, they wanted to rattle you. They know Seryozha is your weak spot." "And they were right," Sasha admitted, his shoulders sagging slightly. "He's my son, Harry. My family is everything." Harry placed a hand on Sasha's shoulder. "Then we make sure this doesn't happen again. We find out who did this, and we end it." Sasha nodded, his resolve returning. "I'll handle it." "No," Harry said firmly. "We'll handle it, together." For a moment, the 2 men stared at each other. Then Sasha extended his hand. Harry clasped it tightly. "Together," Sasha agreed. But as Harry left the room, his mind buzzed with unease. Something about the night didn't sit right with him. Whoever had taken Seryozha had been confident enough to bypass the estate's defenses, but also careless enough to leave tracks in the snow. Too easy, he thought. He walked down the hall to his own room, pulling his wand from his pocket. He couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The attack on Seryozha wasn't the endgame. It was only the beginning. After leaving Seryozha's room, Harry made his way to Liliya's. The little girl was still fast asleep, her small form curled under a thick blanket, clutching her stuffed bear. The sight tugged at Harry's heart. She had no idea what had happened in the night, and he intended to keep it that way, for now. Harry settled into a chair by the window, his gun resting on the armrest. The room was warm and quiet, but his senses stayed sharp. He couldn't shake the feeling that the enemy wasn't done yet. Hours passed in a tense silence until the first light of morning crept into the room. Liliya stirred, rubbing her eyes as she woke. "Harry," she murmured, blinking sleepily. "Morning, kiddo," Harry said softly, managing a smile. "You sleep okay?" She nodded, sitting up and hugging her bear. "Why are you here?" "Just keeping you company," Harry replied. "Your papa's busy with Seryozha." Liliya frowned. "Is Seryozha okay?" "He's fine," Harry assured her, reaching out to smooth her messy hair. "Your brother's tough, just like you." Before Liliya could ask more questions, Sasha appeared in the doorway. His face was pale, and his eyes were cold with anger, though he softened when he saw his daughter. He stepped inside, beckoning Harry to follow. Harry leaned down to Liliya. "I'll be right back, okay? Stay here and play with your bear." The little girl nodded, clutching her toy tightly. Harry followed Sasha into the hall, where the mask of a protective father fell away, replaced by the grim visage of a man ready for war. "Seryozha knows who it was," Sasha said, his voice tight. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Who?" "Vlad." Sasha spat the name like a curse. "One of my men. He's been with me for years." The weight of the revelation settled between them. Vlad wasn't just any guard, he was part of Sasha's inner circle. The betrayal cut deep. "Where is he now?" Harry asked, already anticipating the answer. "Gone," Sasha said, his fists clenching. The bastard must have known Seryozha would recognize him. "He vanished during the night." "Then he's working with whoever took Seryozha," Harry said. This wasn't just about money. He knew exactly how to bypass the estate's defenses. Sasha nodded, his jaw tight. "I've already ordered a manhunt. We'll find him." Harry leaned against the wall, thinking. If Vlad's smart, he won't have gone far. He'll need to regroup with whoever's pulling the strings. That cabin in the woods, it wasn't their base, just a staging point. He might be heading back to them. "Or leading us into another trap," Sasha muttered. Harry considered this. "We'll need to be careful, but if Vlad knows we're onto him, he's dangerous. He's desperate now." Sasha's gaze darkened. "When we find him, I'll make him talk." Harry held his eyes. "We'll do what we need to, but don't let this cloud your judgment. Your kids need you calm and focused." Sasha exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "You're right. I trusted him. He was in my house. Around my children." Harry clapped a hand on his shoulder. "And we'll make sure he never gets the chance to betray you again. But first, we need to find him." As they walked back toward the security room, Pavel met them in the hallway, a phone in hand. His expression was grim. "We've got something," Pavel said. "A report came in from one of our teams. They found a vehicle abandoned on the road about 5 miles from the cabin. It matches one of our missing SUVs." "Vlad," Sasha growled. "He took one of our cars." Harry nodded. "If he left it behind, it's because he's covering his tracks. But it might still give us a lead." Pavel handed Sasha the phone. "There's more. One of the teams picked up movement near the old mill on the north side of the forest. It could be him." Sasha looked at Harry. "We move now." Harry nodded, his jaw set. "Let's go." Before leaving, Harry made one last stop at Liliya's room. The little girl was drawing quietly on a notepad, her stuffed bear propped beside her. "I'm heading out for a bit," he said gently. "But don't worry, I'll be back soon." Liliya looked up, her brow furrowed. "Be careful," Harry smiled. "Always." With that, he followed Sasha and Pavel to the vehicles. The hunt for Vlad, and the truth, was about to begin. Harry stood by the front door, gun in hand, as Sasha prepared to leave with Pavel and a dozen of his best men. Sasha was dressed in dark tactical gear, his expression a mask of cold determination. "I need you here, Harry," Sasha said firmly, adjusting his gloves. "If something happens to me out there, my children need you more than ever. Keep them safe." Harry opened his mouth to argue but stopped when Sasha placed a hand on his shoulder. "Please," Sasha said, his voice softening. "I trust you with my life, and with theirs." Harry sighed, nodding reluctantly. "Fine, but you come back, Sasha. Don't do anything reckless." Sasha gave a grim smile. "Reckless is my specialty." With that, Sasha and his men disappeared into the night, leaving Harry standing in the cold entryway. Harry moved the children to his room for the night, bolting the door and casting a few protective spells to reinforce it. Liliya and Seryozha curled up together on the large bed, their small bodies pressed close for comfort. "You're staying with us, right?" Liliya whispered, her wide eyes watching Harry as he pulled a chair close to the bed. "I'm not going anywhere," Harry promised, his voice steady. "You're safe with me." Seryozha, quieter than usual, gripped his sister's hand tightly. "Is Papa going to be okay?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. "Your dad's the toughest man I know. He'll be back before you know it." The children eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, but Harry stayed awake, his gun in hand and his eyes fixed on the door. Every creak of the old mansion set his nerves on edge, but the night passed without incident. By morning, Harry's eyes were heavy with exhaustion. He had just poured a cup of coffee when the sound of a car approaching the estate made him stiffen. He hurried to the front door, opening it just as Sasha stepped inside. Harry froze. Sasha was covered in blood. It streaked his hands, his shirt, and his face. His eyes were cold and distant, his expression unreadable. He looked like a man who had walked through hell and come out the other side. "Sasha," Harry said cautiously, stepping forward. "What happened?" Sasha didn't answer immediately. He pulled off his bloodied gloves and dropped them onto the floor, his hands trembling slightly. "It's done," Sasha said finally, his voice hoarse. "Vlad won't betray anyone again." Harry's stomach tightened. "You found him." Sasha nodded, his jaw clenched. "And the people he was working with. They won't be a problem anymore." Harry didn't need to ask for details. The blood told him everything he needed to know. "Are you hurt?" Harry asked, his voice steady. "No," Sasha replied, though his gaze was distant. "It's not my blood." Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The kids. They don't need to see you like this." Sasha's eyes flicked toward the stairs, where Liliya and Seryozha were still asleep in Harry's room. For a moment, his hardened mask cracked, and raw emotion flashed across his face. "You're right," he murmured. "I'll clean up." Harry placed a hand on Sasha's arm. "Take a minute, Sasha. You did what you had to do. But don't let it consume you." Sasha nodded slowly, then turned and disappeared toward the bathroom. When Sasha reappeared an hour later, cleaned up and dressed in fresh clothes, the children were awake and downstairs. Liliya ran to him first, wrapping her arms around his legs. "Papa," she cried. Sasha knelt, pulling her into a tight embrace. "I'm here, Malishka," he whispered. Seryozha hung back for a moment, his brow furrowed. "Papa, did you find the bad man?" Sasha looked at his son, his expression softening. "Yes, he won't hurt us anymore." Harry sat across from Sasha, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. Sasha had cleaned up since his bloodied return, but the intensity in his eyes hadn't lessened. He nursed a fresh glass of vodka, the faint tremor in his hand betraying his otherwise composed demeanor. "You're quiet," Harry said softly, breaking the silence. Sasha glanced up, his lips twitching into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Just thinking about last night," Harry asked, leaning forward slightly. Sasha met Harry's gaze, his expression unreadable. "I don't feel bad about what I did, if that's what you're asking." Harry blinked, surprised by the bluntness. "You don't." "No." Sasha's voice was calm, resolute. "Vlad betrayed me, betrayed my family. He was a threat, and threats don't get second chances." Harry studied him carefully. There was no guilt in Sasha's voice, no hesitation in his words. He meant every syllable. "I've killed before, Harry," Sasha continued, his gaze steady. "This isn't new for me. But this time, it was personal. And if I had to do it again, I wouldn't hesitate." Harry nodded slowly, choosing his words carefully. "Then what's weighing on you?" "Because something clearly is." Sasha looked away, his jaw tightening. For a moment, Harry thought he might not answer. "It's my kids," Sasha admitted finally, his voice quieter now. They've been through so much already. I don't want them to grow up in a world where this kind of violence is normal. Where their father is the kind of man who. He stopped himself, acking his head as if trying to dismiss the thought. They're not going to think less of you, Harry said firmly. They see you as their protector, Sasha. And they're right to. Sasha huffed a bitter laugh. They're children, Harry. One day they'll understand the kind of things I've done. And what then? Harry leaned forward, his tone gentle but insistent. What they'll understand is that you love them. That everything you've done was to keep them safe. That's what matters. Sasha's gaze softened, but his brow remained furrowed. And you? Harry froze for a moment, taken aback. What about me? Sasha leaned back, swirling the vodka in his glass. You've seen the worst of me now. And yet, you're still here. Why? Harry hesitated, searching for the right words. Because I like you, Sasha. I've seen the man you were with your kids. The man who you let out when it's just us four. Quote. Sasha's grip on the glass tightened slightly, and for a brief moment, vulnerability flickered across his face. I'm not worried about myself, Harry. I'm worried about you. About what happens when you get caught in the crossfire. Harry's chest tightened. You think I can't handle myself? It's not that, Sasha said quickly, his voice dropping lower. I know you can, but the idea of something happening to you because of me. He trailed off, clenching his jaw. Harry leaned closer, his voice steady. I'm not going anywhere, Sasha. I've faced a lot worse than this. I'm a hard guy to kill. I'd tell you to ask my enemies, but they're already dead. For a long moment, they just looked at each other, the weak of unspoken words hanging between them. I can't lose you, Sasha said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. You won't, Harry promised. He just hoped he could keep it. Chapter 15. After the whole, oh no, Seryozha's been kidnapped, debacle which, thankfully, had been resolved with minimal trauma, unless you counted Sasha's frayed nerves and Harry's numerous panic attacks. It was clear that the family needed a break. A nice, calm, definitely uneventful break. Sasha declared, with the authority of someone who clearly knew best, that they were going to Britain. Why Britain? Because apparently, nothing bad ever happens in Britain. Harry, predictably, hated the idea. I'm not going, he announced with all the stubbornness of someone who really thought he had a choice. Come on, Harry, Seryozha whined, tugging at his sleeve. It'll be fun. I can have fun here. Harry shot back, deadpan. It's London, Liliya added, her tone implying that this was the kind of argument that would instantly win. Harry raised an eyebrow. So, cue an hour of relentless begging, arguing, and Seryozha pulling out the big guns, those ridiculously wide eyes that made it impossible to say no. Liliya sealed the deal by baking cookies and handing them over with the triumphant air of someone who knew she'd just won. Harry eventually caved, though not without muttering dire warnings about regretting it. The next part of Sasha's genius plan for a low-key vacation was booking a modest hotel in London. Or at least, that's how he described it. In reality, it was a luxury suite in a 5-star hotel that had gold-plated fixtures and a staff who looked ready to faint if you so much as wrinkled a napkin. I told you not to go overboard, Harry hissed as they walked into the marble-floored lobby, ooking about as impressed as someone being forced to tour a museum dedicated to tax forms. This isn't overboard, Sasha replied innocently, gesturing vaguely at the chandeliers and the ridiculously oversized bouquet in the corner. It's tasteful. Tasteful would have been a budget hotel, Harry muttered. Despite his grumbling, the kids loved the place. Seryozha immediately dove into the fluffy bed with a delighted whoop, while Liliya inspected the minibar like it was a treasure chest. Even Harry, who clearly wanted to hate everything, seemed to relax a little once they settled in. Except for the whispers. Everywhere they went, someone inevitably whispered, the boy who lived. Sometimes it was a hushed murmur, sometimes it was an outright gasp. Harry ignored them with the practiced ease someone who had been doing it his whole life, but Sasha noticed. He filed it away under weird things about Harry that I will eventually get answers to. A few days into their stay, Sasha decided it was time to poke the bear. Over breakfast, because nothing said, casual interrogation, like a plate of overpriced eggs, he leaned back in his chair and said, with the most innocent tone he could muster, so, Harry, Who are you, really? Harry froze mid-bite, giving him a look that could have melted steel. What, you know, Sasha continued, waving his fork lazily, who are you? I mean, I did a background check, obviously. Obviously, Harry deadpanned, and it told me, absolutely nothing. Which is impressive, by the way. It's like you disappeared off the face of the earth when you turned 11. Harry set his fork down and rubbed his temples. Why are you like this? I'm curious, Sasha said, grinning. It's a good trait for a parent. Or so I've been told. After a long pause, Harry sighed. Fine, but if I tell you, you have to swear. Swear, you'll never repeat it. Cross my heart, Sasha replied, looking far too pleased with himself. And that's how Sasha learned about magic. Harry gave him the SparkNotes version, wands, spells, broomsticks, secret society, and finished with a glare that clearly said laugh, and I will kill you. Sasha, to his credit, took it in stride. Well, that explains a lot, he said finally. Like Harry had just admitted to being mildly lactose intolerant instead of revealing an entire hidden world. Harry groaned. I regret everything. Sasha just grinned wider. Chapter 16. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry didn't know why he agreed to tell Sasha his story. Maybe it was the late hour, the way Sasha had poured them both a drink. Like they were comrades instead of boss and employee, or maybe it was just that Sasha was annoyingly persistent. It was probably the last part. Whatever the reason, Harry found himself sitting on the couch, staring at the swirling amber in his glass, while Sasha leaned back with the practiced patience of someone who knew they were about to hear something juicy. All right, Harry sighed. Harry started from the beginning, or as close to the beginning as mattered. The story of Voldemort, the attack on his parents, and how baby Harry somehow survived the killing curse, leaving him with nothing but a lightning bolt scar and a lifetime supply of baggage. Everyone thought I was special, Harry said dryly. The boy who lived, a hero before I could walk. Meanwhile, I got dumped on my aunt and UNCL's doorstep like a particularly inconvenient Amazon package. Sasha tilted his head. They raised you, if you can call it that, Harry said, his tone flat. They hated magic, hated me, and made sure I knew it. I spent most of my childhood locked in a cupboard under the stairs. Sasha's eyebrows shot up. A cupboard, quote. Yep, Harry said, popping the P, like he was talking about something as mundane as traffic. Good times. Sasha looked like he wanted to say something, but Harry bulldozed past it, diving into the day he discovered the wizarding world. He told Sasha about Hogwarts, the friends who became his family and then stabbed him in the back, and the escalating series of disasters that defined his teenage years. Let me guess, Sasha interrupted. It wasn't exactly sunshine and rainbows. Not unless you count the times I nearly died, Harry said, his tone laced with dry humor. Which happened pretty often, actually. By the time Voldemort came back, I was basically a full-time target. The whole chosen one thing didn't help. Sasha blinked. The what? Quote. Long story, Harry muttered, waving it off. Point is, I survived the war, killed the bad guy, and everyone decided I was their golden boy forever. Harry's voice turned colder as he described the aftermath. You'd think after saving the world, people would leave you alone. Nope. They wanted interviews, autographs, answers. They wanted to tell me who I was, what I owed them. I couldn't go anywhere without whispers and stares. Every time I looked in the mirror, all I saw was their expectations. So you left, Sasha said softly. Not at first, Harry admitted. I tried to make it work. Tried to live the life they wanted. But it wasn't me. I couldn't take it anymore. So I packed a bag and walked away. No fake death, no dramatic exit. I just left, took some cash, got on a train, and didn't look back. And then you found my kids, Sasha said, his tone curious. Harry's lips twitched. Yeah, that was unexpected. I was traveling through Paris, trying to figure out what the hell to do with myself, when they literally slammed into me. They'd been running from their kidnappers and they looked so small. What was I supposed to do? Walk away? Sasha didn't answer, but his expression softened. I took them to a police station. We managed to call you and you came to get them, Harry continued, and honestly, I figured that'd be the end of it. But then you offered me a job. And you took it, Sasha said. Why? Harry shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It sounded fun. I was drifting, looking for something, anything, to distract me. Your kids were great, you seemed like a decent guy, and, well, it beat sitting around feeling sorry for myself. Sasha laughed, the sound warm and genuine. You thought this would be a distraction. My kids, my life, worked, didn't it? Harry shot back. Sasha chuckled, shaking his head. You're something else, Harry. Chapter end notes. So, thing is Harry doesn't leave Britain until around mid-late August, when the Death Eater trials were over and reconstruction at Hogwarts had started. He tries to get his life under control, tries so desperate. To be normal, but everyone wants a piece of him. Ginny wants to go back together, Ron wants him to join the orars, Hermione wants him to continue his studies, the Prophet wants interviews, the pay. Opal want to know why the Malfoys were forgiven, why Draco wasn't in prison, why Snape had been pardoned. Harry refused to show the public Snape's memories. That was between him and his dead professor. Everyone wanted something from him and he was tired of complying. So he left. He left and tried to not look back. Chapter 17. The brisk Moscow air greeted them the moment they stepped off the private plane. Harry drew in a deep breath, his face lighting up like a child on Christmas morning. The kids, however, weren't nearly as thrilled. Russia smells weird, Liliya mumbled, kicking at the snow-dusted ground. Seryozha nodded solemnly beside her, his small face a portrait of disappointment. Harry, on the other hand, was practically bouncing. He turned to Sasha, his green eyes sparkling with glee. We're really here, back, for good. He raised his arms dramatically as if welcoming the cold itself. Sasha smirked, adjusting the collar of his coat. Yes, Harry, we're home. Try not to break into song. You wish I would. Harry shot back, his grin unrelenting. He glanced back at the kids, who were sulking by the luggage. Come on, you two. Chop chop. Your vacation's over. Liliya glared at him. It wasn't just a vacation. It was amazing. There were dragons. Wistfully recalling the time Harry disguised himself to go to Gringotts to get an international card and took them with him. Yeah, Seryozha chimed in, crossing his arms. And now we're back in boring old Russia. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, was the nanny who fought killer wizards not enough excitement for you? Liliya stuck her tongue out. You're not as cool as the dragons. Harry feigned a gasp, clutching his chest. Wounded, truly. Sasha, did you hear that? Your kids are savage. Sasha, busy scanning the station for their driver, merely shrugged. They are my spas. It is in their blood. Once home, life returned to something resembling normal. Sasha slipped back into his mysterious, likely bloody, line of work without missing a beat. The wicked don't sleep, he told Harry with a shrug before disappearing out the door the next morning. Neither do assholes, Harry muttered, smirking as he waved Sasha off. That left Harry with the kids. And, in a moment of utter insanity, he decided to take up the role of their tutor. How hard could it be? He'd asked himself. They're 7. It'll be fun. I'll teach them to read, write, maybe throw in some math. By the end of the first day, Harry was slumped over the dining table, his head buried in his arms. His glasses sat crooked on his nose, and his IR looked even messier than usual, a feat that seemed impossible just a few hours earlier. Why did I think this was a good idea? He groaned, his voice muffled by the wood grain of the table. The sound of giggling broke through his misery. Across from him, Liliya and Seryozha exchanged a look, their faces glowing with barely contained amusement. Liliya covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her laugh, while Seryozha tapped his pencil against his workbook with infuriating rhythm. What's wrong, Harry? Liliya asked in a voice dripping with faux sweetness. Her wide, innocent eyes were betrayed by the mischievous smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. Are we too much for you? Harry slowly lifted his head, fixing her with a tired glare. His green eyes were bloodshot from hours of NTING at equations and grammar exercises. Harry let his head fall back onto the table with a dramatic thud. His groan turned into a muffled scream as he fought the urge to throw their textbooks out the nearest window. The day had started with optimism. Teaching can't be that hard, He'd told himself as he set up a little classroom in the dining room, complete with notebooks, pencils, and even a whiteboard he'd found in the attic. Then the kids arrived. "Okay, let's start with some reading," Harry had said, clapping his hands together in an attempt to project enthusiasm. He slid a book across the table to Seryozha. "Pick a paragraph and read it aloud." Seryozha flipped to a random page and began reading in a monotone voice, deliberately mispronouncing every other word. "The cat sat on the bat." Harry blinked. "You mean the cat sat on the mat?" Seryozha shrugged, his expression unreadable. "That's what I said." "No, you didn't. You said..." "Never mind." Harry sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Just try again." Slowly, Seryozha leaned forward, his face a picture of concentration. "The cart sat on the bat." "You're doing this on purpose," Harry hissed, his patience already wearing thin. Liliya, meanwhile, was pretending to write in her notebook, her hand moving furiously as if she were taking diligent notes. Suspicious, Harry leaned over to check her work. The page was covered in doodles of dragons eating stick figures labeled, "Harry." "Are you serious?" Harry asked, holding up the notebook. Liliya grinned up at him. "You're not as scary as a dragon, Harry." "Just saying." By the time they moved on to math, Harry was clutching a mug of cold tea like it was a lifeline. "Okay, simple multiplication," he said, pointing at the whiteboard. "What's 5 times 7? 42, Seryozha said immediately. "That's 6 times 7, Harry corrected, tapping the board with his marker. "Try again." 52, wrong. "And now you're just guessing." Liliya raised her hand. "I know the answer." "Thank you," Harry said with relief. "What is it?" "More than 5 times 6 but less than 5 times 8. "That's not even an answer," Harry shouted, throwing the marker down. By the end of the session, he was starting to understand why Snape had been such a miserable git. The kids were terrors, and Harry wasn't even trying to teach them magic. He could practically hear Snape's voice in his head, dripping with disdain. "Fame isn't everything, Potter." Snape was right, Harry muttered as he stared at the ceiling. "Students are the worst." Seryozha perked up. "Who's Snape?" "A grumpy old bat who probably would have turned you into a toad for all this nonsense," Harry said without looking at him. Liliya giggled. "That sounds amazing. Can we meet him?" "He's dead," Harry replied flatly. The room fell silent for a beat before Seryozha broke it. "Well, that's convenient for him." Harry groaned louder, wondering if this was karmic payback for all the trouble he'd given his teachers at Hogwarts. Chapter 18. It had been a week since Harry had assumed his new role as tutor. The initial optimism had withered away, replaced by a grim determination to survive each day without losing his mind. Or setting the kids' workbooks on fire. Sasha had offered no sympathy. When Harry complained about the daily chaos, Sasha merely smirked. "They are children," he said one evening over dinner, cutting into his steak with surgical precision. "And you have faced far worse." "Worse, sure," Harry had grumbled, stabbing at his potatoes. "But at least Death Eaters didn't make me teach them fractions." Now, as the snow fell softly outside, Harry sat at the dining table once more, bracing himself for another lesson. Liliya and Seryozha had arrived with their usual energy, their expressions alight with the promise of mischief. "Today," Harry announced, "we're going to focus on history. Russian history, to be exact. No games, no doodles, no nonsense." Liliya raised her hand. "Can we talk about dragons instead?" "No, but dragons are important," she argued, crossing her arms. "They're part of history. Magical history." "We're not talking about magical history," Harry said firmly. "We're talking about your history. The real world." Seryozha slouched in his chair, clearly unimpressed. "Our history is boring. It's just wars and czars and people dying." Harry paused, considering this. "Well, when you put it like that," he cleared his throat and adjusted his notes. "How about we focus on something specific? Like the Romanovs." "The Romanovs were assassinated," Liliya said matter-of-factly. "Yes," Harry said, a little taken aback. "That's true. Do you know why?" "They were in the way," she replied with a shrug. Harry blinked. "Okay, not wrong. And people wanted power," Seryozha added, leaning forward with sudden interest. "They always do." "Also true," Harry said slowly. But there's a lot more to it than that. Politics, revolution, societal unrest. Liliya waved a hand dismissively. It's all just excuses to kill people. Papa told us that. Harry stared at her, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Sasha said that. Last week, Seryozha confirmed. He said most wars are just fancy excuses for murder. Well, he's not exactly wrong, Harry muttered, rubbing his temples. The conversation veered wildly off course from there. Liliya wanted to know if the Romanovs had ever seen dragons, while Seryozha became fixated on whether modern assassins were as cool as the ones in old spy movies. Harry tried to steer them back to the lesson, but it was like trying to herd nifflers in a Gringotts vault. By the time Sasha returned that evening, Harry was once again slumped over the table, surrounded by crumpled notes and empty teacups. How was it? Sasha asked, hanging his coat by the door. Educational, Harry replied dryly. For the children. For me, Harry said, standing up and stretching. I learned that your kids are terrifying. Little geniuses who could probably take over the world if they really wanted to. Sasha smirked. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is when I'm the one trying to keep them occupied, Harry shot back. You're doing fine. I'm losing my sanity, Harry countered. Sasha chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder. Welcome to parenthood, Harry. Harry groaned, but there was a faint smile on his face as he grabbed his coat. I'm going for a walk. If I don't come back, assume your kids have driven me to a monastery. It took Harry a full week to piece together the truth. By then, he had suffered through endless hours of teaching. Endured Seryozha's smug smirks and Liliya's pointed doodles, and even started dreaming about fractions and Russian history. But one snowy morning, as he was clearing the dining table of yet another abandoned workbook, he noticed something odd. Beneath the chaos of scribbled notes and half-completed assignments was a neatly organized binder. Curiosity got the better of him, and Harry flipped it open. Inside were detailed notes, advanced problem sets, and essays written in flawless Russian. Each page was dated, graded, and far beyond anything Harry had been trying to teach. What the? He muttered, flipping through the binder with increasing disbelief. Just then, Seryozha and Liliya entered the room, their cheerful chatter cutting off as they spotted Harry holding their secret treasure. What's this? Harry demanded, holding up the binder like it was contraband. Seryozha froze, while Liliya attempted a nonchalant shrug. Homework, homework, Harry echoed, narrowing his eyes. This isn't what I assigned. It's extra, Seryozha said cautiously. Extra. Harry's voice climbed an octave. You two are working at a 5th grade level. I've been trying to teach you how to spell cat for a week. Liliya snorted. That's on you. We never said we didn't know how to spell. Harry felt his blood pressure rise. You let me believe. No, you made me believe. You needed help with this basic stuff. Why? Seryozha grinned. It was funny. Funny. Harry's voice cracked. I've been tearing my hair out over this. Do you have any idea how much wait. Who's been teaching you this? He held up the binder again, flipping to a page marked with red corrections. This isn't your work. Someone else gave you this. The kids exchanged a look, and Harry saw the cracks in their facade. They hesitated just long enough for him to guess. Sergei, Harry said, his tone flat. Neither of them denied it. Of course it's Sergei, Harry muttered, rubbing his temples. Who else? The guy probably gave you a full syllabus and a reading list, didn't he? Seryozha and Liliya nodded. Harry groaned, slumping into a chair. Unbelievable. I've been killing myself over nothing. But you're not bad at teaching, Liliya offered, as if that would soften the blow. Not bad. Not. Harry cut himself off, taking a deep breath. You know what? Never mind. You win. I'm done. You're mad, Seryozha said, though he didn't sound particularly sorry. Mad doesn't even begin to cover it, Harry replied. Then he stood up, grabbed his coat, and said, Stay here. I need to have a word with your dad. Harry found Sasha in his office, casually cleaning a firearm at his desk. He didn't look up as Harry stormed in, his face set in a thunderous scowl. You, Harry began, pointing an accusing finger at Sasha. You're the reason I've been wasting my time for a week. Sasha finally looked up, his expression impassive. Good evening to you too, Harry. Don't. Good evening. Me, Harry snapped. Your guard, Sergey, has been teaching the kids properly this whole time. 5th grade material, while I've been stuck trying to teach them basic reading and math like some clueless idiot. Sasha's lips twitched, and Harry swore the man was fighting back a smile. This is not funny, Harry shouted. I didn't say it was, Sasha said, though his tone suggested otherwise. They've been making a fool out of me. And it's your fault. How is it my fault? Sasha asked, setting the gun aside. Because it's always your fault. Harry shot back. You're their dad. You should have told me they were already ahead. Instead, I've been babysitting them like a complete moron. Sasha leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You seem so enthusiastic about teaching them. I didn't want to ruin your efforts. Harry glared at him. Oh, so this was charity. You thought I needed to feel useful. Sasha shrugged. You looked so happy. For a moment, Harry could only gape at him, torn between laughing and throttling him. Finally, he groaned and dropped into a chair, running a hand through his hair. You're impossible, he muttered. And yet, you're still here, Sasha replied, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Because I'm clearly as insane as you are, Harry muttered. Chapter 19. Chapter Notes. Chapter 20 in 1 o'clock. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry should have known better than to open the door to Sasha's study. The moment he stepped inside, his fate was sealed. Sasha was seated at his desk, sharp in a tailored black suit, looking like he belonged on the cover of some high-end magazine for rich and dangerous men. He glanced up from a stack of documents, his expression unreadable. Ah, Harry, perfect timing. Harry froze. Those words were never a good sign. What do you mean, perfect timing? I was just passing by. Sasha stood, buttoning his jacket. I need a favor. No, Harry said immediately. You don't even know what it is. I don't need to know. It's a no. Sasha ignored him, moving around the desk with his usual unshakable calm. I require a +1 for an event this evening. You'll come with me. Harry blinked. A +1? To what? A funeral? A ball? Sasha replied. As if that explained everything. A ball, Harry repeated, his voice climbing in pitch. As in tuxedos, champagne, and stuffy rich people. Yes, Sasha said simply. Oh, no, absolutely not. Harry turned on his heel, but before he could escape, Sasha's hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Harry, Sasha said in a tone that brooked no argument. Do you think I would ask if it weren't important? Harry considered this for a moment, then groaned. You wouldn't ask. You'd just order me to do it. Precisely, Sasha said, steering him toward the door. Now, go change. Sergey has prepared a suit for you. Harry stumbled along reluctantly. Wait, Sergey knew about this. How long have you been planning this? Long enough, Sasha replied, his smirk barely visible. An hour later, Harry found himself in the backseat of a sleek black car, fidgeting in a tuxedo that felt 2 sizes too tight. This is ridiculous, he muttered, tugging at his bow tie. You look fine, Sasha said, not bothering to glance away from his phone. I look like I'm about to get married, Harry grumbled. Sasha smirked. You'd make a beautiful bride. Harry glared at him. Don't start. And they arrived at the venue. A sprawling estate lit up like something out of a fairy tale. Harry's nerves kicked into overdrive. The air was filled with the hum of polite conversation and the clink of crystal glasses. Everyone looked like they belonged on a red carpet. Harry, on the other hand, felt like a frog in a tux. As they entered, Sasha was immediately surrounded by a crowd of admirers and business associates, all eager to bask in his charisma. Harry trailed awkwardly behind, resisting the urge to bolt for the nearest exit. Smile, Sasha said under his breath as they made their way through the crowd. I am smiling, Harry muttered, his lips barely moving. You look like you're in pain. I am in pain. The evening dragged on, an endless parade of introductions, small talk, and overly complicated hors d'oeuvres that Harry couldn't even pronounce. Every now and then, Sasha would shoot him a warning look, silently commanding him to behave. By the time they reached the ballroom, Harry had had enough. Do you really need me here? He whispered as they stood by the bar. Yes, Sasha said without hesitation. Why? To deflect people I don't want to speak with. Harry stared at him. So I'm bait. Sasha took a sip of his drink, his smirk growing. "You're charming bait." Before Harry could retort, a woman in an elegant red gown approached them, her smile as sharp as her heels. "Sasha," she purred, her eyes lingering on him. "It's been too long." "Anastasia," Sasha said smoothly, inclining his head. "A pleasure, as always." Her gaze shifted to Harry, her perfectly arched eyebrow rising in curiosity. "And who is this?" Harry froze. Sasha placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his grip firm. "This is Harry, my partner." "Partner," she repeated, her smile widening. "Partner." Harry parroted too. "Yes," Sasha said, his tone leaving no room for interpretation. "Harry is indispensable to me." Harry choked on his drink. Hi. Anastasia's gaze swept over him, clearly intrigued. "How fascinating. You must tell me everything." As she led Harry away, Sasha's smirk followed him across the room. By the end of the night, Harry was exhausted, mortified, and plotting his revenge. "You owe me," he grumbled as they climbed back into the car. "You did well," Sasha replied, clearly amused. "I hate you," Harry muttered, slumping in his seat. Sasha chuckled. "No, you don't." Harry scowled, but deep down, he knew Sasha was right. The ride home was blissfully quiet, at least for the first few minutes. Harry leaned back in his seat, tugging at the bow tie that had been choking him all evening. His feet ached, his face hurt from fake smiling, and he was sure he'd been insulted in at least 3 different languages. "Never again," Harry muttered, breaking the silence. "I don't care if you need a +1 for a coronation. I'm not doing it." "You handled yourself admirably," Sasha replied, his tone maddeningly calm. Harry glared at him. "Oh, did I? Because from where I'm sitting, I spent the entire evening as your scapegoat." Sasha glanced at him, one corner of his mouth quirking up. "Scapegoat is a strong word." "It's the right word," Harry shot back. "You introduced me as your partner, Sasha. Do you have any idea how many people assumed we're—" He trailed off, gesturing vaguely. "A team," Sasha supplied innocently. Harry groaned. "You know what I mean." "I do," Sasha admitted, his smirk growing. "And it worked beautifully, didn't it? Anastasia hardly bothered me after I sent her your way." "Oh, she bothered me plenty," Harry grumbled. "She spent 20 minutes asking about my role in your life. I think she was trying to decide if I'm your bodyguard or your lover." Sasha chuckled softly. "What did you tell her?" Harry hesitated. "I panicked and said I was both." This time, Sasha laughed outright, the sound deep and genuinely amused. Harry glared at him, his cheeks heating. "It's not funny," Harry snapped. "It's hilarious," Sasha corrected, his compo sure returning as he straightened his tie. "You've made quite an impression tonight." "Oh, great," Harry muttered. "That's all I ever wanted, to be the talk of some posh Russian social circle." As they pulled up to the house, Harry was already plotting his escape. "I'm going to bed," he announced as they stepped inside. "And if anyone tries to wake me before noon, I'm shooting them with your fancy rifle." "Good night, Harry," Sasha said, his tone laced with amusement. But as Harry turned to head upstairs, Sasha called out, "Oh, and Harry." Harry paused, glancing back warily. "What?" "You did well," Sasha said, his expression softening just a fraction. "Thank you." Harry blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the sincerity in Sasha's voice. For a moment, he considered snapping back with something sarcastic, but instead, he just sighed. Yeah, good night, Sasha." As Harry trudged upstairs, Sasha stood in the entryway, watching him go. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he turned toward his study, already thinking of what else he could rope Harry into next. Chapter end notes. Special thanks. Thank you to everyone reading this story. A special mention to Unichi and Perv, heir of excellent fanfic. I appreciate your support. See you on Chapter 20 .. Chapter 20. The next morning, Harry stumbled into the kitchen, still half asleep and wearing a t-shirt that read "I survived another year at Hogwarts, a gift from Luna." His hair was even messier than usual, and dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept well. Liliya and Seryozha were at the table, eating pancakes with far too much syrup. They looked up as Harry shuffled in, their faces lighting up with identical grins. "You look like you had fun," Seryozha quipped. Harry groaned. grabbing a mug and pouring himself some coffee. I don't want to talk about it. Did you wear a suit? Liliya asked, barely stifling her laughter. Yes, Harry muttered. Did you dance? No. Did anyone think you were Papa's boyfriend? Harry froze mid-sip, nearly choking on his coffee. The kids burst into laughter, and Harry glared at them. Who told you that? Sasha, Seryozha said, grinning wickedly. Of course, he did, Harry thought bitterly. He set his coffee down and rubbed his temples. I don't get paid enough for this. You get paid $50 an hour and you spend most of the time sleeping, Liliya pointed out. Harry groaned. Exactly. Grabbing a mug of tea and slumping into a chair. I'm in desperate need of a raise. Before he could even take a sip, Sasha strolled into the kitchen, looking infuriatingly well-rested and put together. Good morning, Harry, Sasha greeted, his voice far too chipper for someone who had dragged him through social hell the night before. Morning, Harry grumbled, glaring over the rim of his mug. Sleep well in your lair of lies and torment. Quite well, thank you. Sasha poured himself a cup of coffee and took a seat across from Harry, his demeanor maddeningly unbothered. Harry narrowed his eyes. I'm not doing that again. Sasha raised an eyebrow. Doing what? Playing your scapegoat at some fancy ball, Harry said. I spent half the night dodging Anastasia's questions and the other half wondering if someone was going to try and poison me. You weren't poisoned, Sasha pointed out. This time, Harry muttered darkly. Before Sasha could respond, Sergei appeared in the doorway, a file in hand. He handed it to Sasha, who flipped it open with a faint smile. What's that? Harry asked suspiciously. An invitation, Sasha replied, not looking up. Harry's stomach sank. An invitation to what? Another event, Sasha said, his tone far too casual. Oh, no, absolutely not, Harry said, shaking his head. I already told you, I'm not doing this again. It's not a ball, Sasha said smoothly. It's a business meeting. Very formal, very important. Harry squinted at him. Business meeting. Then why do you need me? Sasha finally looked up, his expression the picture of sincerity. Because you're my trusted associate, Harry. Your presence lends credibility. Credibility. To what? To me, Sasha said simply, as if that explained everything. Harry groaned. Why don't you take Pavel? Pavel is busy, Sasha said, clearly unfazed by Harry's protests. Doing what? Guarding the children, Sasha said, his tone final. You, however, are free. I hate you, Harry muttered, slumping back in his chair. No, you don't, Sasha said with a faint smirk. The business meeting turned out to be a swanky luncheon at an upscale restaurant. Complete with white tablecloths, expensive wine, and people who probably didn't blink twice at dropping a small fortune on lunch. Harry felt like an imposter the moment he stepped inside. He tugged uncomfortably at the collar of his dress shirt, shooting Sasha a glare as they were led to their table. This doesn't look like a business meeting, Harry muttered. It's a meeting, Sasha said, completely at ease. And business will be discussed. Harry didn't believe him for a second. Sure enough, the first hour was nothing but pleasantries and small talk. Sasha, of course, navigated the conversation with his usual charm and precision. While Harry sat awkwardly at his side, trying not to look like he wanted to disappear. At one point, Sasha leaned over and whispered, "Relax. You're doing fine." Harry shot him a withering look. "I'm not doing anything." "Exactly," Sasha said, his smirk barely hidden. When the luncheon finally ended, Harry was ready to bolt. But Sasha had other plans. "There's one more stop," he said as they stepped outside. Harry groaned. "Of course there is. Where now?" "A gallery opening," Sasha replied, already steering him toward the car. "You're kidding," Harry said, but Sasha's expression told him otherwise. Over the next few weeks, Harry found himself dragged into more of these important meetings. There were cocktail parties, charity galas, even a private opera performance. Each time, Sasha reassured him it was crucial, and each time, Harry reluctantly went along, cursing his luck. By the end of it, Harry was ready to stage a mutiny. One evening, after yet another exhausting event, he stormed into Sasha's study, throwing his tie onto the desk. "This has to stop," Harry said, his voice firm. "I'm not your social puppet, Sasha." Sasha looked up, his expression amused. You're not a puppet. Then what am I? My trusted associate, Sasha said with a straight face. Harry threw up his hands. That's not even a real thing. Sasha leaned back in his chair, his smirk returning. You seem to be adjusting well. Harry stared at him, his jaw dropping. Adjusting. I hate these things. But you excel at them, Sasha said. Harry groaned, collapsing into a chair. You're impossible, and yet, you're still here, Sasha countered. Harry opened his mouth to argue but stopped, realizing he didn't actually have a comeback. With a defeated sigh, he slumped back in his chair, muttering under his breath. Sasha's smirk widened. Chapter 21. Chapter notes. Won't be able to upload tomorrow, so I'll post chap 21 to 22 today and I'll see you on Sunday. For the next 2 months, Harry's life became a blur of tuxedos, champagne flutes, and polite conversations that went nowhere. Sasha continued dragging him to an endless parade of business meetings, a term that had become a running joke in Harry's mind. Fancy luncheons, cocktail parties, a goddamn charity polo match. And every time, Sasha would give him that maddeningly calm look and say, your presence lends credibility. Credibility to what? Harry grumbled one evening as he yanked at the tie Sasha had insisted he wear to some art gallery opening. To me, Sasha replied smoothly, as if that explained everything. Harry rolled his eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't get stuck. One night, after yet another exhausting gala, Harry stormed into the kitchen, threw his blazer onto a chair, and grabbed a bottle of vodka from the cabinet. I need this, he muttered, pouring himself a generous glass. Sasha strolled in moments later, looking far too put together for someone who had just endured hours of tedious small talk. You're drinking? Sasha asked, raising an eyebrow. After that nightmare? Absolutely, Harry said, downing half the glass in one go. He pointed at Sasha. By the way, I hate you. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Harry poured another glass. I've been dragged to more social events in the last 2 weeks than I have in my entire life. Do you know how many tiny sandwiches I've eaten? Too many, Sasha guessed. Way too many, Harry groaned, flopping into a chair. I can't believe this is your life. It's not so bad, Sasha said, leaning casually against the counter. Harry glared at him. Not for you. You like this stuff. Meanwhile, I'm just your awkward plus one who doesn't even know what half the conversations are about. He took another sip. Honestly, I'm starting to think you just enjoy watching me suffer. Quote. Sasha's lips twitched into a smirk. I do enjoy your company. Yeah, because I lend credibility, Harry muttered. Sasha's smirk widened, but before he could respond, Seryozha and Liliya appeared in the doorway, clearly eavesdropping. You're back late, Seryozha said, his eyes narrowing at Harry. Harry sighed. Business meeting. Liliya giggled. Did you dance? No. Did anyone ask if you're Papa's boyfriend again? Harry froze. What? No. They will eventually, Seryozha said, grinning mischievously. Because everyone already thinks you are. Harry opened his mouth to argue. But Seryozha wasn't done. So, when are you marrying him? Harry choked on his vodka. What? Quote. Seryozha shrugged, completely unbothered. You're always together. Papa likes you. You take care of us. So, when's the wedding? Harry stared at him, then turned to Sasha, hoping for backup. But Sasha just stood there, calm as ever, sipping his own drink. Well, Harry demanded, gesturing wildly at the kids. Aren't you going to say something? Sasha gave a faint smile. What would you like me to say? Harry threw his hands in the air. I don't know. Maybe start with, we're not getting married. Quote. Why not? Liliya asked, tilting her head. Because we're not. Harry spluttered. We're not even a thing. Seryozha rolled his eyes. You're practically married already. Okay, bedtime. Sasha cut in, his tone firm but gentle. The kids groaned in protest but trudged upstairs, leaving Harry and Sasha alone in the quiet kitchen. Harry turned to Sasha, crossing his arms. What the hell was that? Sasha calmly set his glass down on the counter. Children are perceptive. They're delusional, Harry shot back. And it's your fault they think we're whatever they think we are. You've been dragging me to all these ridiculous events, and now they're convinced we're some kind of power couple. Sasha leaned against the counter, watching Harry with an amused expression. Are you finished? No. Harry ran a hand through his hair, making it even messier than usual. Why do you even need me at these events? What's your endgame here? Sasha's gaze softened. You really don't know. Harry blinked, caught off guard by the shift in Sasha's tone. Know what? With a sigh, Sasha stepped closer, his voice quieter now. Harry, these weren't business meetings. Harry frowned. What are you talking about? Of course they were. No, Sasha said, his gaze steady. They were dates. Silence. Harry stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? Dates? Sasha repeated. You know, the thing people go on when they're interested in each other. Harry opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Dates. Yes, you're telling me you've been taking me on dates for the last 2 weeks. And I didn't even notice. Sasha gave him a look. Apparently. Harry groaned, burying his face in his hands. This can't be real. Oh, it's very real. Sasha's tone was dry, but there was a warmth in his eyes that Harry couldn't ignore. Harry peeked through his fingers. So, what, you're interested in me? Sasha stepped closer, his expression serious but gentle. Yes, and all those events were just elaborate excuses to spend time with me. Correct. Harry let out a long, exasperated sigh. I thought I was your employee. Sasha chuckled. You're much more than that. Harry shook his head, still trying to wrap his mind around it. You could have just said something. You know, I thought I was being obvious. Harry glared at him. You've met me, right? Nothing about me screams. Good at picking up social cues. Sasha's smirk returned. Noted. They stood in silence for a moment before Harry finally spoke. So, what now? Sasha's eyes softened. That depends on you. Harry thought about it for a moment, then sighed. Well, I'm not doing another wine tasting. Sasha chuckled. Fair. And no more polo matches. Deal. Harry crossed his arms, his expression still wary. And if I say yes to whatever this is, does that mean you'll stop dragging me to fancy parties? Sasha's smile was slow and deliberate. No promises. Harry groaned. You're impossible, and yet, you're still here. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but stopped. He couldn't deny it. He was still there. With a resigned sigh, he grabbed the vodka bottle and poured himself another glass. Fine, but if you ever take me to another art gallery opening, I'm bringing my gun and shooting you in the ass. Chapter 22. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry Potter was not having a good day. Sasha had left at dawn for an executive meeting, which, in Sasha speak, probably involved either bribing corrupt officials or systematically wiping out rival gangs. Harry had no issue with Sasha's shady business practices. What he did have an issue with was being locked in the house like a prisoner. All because Sergei and Nikolai, Harry's usual allies whom He had bribed into his side in sneaking out, were conveniently on sick leave, leaving him at the mercy of Sasha's security detail. And the guards, oh, they weren't budging. You're not allowed to leave the premises. The head guard said in a tone that suggested he had no sense of humor whatsoever. Harry scowled. I'm not allowed to leave. What am I, 12? The guard's blank stare did not waver. Boss's orders. Harry crossed his arms. Right. Well, I hope you realize that by the end of the day, you're going to regret this. The guard said nothing. Harry smirked. Challenge accepted. Okay, here's the plan, Harry said. Crouched down with Seryozha and Liliya in the kitchen. We're going to rearrange everything in the guard's break room. Seryozha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Everything, Harry confirmed. Coffee machine in the fridge. Chairs stacked in the shower. Replace the sugar with salt. Really mess with their heads. Liliya giggled. Papa says we shouldn't prank the guards. Well, lucky for you. I'm not Papa, Harry said with a wicked grin. And besides, it's educational. We're teaching them not to mess with us. It took less than 15 minutes to turn the break room into a chaotic nightmare. The guard's meticulously arranged coffee station was now upside down. Someone's gym shoes were stuffed in the freezer. Harry carefully taped a "Do not enter" explosives sign on the bathroom door for good measure. When the guards finally discovered the disaster, Harry and the kids were conveniently playing cards in the living room, looking entirely innocent. Who did this? One of the guards growled, holding up a milk carton that had mysteriously been filled with orange juice. Harry didn't even glance up from his hand of cards. Sounds like a you problem, mate. Okay, here's what we're gonna do next, Harry whispered, crouched behind a bush with the kids. See those stone lions by the front gate? Seryozha nodded. They're ugly. Exactly, Harry said. So we're going to replace them. With what? Liliya asked, her eyes wide. Harry grinned and held up 2 inflatable garden gnomes he'd found in the basement. Don't ask why he was there. One was wearing sunglasses and holding a margarita. The other was dressed like a pirate. Seryozha gasped. That's genius. Quote, of course it is, Harry said smugly. I came up with it. The operation was quick and seamless. The guards didn't notice the switch until hours later, when one of them finally did a double take and froze. Where are the lions? Harry, watching from the window with a cup of tea, snorted into his mug. I think they really brighten up the place. The pièce de résistance of the day involved the security team's walkie-talkies. Okay, Harry said, handing the kids their own radios. Here's the deal. We're going to give them a little entertainment. What kind of entertainment? Seryozha asked, grinning mischievously. Harry smirked. Leave that to me. He pressed the button on his radio and spoke in a deep, ominous voice. This is Agent Blackbird. Operation Pancake is a go. The guards' radios crackled to life. Agent who? Quote, Harry continued, dead serious. Repeat. Operation Pancake is a go. Initiate syrup protocol. Quote. There was a long pause before one of the guards responded, clearly exasperated. Who the hell is this? Harry switched to his best dramatic spy voice. You don't need to know who I am. You need to know that the fate of breakfast itself is in your hands. Liliya giggled uncontrollably, pressing the button on her walkie-talkie. Papa says to make sure you have pancakes. The guards were not amused. When Sasha returned that evening, the guards looked thoroughly fucked. The head guard approached Sasha as soon as he stepped through the door. Sir, we had incidents today. Sasha raised an eyebrow. Incidents. The guard sighed deeply. The break room was sabotaged. The front gate is now guarded by inflatable gnomes. And the radios, he trailed off, shaking his head. There's something wrong with the radios. Sasha's lips twitched. I see. Meanwhile, Harry stood in the doorway with Seryozha and Liliya, all 3 of them looking far too innocent. Welcome home, Harry said brightly. How was your murder? Meeting. Sasha gave him a long, measured look. Productive. Same here, Harry said with a grin. The kids and I had a very educational day. I heard, Sasha said, stepping closer. Pranking the guards. Harry shrugged. They wouldn't let me leave. I got bored. Sasha's expression was calm, but his eyes sparkled with amusement. And you thought this was the solution? Harry smirked. Worked, didn't it? Sasha sighed, rubbing his temples. You're impossible, and yet, you keep me around. Seryozha tugged on Sasha's sleeve. Papa, did you see the gnomes? I did. Sasha glanced at Harry. Creative. Thank you, Harry said, giving an exaggerated bow. Liliya looked up at Sasha with wide eyes. Are you mad? Sasha knelt down, brushing a hand over her hair. No, Malishka, but next time. He glanced at Harry. Perhaps fewer pranks. Harry grinned. Define fewer. Quote. Sasha shot him a warning look. You're lucky I find you amusing. Harry leaned casually against the doorframe. Lucky, please. I'm your favorite disaster. Sasha chuckled, shaking his head. That you are. As Sasha headed toward his study, Harry called after him. So, pancakes for dinner. Sasha paused, glancing over his shoulder with a faint smirk. Why not? Harry turned to the kids, grinning. See, even the mafia loves pancakes. Chapter end notes. Spo. ILERS. Next 2 chapters contain +1/8 of sorts. Chapter 23. The library at Seryozha Manor was one of Harry's favorite places, a sprawling, sunlit room filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves, plush leather chairs, and a lingering scent of old books and polished wood. It was quiet, peaceful, at least, it usually was. Today, however, the peace was shattered by the sound of Sasha closing the door behind them with a soft click. Harry glanced up from the book he'd been pretending to read. You locking us in? Sasha leaned casually against the doorframe, his dark eyes glinting with amusement. Would why? Oh, you prefer the kids to barge in and ask about wedding plans again? Harry groaned, rubbing his face. God, no, exactly. Sasha stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. Harry watched him warily. You've got that look again. What look? The one that says you're up to something. Sasha chuckled. Maybe I am. Harry rolled his eyes, but his heart was already racing. All right, out with it. What's your plan this time? Another prank. Sasha stopped in front of him, placing his hands on the armrests of Harry's chair and leaning down, their faces just inches apart. No pranks, Sasha murmured. Just this. Before Harry could respond, Sasha kissed him, softly at first, like testing the waters. But when Harry melted into it, Sasha deepened the kiss, his hands sliding to cup Harry's face. Harry made a muffled sound of surprise before giving in completely, gripping Sasha's shirt to pull him closer. God, you're annoying, Harry muttered against Sasha's lips. Sasha smirked. You love it. Shut up. Harry kissed him again, more urgently this time, letting himself get lost in the moment. Sasha tasted like coffee and mint, and his hands were warm as they slid into Harry's hair, tugging gently. Harry's mind spun. How the hell had they ended up here? 6 months ago, he'd been a reluctant nanny in a mafia boss's house. Now, he was making out with said mafia boss in a library. Life was weird. Sasha's lips moved to Harry's jaw, trailing soft kisses down his neck. You realize this is completely inappropriate, Harry murmured, his voice breathless. Sasha chuckled, his breath warm against Harry's skin. And yet, here we are. Harry couldn't argue with that. He tugged Sasha down onto the chair with him, their bodies pressed together as they continued kissing, hands roaming, breaths mingling. It was the kind of kiss that made Harry's head spin, the kind that made him forget everything else. At least, until the door swung open. Boss. Harry and Sasha sprang apart like guilty teenagers, both turning to see Pavel standing in the doorway, his expression stuck somewhere between horrified and amused. Harry's face turned bright red. Pavel, hi. Pavel blinked. He cleared his throat. I was going to say there's a situation, but clearly, he gestured vaguely at the two of them. Sasha sighed, standing and straightening his suit jacket like nothing had happened. What situation? The Zaitsev brothers, Pavel said. They're asking for a meeting. Sasha's expression immediately darkened. Of course they are. Harry stood, still blushing furiously. We'll talk later, he muttered to Sasha. Sasha gave him a lingering look. We will. As Sasha followed Pavel out, Harry sank back into the chair, covering his face with his hands. Unbelievable, he muttered to himself. Caught by the head of security. In the library. Quote, from outside, he heard Pavel mutter to Sasha, I've seen a lot of things, boss, but this is new. Harry groaned, shaking his head. One thing was certain. He was never going to hear the end of this. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving Harry alone in the library with his swirling thoughts and a faint, lingering buzz on his lips. He stared at the book on his lap, but the words on the page blurred, his mind refusing to cooperate. The Zaitsev brothers. He'd heard the name tossed around in hushed conversations among the staff. Nothing good ever followed those discussions. Harry exhaled sharply, his fingers drumming against the armrest. He told himself he didn't care. He wasn't part of the mafia drama, he was just here to do a job. Right, except Sasha had just kissed him like there was nothing else in the world that mattered. And Harry had kissed him back. He stood abruptly, pacing in front of the chair. What the hell am I doing? He muttered to himself. He'd been through a lot of questionable decisions in his life, but falling for his boss, a dangerous, annoyingly charming crime lord, wasn't exactly the smartest move. The sound of distant voices filtered through the heavy library doors, muffled but tense. Harry froze, straining to catch bits of the conversation. Sasha's voice was low and controlled, a sharp contrast to Pavel's clipped, urgent tone. Curiosity gnawed at him. Against his better judgment, Harry moved toward the door, opening it just a crack. They're testing us, Sasha was saying, his tone like steel. If we give them an inch, they'll take a mile, Pavel responded, his voice quieter. Harry couldn't make out the words, but whatever he said made Sasha curse under his breath. Harry shut the door softly, his pulse quickening. He wasn't supposed to get involved in this world. He'd promised himself that much when he'd taken the job. But now, with the weight of Sasha's kiss still on his lips, the sharp edge of danger hanging in the air, Harry realized he was in deeper than he'd ever intended. He returned to his chair, trying to focus, but the library's peaceful atmosphere was gone. The words on the page taunted him. Unreadable. When Sasha returned nearly an hour later, his expression was unreadable. He closed the door behind him and leaned against it, arms crossed. "You're still here," Sasha said, his voice softer than Harry expected. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Where else would I go?" Sasha didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crossed the room, stopping just short of Harry's chair. His gaze was intense, and for a moment, Harry forgot how to breathe. "About earlier," Sasha began, his voice low. Harry held up a hand. "Let me guess. You're going to say it was a mistake." Sasha's brow furrowed. "Is that what you think?" Harry shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant even though his heart was racing. "It'd make sense." Sasha knelt down in front of him, resting a hand on the armrest. "It wasn't a mistake." Harry blinked, caught off guard. "What? I don't do things by accident, Harry." Sasha's voice was firm, his gaze unwavering. "Especially not with you." Harry's throat went dry. He wanted to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. "I don't have the luxury of playing games," Sasha continued. "My life is complicated. Dangerous." "No kidding," Harry said, his voice shakier than he'd like. Sasha's lips quirked into a faint smile. "And yet, here you are." "Yeah, well," Harry looked away, suddenly self-conscious. "You're annoyingly hard to avoid." Sasha laughed softly, the sound like a balm to Harry's frayed nerves. "I mean it, Harry," Sasha said, his tone serious again. If we, is too much for you, I'll understand. But I don't want you to think for a second that I regret what happened." Quote. Harry met Sasha's gaze, searching for any hint of insincerity. He found none. "I don't regret it either," Harry admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Sasha's shoulders relaxed, and he smiled. A real, genuine smile that made Harry's chest ache. "Good," Sasha said softly. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, the tension between them shifting into something warmer, steadier. Then Sasha stood, extending a hand toward Harry. "Come on," he said. "I have a feeling Pavel's already telling everyone what he walked in on. Might as well face the music together." Harry groaned but took Sasha's hand, letting himself be pulled to his feet. "You owe me for this," Harry muttered as they left the library. Sasha's smirk was pure mischief. "Oh, I'll make it up to you. Don't worry." Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or panic at the promise in Sasha's tone. "What have I gotten myself into?" he wondered as they stepped into the chaos waiting outside. Chapter 24. Chapter notes. "I tried. I really did." Harry wasn't sure how they got from facing the music to tumbling through the door of his bedroom, but here they were, breathless, flushed, and rest against each other like gravity itself had shifted. Sasha kicked the door shut behind them with a practiced ease, his hands already gripping Harry's waist, pulling him closer. Harry's back hit the edge of the bed, and he barely had a moment to catch his breath before Sasha's lips were on his again, urgent, demanding, utterly consuming. Harry groaned into the kiss, his hands fisting in Sasha's shirt to tug him closer. It was overwhelming, the heat of Sasha's body, the way his hands roamed with a deliberate confidence. "Do you ever slow down?" Harry managed to mutter, his words muffled as Sasha kissed along his jaw. His stubble rough against Harry's skin. "Nope," Sasha replied, his voice low and teasing, his hands sliding down to grip Harry's ass firmly. "You keep complaining, but you're not exactly pushing me away." Harry shivered, torn between a laugh and a moan. "You're impossible, and yet, you're still here," Sasha shot back, his hands squeezing, eliciting a sharp gasp from Harry. "Stop." Harry tried to sound indignant, but it came out as more of a plea, especially as Sasha's lips found that spot just below his ear. "Stop what?" Sasha asked, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. His hands tightened their hold, pulling Harry flush against him. "This." Harry's breath hitched as Sasha's fingers dug into him, his touch firm and possessive. "Yes. No. I don't know." Sasha chuckled, the sound dark and utterly smug. That's what I thought. Before Harry could formulate a coherent response, Sasha pushed him back onto the bed, following him down without hesitation. Harry barely had time to register the shift before Sasha was on top of him, kissing him like his life depended on it. Harry's hands found Sasha's hair, tugging just hard enough to earn a low groan from the man above him. The sound sent a jolt of heat through Harry, and he arched up against Sasha, their bodies pressed impossibly close. Sasha's hands roamed greedily, sliding under Harry's shirt to explore bare skin. His touch was warm, his fingers tracing patterns that made Harry's head spin. "God, you're distracting," Harry breathed, his voice shaky. "Good," Sasha murmured against his lips, his hands sliding down again to grab Harry's ass, squeezing like he couldn't help himself. "Because you've been distracting me since the day you walked into my house." Harry let out a shaky laugh, his heart racing. "You're so full of shit." "Maybe," Sasha said, grinning wickedly. "But you're still letting me do this." He punctuated the statement with another firm squeeze, and Harry let out an embarrassingly needy sound. His hands gripping Sasha's shoulders. "God, you're insufferable," Harry muttered, but he was already pulling Sasha down for another kiss, his body arching up to meet him. The heat between them was electric, and Harry was dimly aware that they were crossing a line, that this was dangerous territory. But with Sasha's lips on his and his hands gripping him like he never wanted to let go, Harry couldn't bring himself to care. Not now, not when it felt this good. Sasha growled softly against Harry's lips, his voice rough and filled with barely contained hunger. "You keep calling me insufferable. But I don't think you want me to stop." Harry didn't respond. Not with words, at least. Instead, he pulled Sasha even closer, his fingers curling into the fabric of Ash's shirt as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality. The kiss deepened, growing more urgent, more chaotic, until Harry was sure he'd forgotten how to breathe. Sasha broke away just long enough to yank Harry's shirt over his head, tossing it aside carelessly. His gaze darkened as it swept over Harry's chest, a wicked smirk tugging at his lips. "Now that's a view." Harry blushed, his heart hammering in his chest. "Shut up and kiss me," he muttered, grabbing the front of Sasha's shirt to pull him back down. But Sasha resisted, leaning back just enough to keep Harry wanting. "Oh no, I want to take my time with this," he said, his voice dripping with amusement and something far more dangerous. He trailed his hands down Harry's sides, his touch teasing and deliberate, making Harry shiver beneath him. Sasha's lips followed, pressing hot, open-mouthed kisses along Harry's collarbone, down his chest, and back up again. Harry's head tipped back, a soft gasp escaping him as Sasha's hands gripped his hips, pulling him closer. "You're impossible," Harry managed to say, though his voice was breathless, lacking the bite he intended. "And yet, you can't get enough of me," Sasha murmured against his skin, his teeth grazing lightly against Harry's shoulder. Harry groaned, his fingers tangling in Sasha's hair, tugging just enough to earn a low, guttural sound from him. Sasha's hands slid lower, gripping Harry's ass again with even more confidence, kneading like he owned him. "God, do you have to keep doing that?" Harry hissed, though he didn't push Sasha's hands away. Sasha grinned, pressing a kiss to the corner of Harry's mouth. "Yes, I really do." Their lips crashed together again, and this time, it was pure chaos, teeth, tongue, and heat all at once. Harry felt like he was drowning in it, in Sasha. And he didn't want it to stop. Sasha shifted, pressing Harry deeper into the mattress, his body a solid weight on top of him. Harry arched up into him, his hands roaming over Sasha's back, his shoulders. Anywhere he could reach. Harry moaned as Sasha's hands wandered again, his touch firm and unapologetic. He couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't focus on anything but the way Sasha felt, hot, solid, and utterly overwhelming. Whatever this was, wherever it was going, Harry knew one thing for sure, there was no turning back now. Not when Sasha looked at him like that, not when his hands moved like he knew exactly how to unravel him. And Harry let him. Chapter 25. Harry was just pulling on a shirt, savoring the lingering warmth of the morning and Sasha's departure, when the sound of pounding footsteps echoed down the hallway. Before he could brace himself, the door burst open, and Seryozha and Liliya came tumbling in like miniature hurricanes. "Harry!" Seryozha yelled, launching himself onto the bed. "You said you'd take us to the park. You promised," Liliya added, crossing her arms and fixing him with a scowl that was far too intense for someone so small. Harry blinked at them, then glanced at the clock. He'd promised to take them after breakfast, and judging by the sun streaming through the window, he was running late. "I did promise, didn't I?" Harry said, smoothing his shirt and giving the kids a sheepish grin. "Yes," they chorused, glaring at him like tiny judges about to deliver a guilty verdict. Harry laughed, holding up his hands in mock surrender. All right, let me grab my shoes, and we'll go. But you two better behave, or no ice cream." The kids immediately brightened at the mention of ice cream, their earlier frustration forgotten. Liliya tugged on Harry's arm impatiently. "Hurry up." "Yeah, hurry," Seryozha echoed, bouncing on the mattress. Harry chuckled, slipping on his shoes and grabbing his jacket. "Okay, let's go before you two explode." The park was bustling with activity, families picnicking, children chasing each other, and joggers making their rounds. Harry found a bench under a shady tree, keeping a watchful eye as Seryozha and Liliya raced toward the playground. "Be careful," he called after them, though he knew they'd ignore him completely. Harry allowed himself a moment of peace, leaning back against the bench and letting the sounds of laughter and birdsong wash over him. It was moments like these, quiet and simple, that reminded him why he'd taken this strange, chaotic job in the first place. But the peace didn't last. It started subtly, a prickling at the back of Harry's neck, a feeling that someone was watching him. He straightened, scanning the park. There was nothing immediately suspicious, but the sense of unease lingered. He stood, his eyes darting toward the playground where Seryozha and Liliya were playing. They were safe, laughing and climbing on the jungle gym. Harry forced himself to relax. He was probably just being paranoid. But then he saw it, a man in a dark jacket, lingering near the trees at the edge of the park. His posture was too stiff, his gaze too focused on Harry. Harry's stomach twisted. He wasn't imagining it. Keeping his movements casual, Harry stepped closer to the playground, positioning himself between the kids and the man. His mind raced, weighing his options. Should he call Sasha, the head of security? Before he could decide, the man moved, quick and deliberate, pulling something from his jacket. A gun. Harry's instincts kicked in. "Seryozha, Liliya, run," he shouted, his voice sharp and commanding. The kids froze for a split second before obeying, scrambling down from the jungle gym and sprinting toward the other side of the park. The man raised the gun, his target clear. Harry dove, tackling a nearby trash can and sending it crashing to the ground as the shot rang out. People screamed, chaos erupting around them. Adrenaline surged through Harry as he scrambled to his feet, his only thought to keep the kids safe. He grabbed a heavy branch that had fallen nearby, gripping it tightly as the man closed the distance. "You've got the wrong guy," Harry yelled, though he doubted it would make a difference. The man smirked, his aim steady. "No, I don't." Before he could fire again, a blur of movement tackled him from the side. It was Sergei. He moved with brutal efficiency, disarming the man and pinning him to the ground in seconds. Harry stared, his heart still pounding in his chest as other guards appeared seemingly out of nowhere, securing the scene. "Harry," Sergei called, his voice calm but commanding. "Are you hurt?" Harry shook his head, though his heart was still pounding. "I'm fine." "The kids, are they okay?" "They're safe," Nikolai said, his sharp gaze sweeping the area. "We've got Boris watching them in the SUV." "What happened?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes darted to the man who had just tried to kill him. He was still writhing on the ground, clutching his arm where the bullet from a park security guard had grazed him. "That guy happened," Harry said, nodding toward the would-be assassin. "He pulled a gun and started shooting. I told the kids to run." Sergei's jaw tightened as he approached the man, who froze under the weight of the imposing bodyguard's glare. Without a word, Sergei growled the man by the collar and hauled him upright, his movements effortless. "Who sent you?" Sergei growled, his voice low and dangerous. The man grimaced but said nothing. Nikolai stepped closer, his expression cold as ice. "I'd suggest answering him. My patience is shorter than his." Harry watched, his adrenaline still surging. He was torn between anger and relief, angry that someone had tried to hurt him. but overwhelmingly relieved that Sergei and Nikolai had arrived when they did. When it became clear the man wasn't going to talk, Sergei shoved him roughly toward the nearest park security officer, who was already calling for backup. "Cops can deal with him for now," Sergei muttered, turning back to Harry. When they reached the SUV, Harry was greeted by two tearful faces pressed against the window. The moment he opened the door, Seryozha and Liliya launched themselves at him. "Harry!" Seryozha cried, clinging to his waist. Liliya buried her face in his chest, her small frame trembling. "We thought you were hurt." Harry hugged them tightly, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. "I'm okay. You two were so brave. I'm proud of you." Sergei climbed into the driver's seat, his expression grim as he started the engine. Nikolai slid into the passenger seat, his head on a swivel as he kept watch for any further threats. As the SUV pulled away from the park, Harry held the kids close, whispering reassurances, but his mind was racing. This wasn't a random attack. Someone wanted him dead, and that someone was still out there. And he had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning. Chapter 26. Chapter Notes. Sorry for the late hour. The SUV sped through the city streets, its interior heavy with tension. Sergei's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes flickering between the road and the rearview mirror. Nikolai scanned the surroundings with practiced precision, his jaw set in a grim line. Harry, still clutching the kids, tried to keep his breathing steady. Seryozha sniffled, his face buried in Harry's side. "Why did that man try to hurt you?" Harry hesitated, searching for the right words. "I don't know, buddy. But we're safe now, and that's what matters." Liliya pulled back slightly, her wide eyes brimming with tears. "You're not going to leave us, are you?" The question hit Harry like a punch to the gut. He cupped her small face in his hands, his voice firm. "Never, I promise." Sergei's voice cut through the moment. "We're heading to the safe house. It's secure, and no one knows its location." Harry nodded, though his mind was already racing ahead. Whoever had sent that man wouldn't stop with one failed attempt. He needed answers, and fast. The SUV pulled into an underground garage beneath an unassuming building. Sergei parked, and the group moved quickly into the elevator, flanked by two additional guards who had appeared from the shadows. The ride up was silent, save for the soft hum of the machinery and the occasional sniffle from Seryozha. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped into a spacious apartment that looked more like a fortress. The windows were reinforced, and the walls bore subtle signs of magical and technological wards. Sergei and Nikolai moved with the ease of men who had done this countless times before, checking every corner and securing the space. Harry guided the kids to a plush couch, kneeling in front of them. "Stay here, all right. I need to talk to Sergei and Nikolai for a minute." Liliya grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling. "Don't go far. I'll be right here," he assured her, squeezing her hand before standing. In the kitchen, Sergei leaned against the counter, his expression as unreadable as ever. Nikolai stood by the window, peering out at the street below. "This wasn't random," Harry said, keeping his voice low. "That man knew who I was." Sergei nodded. "Agreed. This was a targeted attack. Do we have any idea who's behind it?" Harry pressed, his frustration mounting. Nikolai turned from the window, his eyes cold. "Not yet, but we'll find out." Harry clenched his fists. "I can't let this happen again." The kids were there, for Merlin's sake. If Sergei hadn't, "You kept them safe," Sergei interrupted, his tone firm. "You did exactly what you were supposed to do." Harry didn't feel reassured. "What's the plan? We can't just wait for them to try again." Nikolai exchanged a glance with Sergei. "We'll increase security, double the guards. And we'll interrogate the man who attacked you." Sergei added, "In the meantime, you need to stay out of sight. No more parks, no public outings, not until we know more." Harry hated the idea of hiding, but he knew they were right. "Fine, but I want updates. The moment you learn anything, I want to know." "Understood," Sergei said, his voice like steel. As the night wore on, the kids fell asleep on the couch, their small bodies curled together like kittens. Harry sat beside them, his mind churning with worry and anger. Who would want to hurt him, and why? His life in Britain felt like a distant memory, but he couldn't shake the nagging thought that this attack might be connected to his past. Sergei approached quietly, a phone in hand. "We've got a lead." The man was carrying identification from a private security firm, one with ties to several shady organizations. "We're digging deeper." Harry nodded, his jaw tight. "Good. Keep digging." As Sergei walked away, Harry looked down at the kids, their faces peaceful in sleep. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair from Liliya's face. For their sake, he would do whatever it took to keep them safe, even if it meant facing the ghosts of his past head-on. Chapter 27. Chapter Notes. Meant to update yesterday and ended up forgetting, sorry. By the time the SUV rolled through the gates of the Seryozha manor, the tension in the air was palpable. The guards stationed at the entrance moved with heightened alertness, their gazes sharp as they scanned the vehicle. Sergei gave a subtle nod, and the gates closed behind them with a heavy finality. The moment they stepped inside, Sasha was already waiting in the grand foyer, his face a mask of barely contained fury. "What the hell happened?" Sasha demanded, his voice low but filled with menace. His gaze flicked between Sergei, Nikolai, and Harry, lingering on the kids who clung to Harry's sides. He softened momentarily, crouching to meet their eyes. "Are you both all right?" Seryozha and Liliya nodded, though their grip on Harry didn't loosen. Sasha straightened, his attention snapping back to the adults. "Well," he pressed. Sergei stepped forward. "We neutralized the threat and got Harry and the children out safely. The assailant was apprehended and handed over to the authorities." "Then why?" Sasha said, his voice rising. "Am I hearing that the shooter escaped police custody less than an hour later?" The room fell silent. Harry glanced at Sergei and Nikolai, who both looked grim. "No trace?" Harry asked, breaking the silence. "None," Nikolai replied, his voice clipped. "No name, no records. It's as if he doesn't exist. The ID he was carrying turned out to be fake." Sasha's jaw tightened, and he began to pace. "So, we have a ghost who managed to slip past trained officers and vanish without a single lead. This isn't incompetence, it's a coordinated effort." Harry stepped forward, his hands raised in a calming gesture. "Sasha, getting angry isn't going to help. We need to focus on the facts. The fact is that someone waltzed into a park, took a shot at you in broad daylight, and then disappeared into thin air," Sasha snapped, turning on Harry. "And you're telling me not to be angry?" "I'm telling you to channel it," Harry said firmly. "We'll find out who's behind this, but we need to think clearly. The kids are scared, Sasha. They don't need us falling apart." Sasha's gaze flickered to Seryozha and Liliya, who were watching the exchange with wide eyes. He exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand over his face. "You're right," he admitted grudgingly. "But this is bigger than just today. Whoever's behind this knows how to cover their tracks, and they won't stop with one failed attempt." "That's why we're here," Sergei said. "The manor is secure. We've doubled the guard rotation, and the wards have been reinforced. No one's getting in without us knowing." "It's not enough," Sasha muttered, his voice low. "It's a start," Harry countered. "And until we know more, it's the best we can do." Sasha glanced at him, his frustration evident. But there was something else in his expression. Something close to fear. "You're too calm about this." Harry's eyes hardened. "I've dealt with people like this before. Panic doesn't save lives. Planning does." The room was silent for a moment, tension hanging thick in the air. Finally, Sasha nodded, though his jaw was still tight. "All right," he said. "We'll regroup tomorrow. For now, everyone stays inside the manor. No exceptions." As the group began to disperse, Harry turned his attention back to the kids. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up and into bed." Seryozha hesitated. "Will the bad man come here?" "No," Harry said firmly, crouching to their level. "This is the safest place you can be. I promise." The promise tasted heavy on his tongue, but he meant it. No one would hurt these kids, not while he was around. As he led them upstairs, he couldn't shake the feeling that Sasha was right. Whoever was behind this wasn't going to give up easily. And Harry wasn't sure how long their fragile peace would hold. Chapter 28. The tension in the Seryozha manor had finally begun to settle, but it was the kind of calm that felt more like the eye of a storm than the end of one. Harry had spent the morning supervising the kids as they practiced their Russian cursive. Liliya, ever the perfectionist, had scolded Seryozha no fewer than 5 times for his messy loops. The day passed peacefully enough until Sasha summoned Harry to his office after lunch. Harry knocked twice before entering, finding Sasha seated behind his desk, papers spread out in front of him. "We need to talk," Sasha said, gesturing for Harry to sit. Harry frowned but complied. "What's this about?" Sasha didn't mince words. "I'm enrolling Seryozha and Liliya in Lumine Academy." The words landed like a bomb. Harry leaned forward, his voice low but sharp. "You're what? Quote. "They need stability," Sasha said, his tone unyielding. "A place where they can be safe and grow. Lumine is the best. It's secure, discreet, and will give them an education they deserve." "By shipping them off to a boarding school," Harry snapped, his anger rising. "They've been through enough already, Sasha. They need family, not to be dumped in the middle of nowhere." "It's not nowhere," Sasha countered. "It's in the mountains of Switzerland. And it's not just any school, it's a haven for children like them. They'll be surrounded by people who understand their unique needs. Who can protect them in ways even we can't." Harry shook his head, incredulous. "I'm their caretaker. This isn't your decision to make." Sasha's gaze hardened. "It is my decision, Harry. My family's safety comes first. And I trust Lumine Academy to provide that. If you send them away," Harry said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, "you give me no reason to stay here." Sasha leaned back in his chair, studying Harry carefully. Then, to Harry's surprise, he smiled. A sharp, calculated expression. "You're more stubborn than I gave you credit for." "Good. I'll need that." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. "I'm promoting you," Sasha said, folding his hands on the desk. "Effective immediately, you're my consigliere." Harry blinked, thrown by the sudden shift. "You're what?" "My right-hand man," Sasha clarified. "You've proven yourself loyal, capable, and willing to stand up to me when it matters. Those are qualities I need." Harry snorted, leaning back in his chair. "You think a fancy title is going to make me okay with this?" Sasha's smile widened slightly. "No, but it's not a bribe. It's recognition of what you've already been doing for this family." Harry crossed his arms, unwilling to concede the argument just yet. But before he could respond, the door burst open, and Seryozha and Liliya came running in. "Papa said we're going to school," Seryozha announced, his face glowing with excitement. "A school with Wixen and werewolves," Liliya added, practically bouncing on her heels. "And vampires. It sounds amazing, Harry." Harry froze, his frustration wavering as he took in their eager faces. You want to go?" "Yes," they chorused, looking at him as if he were mad for questioning it. Harry glanced at Sasha, who raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Told you so." That evening, Harry sat in his room, trying to process everything. He'd fought so hard to keep the kids close, but if this was what they wanted, could he really deny them the chance? A week later, on the 15th of August, they arrived at Lumine Academy. Nestled deep in the Swiss Alps, the sprawling campus looked like something out of a dream, or perhaps a fairy tale. Towering spires pierced the clouds, and the lush greenery surrounding the grounds shimmered faintly with magic. Students milled about the courtyard, their robes and casual wear a kaleidoscope of colors. Harry stepped out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the scene. He hated to admit it, but the place was impressive. "I like it," Liliya declared, tugging on his sleeve. "What do you think, Harry?" He crouched to her level, managing a small smile. "I think it's perfect for you." As the kids were whisked away for orientation, Sasha smirked at Harry. "You're going to say I was right, aren't you?" Harry shot him a glare. "Don't push your luck." But later, as he walked the grounds and watched the kids laughing with their new classmates, Harry felt the smallest twinge of relief. Maybe this wasn't the worst idea after all. Chapter 29. The Sergi of Manor felt cavernous and still without Seryozha and Liliya's voices echoing through the halls. It had only been 2 days since they'd left for Lumine Academy. But Harry already felt their absence like a dull ache in his chest. Harry sat on the edge of the plush sofa, staring out at the mountains. His fingers drummed absently on the armrest, his thoughts swirling. "You're brooding." Sasha's voice came from behind him, smooth and knowing. Harry glanced back, watching as Sasha crossed the room, a glass of wine in hand. He looked as effortlessly composed as ever. But Harry could see the slight furrow in his brow, a telltale sign that Sasha was studying him. Not brooding, Harry muttered. Thinking. Sasha smirked, settling into the seat beside him. You're thinking too much. Hard not to, Harry admitted, taking the offered glass. The house feels wrong without them. Quiet, they'll be back, Sasha reminded him. Holidays, summers, this is their chance to grow, Harry. To find their place in the world. Harry let out a soft sigh, swirling the wine in his glass. I know, I already miss them. Sasha placed his glass on the coffee table, leaning forward to rest his elbows on his knees. You've done more for them than anyone could have hoped. But you're allowed to think about yourself too, you know. Harry raised an eyebrow. Since when do you give pep talks? Sasha chuckled, the sound low and warm. I'm full of surprises. Before Harry could respond, Sasha shifted closer, his hand resting lightly on Harry's thigh. The touch was casual but deliberate, sending a spark of heat up Harry's spine. You've been tense all day, Sasha murmured, his voice softer now. Let me help. Harry's breath caught as Sasha leaned in, brushing his lips against Harry's. It started gentle, almost hesitant, but Harry leaned into the kiss, his wine forgotten as he reached for Sasha's collar. The kiss deepened quickly, both of them hungry for the closeness they hadn't had in days. Sasha's hands moved to Harry's waist, pulling him closer until Harry was straddling his lap. Harry gasped as Sasha's hands slipped under his shirt, fingers brushing against his bare skin. The chill of Sasha's touch against the warmth of his body made his heart race. You're impossible, Harry muttered against Sasha's lips, his hands moving to undo the top buttons of Sasha's shirt. Sasha smirked, his lips brushing against Harry's neck. You love it. Harry groaned softly as Sasha's teeth grazed his skin, his hands gripping Sasha's shoulders for support. The air around them grew heavier, the tension crackling as Sasha's fingers traced slow, deliberate paths along Harry's sides. Their shirts were soon discarded, forgotten in the heat of the moment. Harry's chest pressed against Sasha's, their skin slick with warmth as they moved together, a tangle of limbs and desperate touches. Sasha's lips found Harry's again, their kiss searing, filled with the unspoken emotions neither of them could put into words. Harry's hands slid down Sasha's back, gripping him tightly as their movements became more frantic, their breaths mingling in the charged air. Harry, Sasha murmured, his voice rough and breathless. Harry pulled back slightly, his green eyes meeting Sasha's stormy gaze. Yeah, Sasha smirked, his hands settling on Harry's hips. You're terrible at taking breaks. Harry laughed, the sound breaking the tension as he leaned his forehead against Sasha's. And you're terrible at letting me wallow. Sasha's hand slid up Harry's back, his touch firm and grounding. That's because you don't need to. They're safe, Harry. And so are we. Harry let out a soft sigh, his shoulders relaxing as Sasha's words settled over him. You're infuriating, you know that. Only because I care, Sasha said, pulling Harry back into a kiss. And for a little while, Harry let himself forget everything else. Chapter 30. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. 5 years. That's how long it had been since Harry Potter, the boy who lived, became the babysitter. Because, really, what else would you call it? It had started with a single, selfless act, rescuing 2 lost kids. Just a quick detour from his life of brooding and avoiding humanity. Now, 5 years later, he was sitting in Sasha Sergeyev's ridiculously over-the-top office, viewing smuggling routes and pretending he had any idea how organized crime actually worked. Spoiler. He didn't, but apparently, that didn't matter, because somehow, Harry had become Sasha's consigliere. The right-hand man, the fixer, the glorified babysitter of a 31-year-old man. Honestly, he still thought the title sounded absurd. Mafia boss Sasha Sergeyev and his babysitter. It sounded like the setup for a bad sitcom. But, hey, it worked. The kids, Seryozha and Liliya, had grown up fast. Harry wasn't exactly sure when it happened, but at some point, the wide-eyed, clingy kids he'd skewed turned into moody 12-year-olds who rolled their eyes at everything. Which, frankly, Harry found hilarious. Karma was a bitch, and Sasha was absolutely paying for every eye roll he'd definitely ever given his own parents. 5 years ago, Harry had agonized over sending them to an elite boarding school. He still remembered the dramatic pacing he'd done, not that Sasha let him forget it. It was yesterday. Harry storming around the study like a caged tiger, muttering about kidnappings, assassinations, and security breaches. Meanwhile, Sasha had sat quietly in the corner, sipping tea and trying not to laugh. "They'll be fine," Sasha had said. "You've got a security team. The school's basically a fortress. What's the worst that could happen?" The answer: absolutely nothing. The kids thrived at school. They came home on holidays and summers, bringing their unique brand of chaos back with them. And every time they returned, Harry felt a strange, unexpected wave of relief. It was ridiculous how much he cared about those two. Of course, the house wasn't exactly quiet when the kids came home. Their little found family always included the crew. Pavlo, Sasha's head of security, who never left Sasha's side. Nikolai, who got promoted to guard Harry's increasingly important ass after Harry became Sasha's right-hand man. And Sergei, Harry's second-in-command, who doubled as the kids' bodyguard whenever they were home. The result: a weird, dysfunctional little mafia family. In those 5 years, Harry had done the impossible. He moved on. No more nightmares about the war. No more guilt about people he couldn't save. And, most importantly, no more Weasleys. He'd cut ties with everyone from his old life, and he hadn't looked back. Ginny, gone. Ron and Hermione, definitely gone. Mrs. Weasley, good riddance. Some people were easier to let go of than others. Neville, Luna, and McGonagall, those goodbyes had been harder. He missed them. But Harry knew better than anyone that Sasha's world wasn't forgiving. Keeping them in his life would have put them in danger, so he let them go. It hurt, but it was the right thing to do. Now, Harry's life wasn't perfect, but it was his. And for the first time in forever, he was actually happy. After their first year together, Harry and Sasha made their relationship public. To no one's surprise, the news barely caused a stir in their world. Those who knew Sasha weren't shocked that the enigmatic mafia boss had found a partner. And anyone who knew, Harry could see the way he looked at Sasha: protective, amused, and sometimes exasperated. Harry had grown into his role as Sasha's right-hand man with surprising ease. The job suited him more than he expected. He handled negotiations, solved problems, and kept Sasha grounded. His title of consigliere was a fancy way of saying he was Sasha's confidant, strategist, and, on occasion, babysitter. Harry liked to call himself Sasha's babysitter whenever Sasha got into trouble, which, to Harry's endless amusement, happened more often than he cared to admit. Like the time Sasha was kidnapped by a rival faction. Harry had stormed in, wandlessly hexing the captors with a few choice spells before pulling Sasha out of danger. Sasha, bruised but grinning, had looked at Harry with a mix of exasperation and fondness. "You're enjoying this too much." Harry smirked. "Rescuing you, absolutely." He still didn't use his wand though. It sat, forgotten but not quite abandoned, in the bottom drawer of his nightstand. Right next to the picture book his parents left behind and the invisibility cloak. 2 relics of a life he'd outgrown but couldn't quite let go of. Every now and then, he'd glance at the drawer and think about pulling it open. Maybe he'd grab the wand, give it a flick, and see if he still had it. But he never did. The wand was a symbol of everything he used to be: the boy who lived, the chosen one, the hero everyone pinned their hopes on. That boy was gone, dead and buried with the war. Now, Harry preferred his magic like he preferred his coffee, subtle and effective. He'd gotten good at wandless, wordless magic. No flashy spellwork, no dramatic explosions. Just quiet, efficient results. Need a door unlocked? Done. Need to silently hex an assassin across the room? Handled. Need to make someone's phone levitate and smack them in the face? Abso-fucking-lutely. Turns out being a mafia consigliere required more magic than he'd anticipated. Funny how that worked out. The best part, no one outside of Sasha's inner circle even knew Harry was a wizard. To the rest of the world, he was just a terrifyingly capable right-hand man with an uncanny ability to get shit done. Exactly the way Harry liked it. But just when Harry thought life couldn't get any weirder, his kids, because yes, they are his kids, hit him with another surprise. They had magic. Because of course they did. Harry should have seen it coming. His life was basically a cosmic joke at this point. Why whoa, hadn't the kids of a Russian mafia boss suddenly reveal they had magical abilities years after they were supposed to? It had started innocently enough, like all disasters do. One day, Seryozha accidentally froze his glass of water at dinner. The next, Liliya levitated a stack of books across the room. Because she couldn't be bothered to stand up and grab them. Harry blinked. Sasha stared. Pavlo muttered something about witchcraft, and poured himself another drink. Right, Harry said after a long silence. So, I guess we're doing this now. To his credit, Sasha adjusted quickly. In true Sasha fashion, he immediately launched into Project Magical Education with the same ruthlessness he brought to his business dealings. We'll make sure they're at the top of their classes, Sasha declared, like he was planning a hostile takeover. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course we will. Heaven forbid the Sergiev kids be anything less than perfect. But, to be fair, his kids were perfect little overachievers. Seryozha and Liliya balanced both their magical and human education without breaking a sweat. They were 9th graders in high school and 2nd years in magical studies. Sasha made sure they stayed at the top of both. Liliya took up figure skating, because of course she did, and joined the robotics club. She could build a robot in the morning and land a flawless triple axel in the afternoon without breaking a sweat. Seryozha, meanwhile, played hockey and joined the chemistry club. Harry still wasn't sure how those two interests overlapped, but as long as Seryozha wasn't blowing anything up on purpose, he wasn't going to complain. All in all, things were going weirdly well. And that's when disaster struck. He really should have seen it coming. Chapter end notes. Sorry for the extremely late update. I've been too caught up with school to remember to update. Hopefully we'll get back on track. Chapter 31. Chapter notes. Why do I keep forgetting to update? I want this to be finished just as much as you do, I'm sorry. 19 more chapters to go. If Harry had learned anything in his 23 years of life, it was this: peace was fleeting, sarcasm was a coping mechanism, and the universe had an uncanny knack for kicking him in the metaphorical shins when he least expected it. Take today, for example. It had been shaping up to be a perfectly ordinary day. The kids were home from school. Sasha was locked in his office terrorizing underlings, and Harry had just finished balancing the absurdity of mob business with his own sanity. Life was good, or as good as it could get. When you were a former chosen one turned consigliere for the Russian mafia. And then, of course, the letter arrived. It wasn't the kids' fault. They hadn't known that handing him a piece of parchment, embossed with the Hogwarts crest, would cause his past to rear its ugly, scar-covered head. They hadn't understood that a single envelope could stir up years of unresolved trauma, guilt, and the kind of existential dread usually reserved for midlife crises. But here he was, staring at the damn thing like it might explode. Which, knowing his luck, wasn't entirely out of the question. The moment of doom began innocently enough. Harry, Seryozha yelled, barreling into his office like the human wrecking ball he was. Don't run in the house, Harry said automatically, barely glancing up from his laptop. We're not running, Liliya protested, hot on her brother's heels. She held something in her hands, her face alight with curiosity. This came for you. Harry's focus shifted to the envelope she was holding. His stomach twisted as he recognized the crest. Hogwarts. Of course. Because what was 5 years of peace without a reminder of the chaos he'd left behind? He took the envelope with a sigh, his fingers brushing the wax seal. Thanks, Liliya. What's it say? Seryozha asked, practically climbing onto the desk to peer at the letter. Harry gave him a look. Patience is a virtue, you know. So is sharing. Seryozha shot back, undeterred. Liliya crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed with Harry's stalling tactics. Are you going to open it or not? Harry debated lying, saying it was junk mail or some overly dramatic wizarding solicitation. But he knew better. The kids were too sharp for that. With a resigned sigh, he broke the seal and unfolded the letter. A class reunion, he muttered, scanning the parchment. Liliya tilted her head. That sounds fun. Harry gave her a flat look. You and I have very different definitions of fun. Seryozha leaned closer, squinting at the letter. Are you going to go? No. The answer came out more curtly than Harry intended. Why not? Liliya asked, frowning. Because Hogwarts was a Pandora's box he wasn't ready to reopen. Because he'd spent years building a new life, free from the ghosts of his past. Because the thought of sitting in a room full of people who either worshipped him or hated him made his skin crawl. But instead of saying all that, Harry shrugged. Reunions aren't really my thing. Boring, Seryozha declared, hopping off the desk. Liliya rolled her eyes but didn't push further. Fine, but you're missing out. Harry watched them leave, their chatter fading down the hallway. He leaned back in his chair, the letter still clutched in his hand. Great, just what he needed, a reminder that no matter how far he ran, his past had a way of catching up with him. That evening, Harry found himself on the balcony, nursing a glass of wine in a particularly sour mood. The stars were bright overhead, the cool Russian air biting at his skin. You've been brooding all day, Sasha said, appearing in the doorway. Harry didn't look at him. It's been that obvious. Painfully, Sasha replied, sitting down across from him. What's on your mind? Harry sighed, holding up the letter. This. Sasha took it, scanning the contents before raising an eyebrow. A reunion. Don't sound so excited, Harry said dryly. Sasha smirked, setting the letter down. I take it you're not planning to go. Not a chance, Harry said, draining his glass. I've spent years leaving that part of my life behind. Why would I want to dive back into it now? Sasha leaned forward, his piercing blue eyes studying Harry. Sometimes revisiting the past isn't about reliving it. It's about seeing how far you've come. Did you read that off a motivational poster? Harry shot back. Sasha's lips twitched. No, but I'll have one made for you if you'd like. Harry groaned, rubbing his temples. You're insufferable, and you love it, Sasha replied smoothly. Harry couldn't argue with that. The letter remained on the table, a decision unmade. For now, Harry pushed it aside, focusing instead on the man across from him and the life they'd built together. Whatever the reunion held, it could wait. Chapter 32, Chapter Notes. Updating for the day I missed. See the end of the chapter for more notes. If there was one thing Harry despised more than a reminder of his glorious past, it was the nagging sensation that said reminder wasn't going to disappear on its own. The Hogwarts letter sat on his desk like a particularly smug toad, taunting him with its sheer existence. He had planned to ignore it. Truly, he had, but apparently, some masochistic part of his brain thought poking the metaphorical bear was a great idea. Downstairs, Sasha was in the kitchen, calmly dismantling Harry's patience one coffee bean at a time. You're brooding again, Sasha said without looking up from his espresso machine. I'm thinking, Harry corrected, flopping into a chair at the kitchen table. Is that what we're calling it now? Sasha replied dryly, tamping the coffee grounds with the kind of precision that screamed control freak. Harry rolled his eyes. Can't a man enjoy a little existential crisis in peace? Sasha slid a freshly brewed cup of coffee across the counter. Not in this house. Harry took the cup with a grunt, glaring at the Hogwarts letter he'd dragged downstairs like some cursed talisman. This stupid thing won't leave me alone. Sasha leaned against the counter, arms crossed, looking entirely too entertained for Harry's liking. You could always throw it away. Or set it on fire. Isn't that how wizards solve their problems? Oh, sure, Harry drawled. I'll just add arson to my morning to-do list. Right after reliving childhood trauma. Sasha's smirk widened. So dramatic. It's a piece of parchment, Harry, not a howler. Give it time, Harry muttered, glaring at the letter as if it might sprout legs and start yelling at him. Sasha took a slow sip of his coffee, his expression maddeningly calm. You're going. I'm not, Harry snapped, too quickly. You are, Sasha said, with the kind of certainty that made Harry want to argue just for the sake of it. Harry gestured wildly at the letter. Why would I willingly subject myself to a room full of people who either pity me, hate me, or still think I'm some sort of magical messiah? Sasha tilted his head thoughtfully. Free food, cheap wine, the unparalleled joy of making people uncomfortable with your presence. Harry gave him a withering look. That's your hobby, not mine. True, Sasha said, unbothered. But think about it. You've spent years dodging your past. Maybe it's time to stare it in the face and make it regret ever existing. Harry barked out a laugh despite himself. You make it sound so therapeutic. I aim to please, Sasha replied, setting his cup down with a clink. And let's be honest, if you don't go, that letter will haunt you until you do. Better to get it over with and ruin someone's day while you're at it. Harry stared at him, torn between annoyance and grudging amusement. The bastard had a point. Damn him. Fine, Harry said at last. The word dragged out like a prisoner to the gallows. But you're coming with me. Sasha's eyebrows shot up. Am I? Yes, Harry said firmly. If I have to suffer, so do you. Consider it payback for all the times you've dragged me to mafia galas. Sasha's mouth curved into a slow, predatory smile. Deal, but only if you promise to wear something other than black. Harry groaned, already regretting his life choices. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Absolutely, Sasha said, clapping him on the shoulder. But at least we'll regret it together. And with that, Harry resigned himself to the inevitable chaos of a Hogwarts reunion, armed with a sarcastic mob boss at his side and a determination to make the whole thing as awkward as humanly possible. Chapter End Notes. 18 more chapters to go. Chapter 33. Chapter Notes. And we're back to 2 chapters per day. Finally finished my math project and I'm ready to get this story back on track and out of my head. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry's morning began, as most of them did, with a cup of coffee, a mild headache, and Sergei and Nikolai standing in front of him like 2 granite statues delivering their unsolicited opinions. You're not seriously considering this, Sergei said, crossing his massive arms. His voice carried the same tone of disappointment that Harry associated with stern grandparents or cranky professors. It's idiotic, Nikolai agreed, glaring at Harry over the rim of his coffee cup. No guards. A room full of people who can turn you into a toad if they feel like it. And for what? Nostalgia. Harry leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee as if he wasn't being lectured by 2 men who regularly carried more firepower than a small army. It's not a war zone, lads. It's a reunion. You don't know that, Sergei shot back, his thick Russian accent turning the word reunion into something vaguely ominous. True, Nikolai added, waving his coffee for emphasis. What if someone has a grudge? What if someone curses you? What if someone serves bad hors d'oeuvres? Harry interrupted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The horror. Sergei frowned. This isn't a joke, Harry. Harry set down his cup with a sigh. Look, I appreciate the concern. Really, I do, but I'm not bringing guards to Hogwarts. It's a school, not a battlefield. And before you start, yes, I know it's been both. Nikolai exchanged a glance with Sergei, who shook his head. At least take one of us, Nikolai said. We'll blend in. Harry raised an eyebrow. You blend in at a wizarding event. Unless you've been secretly practicing spells and swapping your AK-47 for a wand, I doubt that. Nikolai opened his mouth to argue, but Harry cut him off with a wave of his hand. Enough. Sasha's coming with me. That's non-negotiable, and we're going alone. End of discussion. Sergei muttered something in Russian under his breath, which Harry understood perfectly but chose to ignore. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Harry said, pushing back his chair and standing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a reunion to dread. Stubborn, Sergei grumbled as Harry left the room. Like a mule, Nikolai agreed. Harry's only response was a dismissive wave as he headed upstairs to find Sasha. You're sulking, Sasha said as he adjusted his tie, glancing at Harry in the mirror. I'm not sulking, Harry replied, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. You are, Sasha insisted, turning to face him. This is the face of a man who regrets every decision that led him to this moment. Not every decision, Harry said, giving Sasha a pointed look. Sasha smirked. Flattery will get you everywhere, but it won't get you out of this reunion. Harry groaned. I should've. Just sent a polite owl saying I was dead. And missed the chance to watch you squirm. Never, Sasha said, grabbing his coat. Come on. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can leave. Har. Why muttered something in Russian that made Sasha raise an eyebrow but didn't argue as they prepared to apparate. Hogwarts loomed before them, its towering turrets and glowing windows a picture-perfect scene of magical nostalgia. Sasha, however, was unimpressed. "This place is a lot," he said, taking in the castle with a critical eye. "It grows on you," Harry replied, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced of that himself. Sasha adjusted his coat. "I'll take your word for it. Let's get this circus over with." And with that, they headed toward the castle, leaving behind the echoes of Sergei and Nikolai's disapproval and stepping into a world that Sasha had only ever heard about in Harry's stories. Chapter End Notes. Hope you enjoyed Carrot Carrot. Chapter 34. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The Great Hall was just as Harry remembered, grand, overwhelming, and far too full of people he'd rather avoid. The enchanted ceiling glittered with stars, the floating candles cast a soft glow over the tables, and every corner seemed to buzz with energy. "This is horrible," Harry muttered as they stepped inside. Sasha, ever composed, adjusted his cuffs and smirked. "I don't know. It has a certain charm." Harry raised an eyebrow. "That's one word for it. I can think of a few others." They hadn't made it 5 steps before a voice rang out. "Harry Potter. Merlin's beard, it's really you." Harry turned to see Seamus Finnegan approaching, his face split in a grin wide enough to rival the Great Lake. "Seamus," Harry greeted flatly. "And who's this?" Seamus asked, eyeing Sasha with open curiosity. "This is Sasha," Harry replied. "He's here to make sure I don't throw myself out of the nearest window." Seamus laughed, oblivious to Harry's serious tone. "Good to meet you, Sasha. You'll like it here. Lots of good people, good food, and good memories." Sasha glanced at Harry, whose expression screamed the exact opposite. "I'll take your word for it," Sasha said smoothly. Seamus clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Come on, mate. Dean's over there, and Slughorn's been asking about you." "Of course he has," Harry muttered darkly. With a resigned sigh, Harry allowed high MSELF to be dragged toward a cluster of people, Sasha following at a leisurely pace, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Slughorn was surrounded by his usual entourage, people he deemed important enough to latch onto. His booming laughter echoed across the hall as he regaled his audience with a story Harry suspected was at least 80% fabrication. "Harry, my dear boy," Slughorn exclaimed as they approached, his face lighting up like a Christmas tree. "What a delight to see you." "Professor," Harry greeted, his smile more of a grimace. "Still alive, I see." "Alive and thriving," Slughorn replied, ignoring the sarcasm. "And you, my boy? Still making headlines, I'm sure." "Not lately," Harry said. "I've been keeping a low profile." "Nonsense," Slughorn declared. "A man like you can't stay out of the spotlight for long." "Tell me, what have you been up to?" "Taxes," Harry replied bluntly. Slughorn blinked. "Taxes?" "Yes," Harry said, deadpan. "Riveting work. Truly fulfilling." Slughorn's confusion deepened, but before he could ask more questions, Sasha interjected. "Harry is modest. I'm sure his accomplishments would fill a library." Harry turned to Sasha with an expression that could have frozen fire. "Don't encourage him." Slughorn laughed, oblivious to Harry's growing irritation, and launched into a story about some potion that supposedly cured dragon pox. Harry tuned him out, muttering curses in Russian under his breath. "I didn't know you knew that one," Sasha murmured, clearly impressed. "Picked it up specifically for moments like this," Harry replied without looking away from Slughorn. After what felt like an eternity, Harry managed to extract himself from the conversation with a vague promise to catch up later, which he had no intention of keeping. "Harry," a familiar voice called. He turned to see Luna Lovegood approaching, her bright yellow dress and butterbeer cap necklace as whimsical as ever. "Luna," Harry said, a genuine smile breaking through his irritation. "You look radiant." "Thank you," Luna said, beaming. "This necklace wards off nargles." "Oh, and who's your friend?" "This is Sasha," Harry introduced. "Sasha, meet Luna Lovegood. She's one of the good ones." Sasha extended a hand, looking cautiously intrigued. "Pleasure to meet you." "Oh, the pleasure is mine," Luna said, her gaze drifting to Sasha's coat. "Is that dragonhide? Lovely craftsmanship." No," Sasha replied. "Just leather." Luna nodded sagely. "Leather's good too. It keeps raxperts at bay." Sasha glanced at Harry, who was grinning like a cat with a bowl of cream. "Raxperts?" Sasha asked. They make your brain go fuzzy, Luna explained. But you seem very grounded, so you probably don't have to worry. Sasha blinked. I see. She's serious, Harry said, thoroughly enjoying Sasha's discomfort. You should listen. Luna knows her stuff. Luna launched into a detailed explanation of a new magical creature she was researching. Something about 6 legs, luminescent fur, and a fondness for socks. Harry listened with genuine interest, while Sasha's expression shifted from polite confusion to outright bewilderment. I think you've broken him, Harry said to Luna, his tone amused. Oh, he'll be fine, Luna said serenely. He has kind eyes. Kindness wards off rackspurts, you know. Sasha shook his head, clearly at a loss for words. Harry patted him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. They were on their way to the drinks table when they ran into Neville Longbottom, who greeted Harry with a warm hug. Neville, Harry said, genuinely pleased. Good to see you. You too, Neville said, stepping back and smiling. And this must be Sasha. Harry raised an eyebrow. How do you know about Sasha? Luna mentioned him in one of her letters, Neville said with a shrug. She said you'd found someone lovely and mysterious. Harry groaned. Of course she did. And this, Neville said, gesturing to the man beside him, is Draco. Harry blinked. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy stepped forward, looking as smug as ever. Potter. Surprised. To put it mildly, Harry said. I didn't peg you as Neville's type. And I didn't peg you as someone who'd survive adulthood, yet here we are, Draco shot back. Harry smirked. Fair point. Neville chuckled. He's not as bad as he used to be, Harry. I'll take your word for it, Harry said, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Sasha leaned closer to Harry. I like this one, he murmured. Harry sighed. Why is everyone betraying me tonight? Draco raised an eyebrow. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Potter. Harry rolled his eyes. Says the man who once tried to duel me over a broomstick. The conversation carried on with a surprising lack of hostility, though Harry still felt a faint itch to flee the scene. As they finally made their way toward the exit, Sasha looked at Harry and said, this wasn't so bad. Speak for yourself, Harry replied. If anyone mentions this night in the future, I'm denying it ever happened. Sasha smirked. And miss the opportunity to relive this. Never. Harry groaned. You're enjoying this far too much. Guilty, Sasha said, his smirk widening. Now, how about we grab a drink? You've earned it. Fine, Harry grumbled, but only if you promise never to bring up Malfoy and Neville again. No promises, Sasha replied, his tone light. Harry shook his head, but despite himself, he couldn't suppress a small smile as they stepped into the cool night air, leaving the chaos of the reunion behind. Harry was so close to freedom he could practically taste it. The nd doors of the Great Hall were within reach, and Sasha had already stepped outside, likely enjoying the crisp night air and plotting whatever sarcastic remark he'd use to needle Harry later. But, of course, the universe couldn't let him leave without one last punch to the gut. Harry. The voice was unmistakable. Hermione Granger's shrill tone cut through the air like a howler, freezing Harry in his tracks. He briefly considered pretending he hadn't heard her, but that would only delay the inevitable. He turned slowly, forcing a neutral expression onto his face. Hermione. Behind her, Ron Weasley stood with his arms crossed. His expression caught somewhere between angry and awkward. Ginny was next to him, glaring at Harry like he'd personally kicked her kneesel. Sasha, now halfway down the hall, paused and looked back. His sharp eyes catching the tension immediately. He raised an eyebrow at Harry, silently asking if he should intervene. Harry gave the slightest shake of his head. Not yet. Leaving so soon? Hermione asked, her tone carrying that familiar mix of judgment and disappointment Harry had come to dread over the years. Yes, Harry said bluntly. I've fulfilled my social obligations for the evening. Ron snorted. Social obligations? What, you couldn't even bother to say hello to us? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm sorry, were you standing in the Harry Potter welcoming committee line? Must have missed it. Don't be a git, Harry, Ron snapped. We're your friends. Harry's smile was tight and humorless. Are you? Hermione's face flushed. Of course we are, Harry. We've been through so much together. And yet, Harry interrupted, his tone sharp, I haven't heard a word from any of you in years. Funny how that works. Ginny stepped forward, her jaw clenched. Maybe because you dropped off the face of the earth, Harry. You left without so much as a goodbye and never bothered to reach out. Harry laughed, though there was no humor in it. That's rich, coming from the person who spent more time trying to mold me into her ideal husband than actually getting to know me. Ginny's face turned an alarming shade of red. That's not fair. No, Harry shot back. You wanted a hero, Ginny. Not a person. And the moment I stopped playing the role, you couldn't handle it. Hermione stepped between them, her hands raised as if to mediate. Stop it. This isn't the place for this. Then maybe you shouldn't have ambushed me, Harry said coldly. Ron glared at him. We just wanted to talk to you, mate. But clearly, you're too good for us now. Don't, Harry warned, his voice dangerously low. Don't you dare play the victim here. I spent years bending over backward for the two of you, and when I finally decided to live my own life, you couldn't stand it. Harry, Hermione began, but he cut her off. You always needed to be right, Hermione, Harry said, his tone bitter. Always had to be the smartest one in the room. God forbid anyone disagreed with you. Her eyes widened, and for once, she seemed at a loss for words. And you, Harry said, turning to Ron, were always so quick to point out my flaws, like it made you feel better about yourself. Newsflash, Ron. Friendship isn't a competition. Ron's face turned red, but he didn't respond. Harry sighed, his anger ebbing into exhaustion. Look, I didn't come here to dredge up old drama. I came to see a few familiar faces. Have a laugh or two, and leave. So if you'll excuse me. You're running away again, Ginny accused. Harry stopped, his hand on the door handle. He turned back to her, his green eyes colder than she'd ever seen them. No, he said quietly. I'm walking away. There's a difference. Before any of them could respond, Sasha reappeared at Harry's side, his presence commanding and reassuring. Everything all right? He asked, his voice calm but laced with a warning. Peachy, Harry said, his tone light but his expression strained. Sasha's eyes flicked to the trio, his gaze calculating. Well, we should get going. Long night ahead. Without another word, Harry pushed open the door and stepped into the cool night air. Sasha followed, his hand resting lightly on Harry's back as they walked away from the castle. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Finally, Sasha broke the silence. Friends of yours, Harry snorted. Something like that. Sasha glanced at him. You handled that well. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you being sarcastic? Maybe a little, Sasha admitted, smirking. But I'm impressed. You didn't kill anyone, which shows remarkable restraint. Harry laughed softly, the tension in his shoulders easing. Trust me, I thought about it. As they reached the apparition point, Harry paused and looked back at the castle. The lights of the great hall glowed warmly, and faint laughter drifted on the wind. You okay? Sasha asked, his voice softer now. Harry nodded. Yeah, just ready to leave the past where it belongs. Sasha held out his hand. Then let's go. Harry took it without hesitation, and with a sharp crack, they dissipated into the night. Chapter End Notes. 16 chapters to go. Chapter 35. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. If there was one immutable truth in Harry's life, it was that the universe had an unparalleled gift for screwing him over. And today was no exception. Work meeting in Britain, Harry repeated incredulously, staring at Sasha as though he'd just announced plans to take up interpretive dance. You're joking, right? Sasha, ever the picture of calm, casually adjusted his cufflinks. It's a sensitive negotiation, and they specifically requested I bring my consigliere. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. I swear to Merlin, if this is another oligarch whose idea of negotiation I envy. Alv's vodka shots and veiled death threats. It's not, Sasha interrupted, smirking. It's someone, a little different. Harry didn't like the sound of that. Define. Different. Sasha shrugged, he hint of a devilish smile playing at his lips. You'll see. Harry groaned, already regretting whatever fresh hell awaited him. By the time they reached the upscale hotel where the meeting was scheduled, Harry's nerves were frayed. His mood wasn't improved when he walked into the private conference room and came face to face with none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, former Minister of Magic and current embodiment of Harry's spiraling existential crisis. You've got to be kidding me, Harry muttered under his breath in Russian, earning a bemused glance from Sasha. Kingsley's eyes widened slightly in recognition, but he quickly schooled his expression into professional neutrality. Mr. Sergeyev, he greeted Sasha warmly, his deep voice as commanding as ever. Thank you for meeting with us. Sasha shook Kingsley's hand with the practiced ease of a man used to high-stakes dealings. The pleasure is mine. May I introduce my consigliere, Harry Evans. Kingsley's gaze flicked to Harry, and for a split second, Harry swore he saw amusement in those sharp eyes. Harry Evans, Kingsley repeated, his tone carefully measured. A pleasure to meet you. Harry gave a tight smile, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Likewise. The meeting began smoothly enough, with Sasha and Kingsley discussing terms of a security contract he didn't bother to listen to. Harry stayed quiet, content to let Sasha handle the negotiations while he internally cursed every deity he could think of. It wasn't until a break in the discussion that Kingsley turned to Harry, his tone deceptively casual. So, Mr. Evans, how do you find the business world compared to your previous endeavors? Harry gave him a flat look. Fewer Dark Lords, more paperwork. About the same amount of moral ambiguity. Sasha snorted softly, clearly enjoying Harry's discomfort far more than he should. Kingsley's lips twitched, though he managed to keep a straight face. I see. And how did you come to work for Mr. Sergeyev? Long story, Harry said dryly. Involving poor life choices and a deep appreciation for Russian vodka. Sasha raised an eyebrow, but the glint of amusement in his eyes betrayed him. And my charming personality, he added smoothly. Sure, let's go with that, Harry muttered, crossing his arms. Kingsley leaned back in his chair, his sharp gaze never leaving Harry. It's good to see you again, Harry. Truly. Harry bristled at the familiarity in his tone. I go by Evans now. He didn't, but Kingsley didn't know that. Of course, Kingsley said, inclining his head slightly. But some names are hard to forget. Harry resisted the urge to groan. This was going to be a long meeting. As they exited the conference room an hour later, Harry practically bolted for the nearest bar. Sasha followed at a leisurely pace, his expression one of barely contained amusement. I take it you know Mr. Shacklebolt, Sasha said once they were seated, Harry nursing a scotch that was far too expensive for how quickly he planned to drink it. Unfortunately, Harry muttered, downing half the glass in one go. Sasha smirked. You could have mentioned you were on a first-name basis with one of the most influential figures in Britain. Harry shot him a glare. I didn't think it would come up, considering I've spent the last 5 years avoiding people like him. Clearly not well enough, Sasha remarked, earning a withering look from Harry. I swear, the universe is out to get me, Harry grumbled. Sasha raised his glass in a mock toast. To the universe, then. Long may it torment you. Harry groaned, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward despite himself. You're insufferable, and yet, you're still here, Sasha replied smoothly. Harry couldn't argue with that. Chapter end notes. 15 chapters to go. Chapter 36. Chapter notes. 3 chapters a day because the next ones are going to be a roller coaster of crack. Hope you enjoy carrot. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry was beginning to tee. N.K. Sasha Sergeyev had been put on this earth specifically to ruin his life. It wasn't enough that he'd been dragged back to Britain to sit through a meeting with Kingsley Bloody Shacklebolt, now Sasha had gone and booked another one. This time with Minerva McGonagall. Why do you hate me? Harry asked as they strolled through the snow-dusted streets of Hogsmeade. The picturesque little village was a far cry from the chaos Harry had grown accustomed to in Moscow, and it annoyed him. Why does it have to look so peaceful? Sasha, of course, looked positively unbothered, his long coat draped over his broad shoulders like he was starring in some kind of spy thriller. I don't hate you, Lubov, Moya, Sasha replied smoothly. If I hated you, I wouldn't have bothered arranging such a delightful reunion. Harry narrowed his eyes. If by delightful you mean horrifying, then sure, we'll go with that. Sasha's smirk widened. The bastard. The meeting was set to take place in a private room at the Three Broomsticks, which Harry found particularly insulting. This was his old stomping ground, a place where he'd once shoved butterbeers down his throat while Hermione lectured him about study. Schedules and Ron argued about Quidditch strategies. Now, it was the site of yet another existential crisis. Remind me again why you didn't just handle this yourself, Harry muttered as they entered. Because, Sasha said, his tone infuriatingly calm, the kids are your responsibility as much as mine. And besides, you know her. Knowing her doesn't make this better, Harry shot back, but his calm plaint was cut short when he spotted Minerva McGonagall seated at a table near the fireplace, her sharp eyes catching sight of him immediately. For a moment, she looked startled, then a smile crept onto her face. Mr. Potter, she said, rising to her feet, or should I say, Mr. Evans. Professor, Harry replied, forcing a polite smile. Still headmistress, I see. And you're still insufferable, she said, her tone dry but warm. Sasha raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the interaction. Headmistress McGonagall, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sasha Sergiev, Harry's associate. Harry nearly choked. Associate, that's what we're calling it now. McGonagall's lips twitched in amusement. It's good to see you haven't changed, Harry. Do sit down, both of you. The meeting itself went surprisingly smoothly. Liliya and Seryozha, ever the overachievers, had expressed an interest in spending a few weeks at Hogwarts over the summer to further their magical education, particularly in defense against the dark arts. Harry couldn't fault them for their ambition. They were brilliant, after all, but he could fault Sasha for volunteering him to negotiate the arrangements. You must be very proud of them, McGonagall said, her sharp eyes softening as she spoke about the children. I am, Harry admitted, leaning back in his chair. They're terrifyingly clever, which is probably why they take after Sasha more than me. Sasha smirked. Don't sell yourself short. They also have your stubbornness. Harry gave him a flat look. Thanks, darling. McGonagall coughed delicately, clearly fighting back laughter. Well, I think we can certainly accommodate their request. Hogwarts always welcomes bright young minds. Even if they're raised by me? Harry asked, one eyebrow raised. Especially then, McGonagall replied, her expression softening. You're not as much of a troublemaker as you think, Harry. And from what I hear, you've built quite a life for yourself. Harry blinked, caught off guard by the sincerity in her voice. Thanks, he mumbled, suddenly feeling like a scolded schoolboy all over again. Sasha, of course, leaned in and said with a perfectly straight face, he likes to pretend he's a grump. But he's very sentimental. I will kill you, Harry muttered under his breath, which only made Sasha smile wider. As they left the three broomsticks, Harry let out a long sigh. Well, that was less horrible than I expected. See, Sasha said, draping an arm over Harry's shoulders. Was that so hard? Yes, Harry deadpanned. Emotionally, physically, spiritually, yes. Sasha chuckled, pulling him closer as they walked through the snow. You're adorable when you're sulking. Harry groaned, though the faintest smile tugged at his lips. Remind me to never let you drag me into another meeting with anyone from my past. No promises, Sasha replied, clearly enjoying himself far too much. Harry muttered a curse in Russian, but Sasha only laughed, the sound warm and rich in the cold winter air. The universe might have been out to get him, but at least he wasn't facing it alone. Chapter End Notes. 14 chapters to go. Chapter 37. Chapter Notes. And the bashing begins. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Sergei, who had taken to collecting the Daily Prophet articles like they were Pokemon cards, burst into Harry's office with the kind of energy typical. Why reserved for raids or life-threatening emergencies? Harry, he exclaimed, waving a wrinkled piece of newspaper like a trophy. His thick Russian accent only made his excitement more dramatic. You were in the news again. Harry glanced up from his reports, already bracing himself. What now? Did someone spot me lurking in London and decide I'm plotting world domination? Sergei grinned, clearly savoring the moment. Better. You were the father of a secret child. He slapped the paper onto Harry's desk with a flourish. Harry stared at him for a long moment before picking up the Prophet. The headline read, Harry Potter, father to Ginny Weasley's 5-year-old son. A love rekindled. Ah, Harry said, his voice flat. So that's what we're doing now. He scanned the article, his expression growing increasingly unimpressed. Sources close to the Weasley family claim, of course. Because anonymous gossip is basically a binding magical contract. Sergei chuckled. This Ginny, she's an ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately, Harry muttered. Though I'd argue she's more of an ex-problem at this point. Sergei leaned casually against the doorframe, clearly enjoying himself. I thought you might want to know. Just in case she shows up with angry family and pitchforks. Thanks for the warning, Sergei, Harry said dryly, tossing the paper aside. I'll let you know if I need backup for a Weasley ambush. Later that evening, Harry sat at the kitchen table in their Moscow apartment, the Prophet Inn. One hand and a mug of tea in the other. Sasha was at the stove, frying something that smelled suspiciously like it would involve too much garlic. Harry Potter has reportedly been supporting Ginny Weasley and her son for years, despite their relationship ending abruptly, Harry read aloud, voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, I'm even more generous than I thought. Do you think Gringotts has a secret fund just for exes I don't remember supporting? Sasha turned, eyebrow raised. What are you on about? Harry sighed, sliding the paper across the table. Apparently, I've been named the father of a 5-year-old boy who, plot twist, I've never met. Ginny and the Prophet seem to have decided it's a great story. Sasha stared at the article, his brow furrowing. This is normal where you're from. No, Harry replied, deadpan. This is a special flavor of magical insanity reserved just for me. The next morning, a letter arrived. By Owl, of course. Harry barely had to glance at the handwriting to know who it was from. Harry, I know this is sudden, but you need to take responsibility for our son. He deserves to know his father. Mum, Ron, and Hermione all agree. Let's discuss this like adults. Ginny. Harry read it twice, then handed it to Sasha, who was mid-coffee and looking increasingly concerned. Well, Harry said, his tone sharp with sarcasm, guess I'm a dad now. Isn't that just the plot twist my life needed? Sasha, still scanning the letter, frowned. You're sure this is impossible? Harry snorted. Unless I fathered a child via a long-distance memory-erasing curse, yes, I'm sure. But hey, let's all ignore logic and facts for the sake of a good headline. Sasha set the letter down and crossed his arms. So, what do we do? Oh, I'll handle it, Harry said, smirking. Let's just hope the Weasleys are ready for a crash course in creative truth-telling. Over the next few days, Harry's irritation simmered as more owls arrived, each one somehow more insufferable than the last. Ginny's letters ranged from guilt-tripping pleas, think about what kind of father you are, NT to be, to outright demands, I expect you to come to the burrow immediately and do the right thing. Molly added her own notes, written in a tone that could have guilted a dragon into donating its hoard to charity. Apparently, being dead is underrated, Harry muttered, tossing yet another scroll onto the growing pile in the corner of the room. Sasha, sitting on the couch with his feet up, raised an eyebrow. How exactly do they think this works? You show up, they hand you a kid, and you just take it. Pretty much, Harry replied, pouring himself a glass of fire whiskey. I suppose the next step is a public apology tour where I grovel at Ginny's feet and beg for forgiveness for crimes I didn't commit. He threw back the drink. And maybe they'll send me a bill for 5 years of child support while they're at it. Sasha smirked. I'd pay to see that. Glad someone's enjoying this, Harry muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched upward. The situation escalated when Hermione sent a letter. Unlike the others, hers was succinct and to the point, which somehow made it worse. Harry, I understand this must be overwhelming, but Ginny deserves to be heard. Please don't dismiss her claims outright. If you'd just agree to meet her, we could sort this out without it becoming more complicated than it already is. Hermione. Harry rolled his eyes so hard he thought he might sprain something. Ah, yes, because meeting her has always worked out so well for me. What does that one say? Sasha asked, nodding toward the letter. That I should hear Ginny out, Harry replied, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. Because what's a little slander and emotional manipulation between old friends? Sasha snorted. Did you do something to offend these people in another life, or are they just like this naturally? Harry smirked. If there's a past life where I annoyed the Weasleys, I'd love to know what I did so I can do it again. By the end of the week, Harry decided enough was enough. He penned a letter, short, biting, and straight to the point. Ginny, for the sake of clarity, let me confirm what should already be obvious. I am not the father of your child. I have never fathered a child, with or without your assistance. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation for your claims, and I suggest you find it somewhere other than my life. Best of luck, Harry. He handed the parchment to the owl, who looked at him with the kind of judgment only a magical bird could muster. Don't give me that look, Harry said, watching it fly off. I could have been much worse. Sasha leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. And when she ignores that letter? Harry shrugged. Then I start looking for a nice, quiet cave to hide in. Preferably one without a mail service. Despite Harry's best efforts to maintain some semblance of calm, it wasn't long before the Weasleys escalated things further. Sergei burst into Harry's office again, this time holding the prophet with an express ration that was equal parts amused and horrified. Boss, he said, slapping the paper onto Harry's desk. You are going to love this. Harry picked it up, his jaw tightening as he read the new headline. Nay. Ginny Weasley's plea to Harry Potter, a mother's heartfelt cry for help. The article featured Ginny's tearful account of her struggles as a single mother, complete with details about her said relationship with Harry and how much she hoped he'd step up for their son. Harry set the paper down slowly, exhaling through his nose. I take it back, he said quietly. I don't need a cave. I need a time turner and a very good alibi. Sasha, grinning despite himself, sat down across from him. What's the plan now, Papa? Harry's lips twitched into a smirk, his green eyes glinting dangerously. Oh, I've got a plan. And Ginny's not going to like it. Chapter end notes. 13 chapters to go. Chapter 38. The next morning, Harry sat at his desk, pen in hand, meticulously drafting his response, not to Ginny, but to the Daily Prophet. If Ginny wanted to turn this into a public spectacle, Harry figured it was only fair to use the same stage to set the record straight. By the time Sasha wandered in, coffee mug in hand, Harry was just finishing up. What are you working on so intently? Sasha asked, leaning over his shoulder. My public rebuttal, Harry replied without looking up. It's time to put an end to this circus. Sasha raised an eyebrow as he read over the parchment. It is with great reluctance that I must address the unfounded and frankly absurd claims published in your recent editions, very formal. Should I start calling you Sir Harry Potter now? Harry snorted. Keep reading. Sasha's grin widened as he skimmed further. While I hold no ill will toward Ginevra Weasley or her family, the accusation that I have fathered a child with her is as false as it is laughable. I can assure the public that I have never engaged in any activity that could result in such an outcome, not 5 years ago, not ever. He looked up, impressed. Straightforward. I like it. Oh, it gets better, Harry said with a wicked grin. Sasha's eyes flicked back to the letter. Furthermore, I would like to remind readers that slander and defamation are not only morally questionable but also legally actionable. Any further attempts to exploit my name or reputation will be met with appropriate consequences. You're threatening to sue? Sasha asked, his voice half amused, half impressed. Only if they keep this nonsense up, Harry replied casually. I'm hoping the subtle warning is enough. Sasha smirked. Subtle, right. So, what's the plan after you send this? Harry leaned back in his chair, a satisfied glint in his eyes. I'm going to give Ginny exactly what she wants, a meeting. But it's not going to go the way she thinks. 2 days later, Harry apparated into the quiet countryside just outside Ottery Street. Catchpole. Sasha insisted on tagging along, though he hung back at a safe distance, leaning against a tree with an amused expression as Harry approached the burrow. The moment Harry stepped onto the front lawn, Molly Weasley appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, in an expression that could curdle pumpkin juice. Harry, she said, her tone sharp, it's about time you came to your senses. Oh, I'm perfectly sensible, Harry replied with a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. That's why I'm here, to clear up this little misunderstanding. Before Molly could respond, Ginny appeared behind her, clutching the hand of a wide-eyed 5-year-old boy. Harry, she said, her voice soft and sweet. I knew you'd come around. Harry's gaze flicked to the child, who looked nothing like him, not that he'd expected otherwise. The boy had black hair and equally dark eyes, features that bore more resemblance to Snape than to either Harry or Ginny. "I'll get straight to the point," Harry said, his voice cool. "I didn't come here to argue. I came to settle this once and for all." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial. Ginny's eyes widened. "What's that?" "A simple potion," Harry replied. "A paternity test. We'll both provide a drop of blood, and it will tell us definitively whether or not I'm his father." Molly gasped. "Harry, that's not necessary." "On the contrary," Harry interrupted, his tone steely. "It's exactly what's necessary. If Ginny is so certain, then she won't mind proving it." The color drained from Ginny's face. "You don't trust me." "Trust." Harry let out a bitter laugh. "Ginny, you've spent the past week dragging my name through the mud. Forgive me if I'd like some actual proof before signing up for fatherhood." The silence that followed was deafening. As the standoff unfolded, Sasha watched from his spot under the tree, arms crossed and a smirk playing at his lips. "Well," he muttered to himself, "this should be fun." Ginny stared at the vial in Harry's hand as if it were a venomous snake. The tension was thick enough to cut with a wand. Molly spluttered indignantly, while Ron, who had been hovering awkwardly in the background, opened his mouth and closed it again like a particularly confused fish. "Harry," Hermione finally said, stepping forward. Her tone was calm, diplomatic. "Do you really think this is necessary? Surely we can sort this out without escalating things." Harry turned to her with an almost amused expression. "Escalating? Hermione, I've had letters from Ginny, articles in the Prophet, and more slander in a week than most people see in a lifetime. This isn't escalating, this is finishing." Ginny tugged the boy closer to her side, her face pale but defiant. "I can't believe you'd do this to me." "To him." "Do what?" Harry shot back, his voice cool but sharp. "Prove the truth. You came after me, Ginny. I didn't ask for this. I didn't even know about it until Sergei thought it'd be a laugh to show me the Prophet." He gestured toward the child. "If you're so sure, then prove it. Right here, right now." The little boy looked up at Ginny, fear and anger etched across his face, but he didn't speak. Harry stood and held the vial up again. "So, Ginny, are we doing this?" Ginny hesitated, her hand tightening on the boy's shoulder. "You're unbelievable, Harry." "That's not an answer," Harry replied, his patience thinning. "If you're not willing to take the test, that's fine. But we both know what that means. Don't we?" The silence that followed was deafening. Molly looked like she might explode. Hermione shifted uncomfortably, and Ron was still stuck in fish mode. Finally, Ginny took a deep breath and stepped back, her face crumbling into something between anger and defeat. "Fine," she snapped. "Do your stupid test." Harry nodded curtly, taking out a small dagger and pricking his finger. A drop of blood fell into the vial, which immediately began glowing faintly. He held the dagger out to the boy, who hesitated for a small moment before doing the same. Another drop joined his, and the vial turned an unassuming shade of green. "Not a match." Harry held it up for everyone to see, his expression unreadable. "Well, that's that, then." Ginny's face turned bright red. But before she could say anything, Harry turned to Hermione. "I hope you'll excuse me if I don't stick around for the inevitable lecture. I think I've done my part here." With that, he on his heel and strode back toward the apparition point, where Sasha was still waiting, smirking like he'd just watched the best show of his life. "Well?" Sasha asked as Harry reached him. Harry gave a humorless laugh. "The truth hurts, apparently. Should we celebrate?" Sasha teased as they disappeared into the swirl of apparition. Harry's voice echoed just before they vanished. "Only if it involves a very large drink and you on your knees." Chapter 39. Harry was scrubbing the kitchen counter like his life depended on it, muttering curses under his breath in both English and Russian, a bad habit he'd picked up after 5 years of Sergei-style parenting. Sasha stood silently in the doorway, watching him with a fond smirk on his lips. His dark eyes traced every familiar detail. Harry's brow furrowed when he was focused, the slight wrinkle in his nose when he was annoyed, the sleeves of his shirt rolled up to his elbows, exposing strong forearms dusted with faint scars. Harry didn't notice him right away. Sasha took his time. "It's been 5 years, and I'm still staring at him like a lovesick fool." He had half a mind to tease Harry about it, until he noticed the tension in Harry's shoulders. The way he was gripping the sponge a little too tightly. With a quiet sigh, Sasha crossed the kitchen in a few slow, deliberate strides. Harry. Harry jumped slightly at the sound of his name, but he didn't look up. Don't start, Sasha. I'm fine. Clearly. Sasha leaned against the counter, tilting his head. Because scrubbing the counter like it owes you money is perfectly normal behavior. Harry shot him a glare. I said I'm fine. Quote. Sasha hummed, unconvinced. He reached out, gently taking the sponge from Harry's hand and tossing it into the sink. I was using that, Harry said, deadpan. And now you're not. Sasha's voice was low, calm, but there was no mistaking the authority behind it. What's going on in that brilliant head of yours, Harry crossed his arms, his jaw tightening. Nothing. Sasha stepped closer, crowding Harry against the counter. Liar. Harry's breath hitched. Not because he was intimidated, but because Sasha was too close. Close enough that Harry could smell his cologne. Feel the warmth of his body, see the way his dark blue eyes softened just for him. 5 years, Sasha murmured, his voice like a quiet storm. I know every look you give me, every sigh, every twitch of those sharp little eyebrows. You think I don't know when something's bothering you. Harry swallowed, his resolve wavering. You're infuriating. I know. And then Sasha kissed him. It wasn't a tentative kiss, or one of those polite, restrained kisses couples gave each other after 5 years together. No, this was a claiming. A kiss that said you're mine without any need for words. Sasha's lips moved against Harry's with a mix of tenderness and urgency, one hand sliding around Harry's waist to pull him closer. Harry kissed back. Hard, unyielding, like he was trying to prove a point. His hands fisted in Sasha's shirt, pulling him closer until there was no space left between them. You're ridiculous, Harry murmured against Sasha's lips, though he didn't stop kissing him. And you love it, Sasha shot back, nipping at Harry's bottom lip. Harry groaned softly, his hands sliding up Sasha's chest, fingers tracing the buttons of his shirt. Bossy bitch, someone has to be. Sasha's hands slipped under Harry's shirt, fingers skimming over warm skin, tracing familiar scars like they were battle maps he'd memorized long ago. His touch was reverent, lingering on the faded scar in the middle of Harry's chest, the one Sasha had kissed 1,000 times. Harry shivered, his head falling back as Sasha pressed kisses along his jaw, down to his neck. His lips lingered on Harry's pulse point, teeth grazing lightly, making Harry gasp. You're obsessed, Harry whispered, though his voice lacked any real bite. Sasha chuckled, the sound low and rough. Absolutely. Harry tilted his head, giving Sasha better access. You know, normal people don't. Sasha cut him off with another kiss, this one slower, deeper. We're not normal, Harry. Harry sighed into the kiss, his hand slipping into Sasha's hair, tugging lightly. No, we're not. They kissed until Harry's lips were swollen and Sasha's breathing was uneven. Until the tension in Harry's shoulders melted away, replaced by something softer, something warmer. When they finally pulled apart, Sasha rested his forehead against Harry's, their noses brushing. You drive me insane, Harry whispered. And you ground me, Sasha murmured back, his voice softer now. Every damn day. Harry blinked, his expression softening. Really, really. Sasha kissed him again, gently this time. I still can't believe you're mine. Harry rolled his eyes, but his smile betrayed him. You're such a sap. For you, always. Harry cupped Sasha's face, his thumbs brushing over his cheekbones. I love you, you know. Sasha's eyes softened further, his hands tightening around Harry's waist. I know, and I love you. They stood there in the kitchen, holding each other like the rest of the world didn't exist. Like nothing mattered except this. And then, because Harry couldn't help himself, he smirked. You know, I could have finished cleaning the kitchen if you hadn't interrupted. Sasha shrugged. And I could. They let you spiral into one of your brooding episodes. But here we are. Harry rolled his eyes. You're insufferable. And you're mine, Sasha said again, softer this time. Harry didn't argue. He just kissed him one more time. Chapter 40. Chapter notes. Hope you like it because I don't. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The morning started like any other. Sasha making coffee, Sergei pacing around with the morning paper. And Harry trying to pretend he didn't have a stack of letters from the Weasleys on the table. Normal enough. For Harry, anyway. That was, of course, until there was a knock on the door that reeked of official business. Sergei opened it, revealing two British orars who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else but here. Harry Potter. One of them, a wiry man with a stiff mustache, announced as if Harry didn't already know who he was. No, actually, it's Elvis Presley, Harry deadpanned, stepping into the doorway with a raised brow. What can I do for you fine gentlemen today? Coffee, tea, a clue on how to loosen up. The taller orar, who looked like he practiced frowning in the mirror every morning, gave Harry a withering glare. We're here on official ministry business. May we come in? By all means, Harry replied, sweeping his arm dramatically into the living room. Make yourselves at home. Just don't put your feet on the furniture, it's imported. The orars trudged in, their stern expressions doing nothing to mask their suspicion. Harry caught Sasha's eye as he leaned casually against the kitchen counter, his face the picture of amusement. I'm Orar Dempsey, the mustached one said, clearly eager to get to the point. This is my partner, Orar Wallace. We're here because of an incident back in Britain. Incident, Harry repeated, his tone dripping with mock curiosity. Do tell, has the Minister of Magic lost another sock? Or are you here to finally arrest the goblins for charging outrageous fees at Gringotts? Dempsey's face darkened. Ginny Weasley has been found dead. The air grew heavy. Harry's sarcastic smirk faltered for a fraction of a second before he caught himself. Dead, he repeated, voice flat now. Well, that's unexpected. What happened? Choked on her own self-righteousness. Wallace stepped in, his tone sharp. She was murdered, Potter. Found in her room at the burrow with a magical wound to the head. And the boy she claimed was your son is missing. Harry blinked, processing the information. Then, as if on cue, his trademark sarcasm returned. Wow, so you came all the way to Moscow to tell me that? I feel special, but let me save you some time. Whatever happened, it wasn't me. I've been busy minding my own business, which, funnily enough, does not include murder or child abduction. Given your history with the victim and the disputed paternity issue, you can understand why you're a person of interest, Dempsey said with a tone that suggested he'd already decided Harry was guilty. Oh, of course, Harry said, his voice laced with mock sweetness. Because when a woman I barely speak to anymore suddenly dies, clearly I must be the culprit. Makes perfect sense. Did you also suspect me when Professor Snape dropped dead? Or is this a special privilege reserved for ex-girlfriends? Watch yourself, Potter, Wallace growled. We're not here to joke around. Good, because your sense of humor is terrible, Harry shot back. Now, unless you've got actual evidence that links me to this, I suggest you get off my property before Sasha here starts taking notes on how best to remove you without leaving a trace. Sasha grinned faintly, though he didn't say a word. The orars exchanged a glance, clearly torn between their orders and the hostile atmosphere. After a tense silence, Dempsey finally sighed. We're not arresting you, yet. But don't leave Moscow, Potter. We'll be back if we find anything else. Lovely, Harry said cheerfully, escorting them to the door. Send me a postcard next time, will you? Something scenic, maybe Stonehenge. The moment the door closed, Sasha turned to Harry, his expression now serious. This doesn't feel right. No kidding, Harry muttered, rubbing his temples. They're barking up the wrong tree, and we both know it. The question is, who actually did it? Hours later, as Harry sat on the couch trying to shake the lingering tension, Sergei returned with a package. It was an ornate gift basket, overflowing with all of Harry's favorite foods, treacle tart, Honeyduke's chocolate, and even a bottle of fire whiskey with a vintage label. What's this? Harry asked, eyeing the basket warily. There's a note, Sasha said, pulling a folded card from between the ribbons. He read it aloud. Sorry for getting you mixed up in this, kid. I'll find a way to fix it. S. Harry stared at the note, his mind racing. Whoever SS was, they clearly knew more than they let on, and, judging by the basket, they didn't want Harry involved in whatever mess this was. Any ideas? Harry asked Sasha, who was already scanning the basket and card with his wand. None, Sasha admitted grimly. For the first time in my life, I can't find a single lead. Whoever did this wanted to make one thing clear: you weren't supposed to be involved. Harry leaned back with a bitter laugh. Well, isn't that just fantastic? Murder, a missing kid, and now a mysterious benefactor. My life's officially a bad crime novel. More like a tragic comedy, Sasha muttered, pouring himself a drink. Chapter end notes. Really enjoying the murder. 10 chapters left. Chapter 41. Unfortunately, the British orars weren't as quick to drop the matter. 2 days later, they were back, this time with even more tension radiating off them. Still here, Potter, Dempsey said as Harry opened the door. Not out skipping the country. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Harry replied, leaning against the doorframe. The weather's just too nice in Moscow this time of year. We've got questions, Wallace interjected. Clearly not in the mood for games. And this time, we want real answers. Harry raised a brow. Oh, real answers. I'm so glad you clarified. I was planning on giving you fake ones. Harry stepped aside with an exaggerated flourish. Well, don't let me stop you. Come in, make yourselves comfortable. Shall I roll out the red carpet too, or is that too much? Wallace's face was stone. This isn't a joke, Potter. Funny, because it's starting to feel like one, Harry shot back, crossing his arms as the two orars marched into the living room. Sasha was already perched on the armrest of the sofa, casually swirling a glass of vodka like he had all the time in the world. Sergei, meanwhile, hovered near the kitchen, quietly eating an apple but very clearly listening in. Dempsey wasted no time. We've spoken to the Weasleys again. Molly, Ron, and Hermione are all adamant that you're involved. They claim you had the motive, the opportunity. Let me guess, Harry interrupted, raising a hand. The motive is that I got tired of being dragged into their ridiculous family drama. Sure, because nothing says closure like murder. Quote, let me finish, Dempsey snapped. Hermione says you've always been unstable, prone to anger. They all claim you've been holding a grudge against Ginny ever since the breakup. Harry's jaw dropped, and then he laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. Unstable, prone to anger. That's rich, coming from the people who sent me how many letters harassing me about a kid that wasn't even mine. You're not helping your case, Potter, Wallace warned. And you're not helping your investigation, Harry retorted, eyes narrowing. If Hermione thinks I'm unstable, maybe she should take a good, long look at herself. She's the one who encouraged Ginny to send me those guilt-trippy letters in the first place, isn't she? But sure, pin the murder on me. That's easier, isn't it? Dempsey sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Listen, Potter, we're just trying to get to the truth. Then you're barking up the wrong bloody tree, Harry growled. I haven't even set foot in Britain since the burrow fiasco. And while you lot are wasting your time here, the real killer is out there, probably having a laugh at how incompetent you all are. Sasha set down his glass with a quiet clink. He's right, you know, he said, his voice cool and even. This whole thing stinks of a professional hit. It wasn't sloppy, it wasn't personal, it was clean and deliberate. Harry's not the type for that kind of work, trust me. Wallace turned to Sasha, frowning. And what makes you such an expert? Sasha's smile didn't reach his eyes. Let's just say I've seen things in my line of work. I know the signs. This wasn't a crime of passion, it was a business transaction. And Harry, he's not even a footnote in the client's agenda. He's a convenient scapegoat. Dempsey and Wallace exchanged a glance. It was clear that, while they weren't entirely convinced, Sasha's calm, authoritative tone had planted a seed of doubt. Still, they weren't ready to back off. You said you haven't been to Britain, Dempsey said, turning back to Harry. Can anyone verify your whereabouts the night Ginny died? Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, actually. Sasha, Sergei, and I were all here, eating dinner and going over Sasha's very exciting reports on recent world politics. Fascinating stuff. You should read it sometime. Convenient, Wallace muttered under his breath. Harry took a step closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm. Listen, I get it. The Weasleys are upset, they're grieving, but accusing me of something this serious without a shred of real evidence. That's not justice, that's desperation. And if you two keep poking around here instead of focusing on the real killer, you're going to end up with nothing but shit on your face." "That sounds like a threat," Wallace said, his hand twitching toward his wand. "It's a fact," Harry replied evenly, not flinching. "And trust me, if I wanted to threaten you, you'd know." Before things could escalate further, Sergei, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. He casually tossed his apple core into the trash and said, "I think it's time our British friends left." "No. Harry's given you what you came for. If you have more questions, maybe come back with something resembling evidence next time." Dempsey looked like he wanted to argue, but Wallace gave a tight nod. "We'll be in touch, Potter. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right here," Harry said with mock cheerfulness, opening the door for them. "No, in case you want to come back with more baseless accusations." "Always a pleasure." As soon as the door slammed shut, Harry let out a frustrated groan. "I can't believe this. They're worse than Rita Skeeter." Chapter 42. Sasha leaned back on the sofa, his expression unreadable. "This isn't over. Whoever sent that gift basket, they know something. And until we figure out who they are, the orars are going to keep circling." Harry sighed, dropping onto the couch. "Great. Just what I needed. A murder mystery where I'm the prime suspect. If this gets any worse, I'm going to need another vacation." Sasha smirked faintly. "Good luck with that. Something tells me this isn't going to blow over anytime soon." Harry groaned and rubbed his face, slumping into the couch. "I swear, if I ever find out who this SS is, I'm either buying them a drink or hexing them into next week." "Maybe both." Sergei, now leaning against the doorframe, raised an eyebrow. "You're taking this well, considering you're being accused of murder and kidnapping." "Well, what's the alternative?" Harry shot back. "Break down crying. Run to the burrow and beg for forgiveness for a crime I didn't commit." "No thanks. I've got enough self-respect to avoid that disaster." Sasha, now deep in thought, swirled the fire whiskey from the gift basket in a glass. "The note from SS says they'll find a way to fix it. If they're the one who orchestrated this hit, then they must have their own agenda. But the question is, why involve you? And why send a gift basket afterward? That's not exactly standard hitman etiquette." Sergei snorted. "If it was, I'd probably switch careers. Imagine leaving gift baskets at every crime scene." "Thanks for being a good sport about this assassination." Harry managed a weak laugh but quickly sobered. "Jokes aside, they clearly didn't mean for me to get dragged into this. Whoever they are, they've got resources, connections, and a weird sense of guilt. But none of Hat helps us figure out who killed Ginny or where the kid is." Sasha set his glass down and stood, his expression sharp. "I'll dig deeper. Someone like this, someone with that level of influence, doesn't just appear out of nowhere. They'll leave a trail, even if it's faint." Harry gave him a skeptical look. "You just said you couldn't find anything earlier. What's changed?" Sasha smirked, his eyes glinting. "I wasn't trying hard enough. Now I am." Sergei cracked his knuckles. "Want me to poke around too? Maybe shake a few trees and see what falls out?" Sasha nodded. "Do it discreetly. If we make too much noise, whoever SS is might go underground, and we can't afford to lose them." Harry leaned back, staring at the ceiling. "Meanwhile, I'll just sit here twiddling my thumbs, waiting for he orders to come back and accuse me of something else. Maybe I murdered the whole Weasley family in their sleep. Or stole the sorting hat for kicks." Sergei grinned. "You do have a certain flair for causing chaos, dear." "Not this kind of chaos," Harry muttered. "I like my chaos loud and obvious, not whatever this is." The next day, Harry decided he couldn't just sit around. He apparated to the Ministry of Magic in Moscow to file a formal complaint about the British orars harassing him. It was a petty move, sure, but it felt good to at least try to annoy them back. When he returned home, however, things took an unexpected turn. A small, nondescript owl was waiting for him on the windowsill, a rolled-up parchment tied to its leg. "Great," Harry muttered. "More fan mail, or maybe another death threat. Either way, thrilling." He untied the parchment and unrolled it. The handwriting was familiar, sharp and elegant. The note read, "Harry, keep your head down and don't worry. The child is safe. S. Harry stared at the note, his stomach twisting. Well, that's ominous. Sasha walked in, immediately noticing Harry's expression. What is it? Wordlessly, Harry handed him the note. Sasha scanned it, his face hardening. They're playing games. They know more than they're letting on. Harry paced the room, running a hand through his hair. Who the hell is this? Why send me crypty? See notes instead of just explaining what's going on. Because they don't want you involved, Sasha said simply. But they also don't want you to blow this wide open. Whoever SS is, they're trying to manage the damage. Sergei entered the room, holding a folder. You're going to want to see this, he said, dropping it onto the table. What is it? Harry asked, stepping closer. Every lead I could find on professional assassins and hitmen operating in Europe, Sergei said. There's nothing definitive, but one name keeps popping up, Silver Shadow. Quote, Silver Shadow, Harry repeated, raising an eyebrow. What, are we in some sort of bad spy thriller now? Sasha frowned. It's not a name, it's a codename. They're a ghost. No one knows their real identity, but they've been linked to several high-profile assassinations over the years. Always clean, always untraceable. And you think this Silver Shadow is SS? Harry asked. It fits, Sasha said. But if they are, then this is much bigger than a domestic squabble. Whoever hired them had serious money and connections. Harry sat down heavily. So, what do we do now? Sasha's eyes were cold and calculating. We wait. For now, SS seems to want you out of the line of fire. But we stay alert, because if they think for 1 second that you're a liability, they won't hesitate to eliminate you too. Harry let out a bitter laugh. Brilliant. Just what I always wanted. Another homicidal maniac in my life. I can't wait to see how this one turns out. Chapter 43. Chapter Notes. Sorry for the late hour. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The British oars were back before Harry could even begin to enjoy the brief calm. Dempsey and Wallace arrived at the Moscow apartment with the subtlety of a charging troll, their faces set in grim determination. Harry greeted them with his trademark sarcastic smile. Well, if it isn't my two favorite investigators, Harry drawled, leaning against the doorframe. To what do I owe the pleasure this time? More accusations? Or are we doing a dramatic reenactment of how I supposedly killed Ginny? Let me guess. You brought props this time. Wallace scowled. This is serious, Potter. Oh, I didn't realize that. Harry deadpanned. Let me just set the mood. Should I light some candles? Play a funeral march? Dempsey stepped forward, clearly less amused. We're here to ask more questions about your connection to Ginny Weasley and the child. Harry sighed dramatically. Again. All right, come in, but I'm charging you rent if this becomes a daily thing. The orars entered, our eyes sweeping over the room as if expecting to find evidence of a crime Harry had supposedly committed. Sasha was seated on the couch, reading a book, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. Sergei, in the kitchen, gave them a curt nod and returned to slicing a loaf of bread, his knife movements just a little too deliberate to not be intimidating. Wallace got straight to the point. Where were you the night Ginny died? Harry rolled his eyes. I've told you already. Here, with Sasha and Sergei. If you want, I can dig up our dinner receipt. We ordered from some overpriced fusion restaurant that Sasha swore was authentic. Sasha smirked but didn't look up from his book. It was authentic. You just have no taste. Dempsey ignored the banter. Can anyone else corroborate this? Anyone outside of your little entourage? Harry's patience was wearing thin. Oh, sure, let me just invent a random witness for you. Maybe I'll say Dumbledore's ghost popped in for dessert. Would that work for you? Wallace glared. This isn't a game, Potter. And yet, here you are, treating me like a suspect when you have no evidence, Harry snapped. Do you honestly think I'd kill Ginny? For what? To save myself the trouble of another letter. That's your big theory. Her family believes it, Dempsey said coolly. Harry laughed bitterly. Of course, they do. They've hated me ever since I had the outa city to walk away from their perfect little world. But you're orars. You're supposed to deal in facts, not family vendettas. The tension in the room was palpable. Even Sasha had set his book down. His gaze locked on the orars like a hawk watching prey. Sergei's knife hit the cutting board with a heavy thud. Are we done here? Harry asked finally, his voice icy. Because unless you're planning to arrest me without cause, I'd like to get back to my life. Dempsey and Wallace exchanged a look, their expressions unreadable. After a long pause, Wallace muttered, "For now. But don't think this is over, Potter." "Oh, I'd never dream of it," Harry said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "See you tomorrow, I'm sure." The moment the door closed behind them, Harry let out a long sigh. "I'm starting to think they enjoy harassing me." Sasha leaned back on the couch, his expression calm but calculating. "They're floundering. They have nothing, but they don't want to admit it. It's almost entertaining." Harry shook his head. "Entertaining isn't the word I'd use." Before Sasha could respond, the air around Harry shimmered with an unnatural heat. A circle of flame erupted on the floor, crackling ominously. Harry jumped back, his wand drawn, while Sasha and Sergei were immediately on high alert. As quickly as it appeared, the fiery portal vanished, leaving behind a small gift basket and a letter resting on top. Harry blinked. What in Merlin's name? Cautiously, he picked up the letter and unfolded it. The elegant, sharp handwriting was unmistakable. "It'll blow over tomorrow. Tell why. Our boy Toy to stop poking around the silver shadow unless he wants to get mixed up in more political shit than he already is. The kid's fine and with his father. Please don't be the imbecile I believe you are and blow this up. Hope you are well. S. Harry stared at the letter, reading it twice, then a third time. His mind raced, trying to process the words. "If I didn't know any better," he muttered, "I'd think Snape was writing to me from beyond the grave." Sasha walked over, snatching the letter from Harry's hand. He read it quickly, his expression darkening. "They know we're looking, and they're not happy about it." "No kidding," Harry said dryly, gesturing to the basket. "But hey, at least they sent snacks." "That's nice, right?" Sasha reached into the basket and pulled out a chocolate biscuit, biting into it thoughtfully. "Tell Pavel to stand down," he said between bites. "Whoever this is, they've made it clear they don't want us digging. If we push, we'll only make things worse." Sergei raised an eyebrow. "You're taking orders from a letter now." Sasha shrugged. "No, I'm making a tactical decision. This SS clearly has resources and reach. If they wanted Harry dead, he'd already be 6 feet under. For now, they're playing nice. Let's not test their patience." Harry sat down heavily, running a hand through his hair. "So, what? We just wait. Let them call the shots. For now," Sasha said calmly. "But don't worry, Harry. Whoever they are, they'll slip up eventually. They always do." Harry glanced at the basket, then at the letter, and finally back at Sasha. "You're way too calm about this." Sasha smirked faintly. "It's just politics, Harry. You'll get used to it." Harry groaned. "Merlin, help me." Chapter end notes. 7 chapters till the end. Chapter 44. Chapter notes. And because I forgot to post Easter Day, you get 4 chapters today. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next morning, Harry was greeted by the sound of Sergei yelling in the living room. Groaning, he dragged himself out of bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he wandered toward the commotion. "What's going on now?" Harry mumbled. "Read," Sergei said, shoving the prophet in Harry's face. "You'll love this." The headline read, "Tragedy strikes. Ginny Weasley's death ruled suicide by ministry officials." Harry froze, blinking at the paper as the reporter droned on abo. How the investigation had concluded and no further details would be provided out of respect for the family. "Suicide," Harry said incredulously, finally sitting down. "Are they serious?" "They're very serious," Sasha said, stepping into the room with a steaming cup of tea. He handed it to Harry. This came from higher up. The orars were ordered to close the case and slap "suicide" on it to make it all go away. Harry stared at him. "That's ridiculous. Ginny didn't." He stopped himself, then groaned. "Well, I guess we'll never know, because someone decided the truth didn't matter anymore." "Welcome to politics," Sasha said dryly. Harry shook his head, sipping his tea. "Honestly, I'm too tired to care. I've been accused of murder, kidnapped into this mess, and now, this." He barely had time to finish his thought before there was a knock at the door. "Bet you anything it's our favorite pair of orars," Sergei said, strolling over to answer it. Sure enough, there stood Dempsey and Wallace, looking more disgruntled than usual. "Potter," Wallace said the moment the door opened. "We need to talk." Harry sighed deeply. "Of course you do. Come on in. Am I casa, su casa, or whatever?" The orars stepped inside, their expressions grim. Dempsey wasted no time. "We've been ordered to close the case. Ginny Weasley's death is officially being ruled a suicide." "Yeah, I saw the paper," Harry said, leaning against the counter. "Let me guess, you're here to make sure I don't tell anyone otherwise." "No," Wallace said curtly. "We're here because we still have unanswered questions. Specifically, about the child." Harry blinked. "The child, the supposed child Ginny claimed was yours," Dempsey clarified. "We've tried questioning her family, but none of them can give us a consistent description. Arthur, Percy, Fred, George, Bill, and Charlie all say they didn't even know she had a child. Molly, Ron, and Hermione each gave wildly different descriptions." Harry frowned. "Different how?" Wallace pulled out a notebook and flipped it open. Molly described a red-haired boy about 4 years old with Ginny's eyes. Ron claimed it was a toddler with black hair and green eyes. And Hermione said it was an infant with no discernible features yet because it was too young. Harry stared at them, dumbfounded. "Are you telling me no one in her family actually knew what this kid looked like?" Dempsey nodded. "That's why we're here. You met the child. Can you describe them for us?" Harry groaned, running a hand through his hair. "I mean, I saw him, but, look, I'm terrible with faces, okay? People memory isn't exactly my strong suit." Wallace rolled his eyes. "Just try, Potter." Harry closed his eyes, trying to picture the scene at the burrow. I think he had dark hair, maybe brown or black, and he was small. I don't know, like 5, maybe 6 years old. He didn't really say much, or anything, actually." Dempsey raised an eyebrow. "That's it? That's all you've got?" "Sorry," Harry said, shrugging. "If you wanted a photographic memory, you should have gone to someone who cares." Wallace pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is useless." Sasha, who had been silently observing from the couch, finally spoke up. "If none of Ginny's family can give you a consistent description, and Harry barely remembers the child, doesn't that strike you as odd?" "It's more than odd," Dempsey muttered. "It's suspicious." Wallace closed his notebook with a snap. "We're done here, for now, but if you remember anything else about the child, Potter, let us know." "Sure thing," Harry said sarcastically. "I'll just summon the memories out of thin air if they pop up." The orars left, their frustration evident. Harry slumped onto the couch, exhaling loudly. "Well, that was fun. What's next? Are they going to accuse me of stealing the Queen's crown jewels?" The orars had barely left when Harry threw himself onto the couch, muttering under his breath about incompetent investigators and how his life had become the wizarding equivalent of a soap opera. Sasha and Sergei exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and mild concern. Before Harry could fully settle into his well-earned sulk, the now familiar fiery portal sprang to life in the middle of the room. "Oh, come on," Harry groaned, sitting up and glaring at the flames. "Do these people not believe in owls like normal wizards?" The portal disappeared as quickly as it came, leaving behind yet another letter. This time, there was no gift basket, just the ominous-looking envelope, resting on the floor like it owned the place. Sasha picked it up with the same caution one might use for handling cursed objects. "Well, let's see what our mysterious friend has to say now," he said, breaking the seal. He unfolded the letter and read aloud, his tone flat. "Thanks for cooperating. Hope you have a good life and I'll see you when you die. S. There was a heavy silence as everyone in the room processed the words. Harry blinked. What was that? Was that a death threat or a really bad attempt at a farewell card?" Sasha snorted. "Could go either way. Personally, I appreciate the enthusiasm for dramatic flair. See you when you die. It's very ominous, very Shakespearean." Sergei, who had been standing by the window, burst out laughing. "I don't know whether to be terrified or impressed." They upped the pleasantries and went straight to existential dread. Bold move. Harry glared at both of them. "This isn't funny. Who signs off a letter like that? And what is with this SS person?" There. Like some deranged pen pal I didn't ask for. Sasha handed the letter to Harry, smirking. I mean, they did thank you for cooperating. That's polite, right? Harry groaned, rubbing his temples. Yeah, polite, right up until the see you when you die bit. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd say Snape is haunting me from beyond the grave. Sergei leaned against the wall, arms crossed. So, what do we do now? Ignore it. Of course we ignore it, Sasha said, matter-of-factly. What else can we do? Whoever SS is, they've clearly got their hands on this situation, and they don't want us involved. Pushing further is just asking for trouble. Harry scowled. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one they're promising to see when you die. Sasha smirked. Don't worry, Harry, with the kind of luck you have, you'll probably outlive us all. Harry groaned, flopping back onto the couch. I'm moving to an island. A Muggle island. No portals, no letters, no orars. Just peace and quiet and maybe a pina colada. Sasha chuckled, picking up the letter and tossing it onto the coffee table. Well, if you do, let me know. I could use a vacation. Sergei laughed. You'd get bored in a week. Harry sighed. Probably. But at least I wouldn't have to deal with this. Quote, no sooner had Harry resigned himself to the absurdity of his life than the air in the living room shimmered again. He fiery portal roared back into existence with all the subtlety of a dragon crash landing in their flat. For Merlin's sake, Harry groaned, throwing his hands in the air. What now? Did they forget to insult me the first time? The portal flared one last time and deposited something onto the coffee table before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Harry squinted. As that, tarts, Sasha confirmed, stepping forward. There, sitting innocently on the table, were several bowls of treacle tart, the golden syrup glinting temptingly under the light. On top of one of the bowls was a small note, written in the same annoyingly familiar handwriting. Enjoy smiley face. Harry picked up the note and stared at it like it might spontaneously combust. You have got to be kidding me. Sergei leaned over to inspect the tarts, sniffing cautiously. Well, at least they're polite this time. No veiled death threats, just dessert. Sasha grabbed a spoon, already digging into one of the bowls. If this is their way of apologizing for the last letter, I'm willing to accept it. He took a bite and gave an approving nod. Not bad. Harry snatched the note, rereading it with a scowl. You know, I'd like to know what key ND of psychopath sends death threats 1 minute and treacle tart the next. This person has issues. Chapter end notes. 6 chapters to go. Chapter 45. Chapter notes. Be warned. The last 5 chapters are just pure fluff. See the end of the chapter for more notes. A few months had passed since Ginny's tragic death and the mysterious SS letters, which Harry had officially decided to shove into the "not my problem" drawer of his mind. Life had settled into its usual rhythm, well, as much as it could when your boyfriend was an egocentric mafia boss with a flair for the dramatic. Summer had arrived, but in Russia. That was like saying the gray sky was now a slightly lighter shade of gray. Still, it meant one thing. The kids, Seryozha and Liliya, 2 sharp-tongued, endlessly curious 12-year-olds, were finally coming back from school. Harry had missed them like crazy, though he occasionally questioned why he loved them so much when they were absolute experts at outsmarting him at every turn. Sasha, ever the benevolent dictator, decided they deserved a family vacation. Not just any vacation, of course, but an extravagant getaway to Hawaii. Because apparently, nothing says relaxation, dragging 3 reluctant Russians halfway across the globe to bake under a tropical sun. Are you sure this is necessary? Harry had asked when Sasha proudly announced his plans over breakfast one morning. Necessary? No. Perfect. Absolutely, Sasha replied, sipping his coffee like he'd just solved world peace. Harry had dared to suggest something modest, a quiet cabin, maybe a cozy beach house. Sasha, naturally, had dismissed the idea with an exaggerated wave of his hand, as though Harry had proposed they sleep in a cardboard box. We are going first class, he declared. And that was that. To his credit, Sasha had given the guards the entire month off, complete with paid leave. It was almost touching, if you ignored the fact that Sasha's generosity was probably motivated by the desire to Parade his family around without a security detail in the way. Now, as Harry stood in the airport, waiting for the kids to arrive, he was bracing himself for the inevitable chaos. He spotted them first, Liliya, with her hair in a messy ponytail and a suspiciously smug expression, and Seryozha, holding a book under one arm and looking like he was planning to conquer the world. "Harry," Liliya shouted, barreling toward him. She wrapped him in a bear hug, nearly knocking him over. Seryozha followed at a more measured pace, though his grin was just as wide. "Missed us, didn't you?" Liliya teased, stepping back to inspect him. "You look like you've been sitting around doing nothing." "Typical. Nice to see you too," Harry replied, rolling his eyes. Sasha appeared then, his usual air of self-importance dialed up to 11. "Ah, my brilliant children, ready for the vacation of a lifetime. We're going to Hawaii, right?" Seryozha asked, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't that, like, super hot?" "I hate the heat. You'll love it," Sasha said dismissively. "I've planned everything." Harry groaned inwardly. If Sasha had planned everything, that meant there would be zero room for spontaneity, and a 100% chance of overpriced nonsense. As they boarded the plane, Harry tried to shake off the sinking feeling that this vacation would be far from relaxing. Between Sasha's over-the-top antics, the kids' endless scheming, and Harry's knack for attracting trouble, it promised to be a trip to remember. Or, at the very least, a trip they'd never stop talking about. The flight to Hawaii was, in a word, eventful. Harry had been naive to think it might be a peaceful start to their family vacation. For the first hour, things were relatively calm. Sasha was reading some impossibly boring financial magazine, looking every bit the picture of a powerful, self-assured man who had totally not just bribed half the airline staff to ensure their seats were the best in the cabin. Meanwhile, Seryozha and Liliya were engaged in what Harry could only describe as a battle of wits. It had started innocently enough, with a game of chess on Seryozha's travel board. But by the time the flight attendants brought out drinks, Liliya was loudly accusing her brother of cheating, and Seryozha was coolly insisting she was just bad at strategy. "You moved my knight when I wasn't looking," Liliya hissed. "That's a bold claim coming from someone who thought the rook could move diagonally," Seryozha retorted. Harry intervened before things could escalate into a full-blown war, confiscating the chessboard and glaring at both of them. "Do you two ever take a break from driving each other, and me, insane?" "No," they chorused, entirely unapologetic. By the time they landed in Honolulu, Harry was already questioning Eve. Wry life choice that had brought him to this moment. And then, just as they were exiting the airport, Sasha dropped the first bombshell. "We're staying at the Royal Lotus Resort," he announced, gesturing grandly at a waiting limo. Harry stopped in his tracks. "The what?" "It's only the most exclusive hotel on the island," Sasha said with a smirk. Harry glared at him. "I specifically asked for something modest. And I specifically ignored you," Sasha replied, flashing one of those maddeningly smug smiles that made Harry want to throttle him and kiss him at the same time. The kids, of course, were thrilled. Liliya gasped when she saw the limo, dragging Seryozha toward it. "This is so cool, Harry, why don't you do stuff like this?" "Because I don't have a god complex," Harry muttered under his breath. The hotel was even worse, or better, depending on who you asked. The lobby was an overwhelming spectacle of marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and staff who greeted them with leis and champagne. Harry accepted his lei with a tight smile, trying not to imagine how much this entire trip was costing. Their suite was big enough to fit a small army. There were 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, and a balcony with a view of the ocean that looked straight out of a postcard. "Okay, this is ridiculous," Harry said, sinking onto the plush couch. "No one needs this much space. No one normal needs this much space," Seryozha corrected, already exploring the minibar. "Exactly," Harry said, shooting Sasha a pointed look. Sasha ignored him, lounging in an armchair like he owned the place, which, knowing him, was entirely possible. "Relax, Harry, we're here to enjoy ourselves. The kids are happy, the sun is shining, and I've arranged for the finest meals, activities, and entertainment. What more could you ask for?" Harry sighed. "For you to listen to me once in a while." Sasha smirked. "But then you'd miss out on all this." As much as Harry hated to admit it, Sasha had a point. The kids were already arguing over who got which bedroom, their earlier spat forgotten. The view really was stunning. And, despite his reservations, Harry could feel some of his tension easing. "Fine," he muttered, "but if this turns into a disaster, I reserve the right to say, I told you so." Sasha raised his glass of champagne in mock salute. "Deal." Harry had a sinking feeling he'd be saying those words sooner rather than later. Chapter End Notes. 5 chapters to go. Chapter 46. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The first morning in Hawaii started off innocently enough, by their standards, anyway. Harry woke up to the sound of waves crashing against the shore and the faint hum of someone singing. It was almost peaceful until he realized the singing was accompanied by a chorus of loud splashes. He stumbled onto the balcony, still half asleep, and froze. Liliya and Seryozha were already in the pool below, fully dressed, pelting each other with what appeared to be the hotel's complimentary fruit basket. "Is that a pineapple?" Harry shouted. Liliya grinned up at him, holding said pineapple like a trophy. "It floats," Harry groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Get out of the pool before someone reports us." "They're kids," Sasha's voice drawled from behind him, startling him. "Let them have their fun." Harry turned to find Sasha standing there, showered and looking irritatingly unbothered. "Fun? They're turning a 5-star resort into a war zone. Better here than at home," Sasha said with a shrug. "Besides, I've already tipped the staff. No one's reporting anything." Harry stared at him, torn between exasperation and grudging admiration. Of course, Sasha had bribed everyone within a 10-mile radius. After dragging the kids out of the pool and threatening to cancel every fun activity they'd planned, the 4 of them finally sat down to breakfast on the balcony. Sasha had ordered an obscene amount of food: pancakes, waffles, tropical fruit, pastries, and at least 3 different types of juice. "This is too much," Harry muttered, staring at the spread. "It's vacation," Sasha replied, buttering a croissant like it was an Olympic event. "Excess is the point." The kids, of course, were thrilled. Liliya was stacking her pancakes into a precarious tower while Seryozha dissected a papaya like it was a science experiment. Harry tried to focus on his coffee. But peace was short-lived. "Do you think we could surf today?" Liliya asked, syrup dripping from her chin. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," Harry began, but Sasha cut him off. "Of course we can. I've already booked us a private lesson." Harry gave him a sharp look. "You what?" Quote. Sasha smiled innocently. "The kids deserve a little adventure." "And what about me?" Harry asked. "You're their moral support," Sasha replied, clearly enjoying himself. A few hours later, they found themselves on the beach, clad in wetsuits and surrounded by bright, shiny surfboards. The instructor was a cheerful local named Kalani, who had the patience of a saint. "Surfing's easy once you get the hang of it," Kalani assured them. "Just remember to pop up quickly and keep your balance." Easier said than done, Harry thought as he watched Seryozha attempt to paddle out, only to be knocked sideways by a wave. Liliya, meanwhile, seemed to think she was auditioning for a superhero movie, striking dramatic poses on her board before promptly falling into the water. Sasha, annoyingly, was a natural. He stood up on his first try, cutting through the waves like he'd been born on a surfboard. "Not bad, he called, grinning as he zipped past Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and focused on not drowning. By the end of the lesson, Seryozha had managed to ride a wave for all of 3 seconds before wiping out. Liliya had declared herself the queen of falling with style, and Harry was exhausted. Sasha, of course, looked like he could go another round. "See," Sasha said as they trudged back to their loungers. "Chaos, maybe, but no disaster yet," Harry muttered, collapsing onto a chair. The kids were already plotting their next adventure, chattering about snorkeling and parasailing. And every other activity Sasha had probably booked without consulting him. Harry sighed, staring out at the ocean. It wasn't the relaxing vacation he'd imagined, but as he listened to the kids' laughter and Sasha's smug commentary, he had to admit it wasn't half bad either. The chaos didn't slow down, it simply evolved. The next day, Sasha decided they should immerse themselves in Hawaiian culture. What this really meant was dragging Harry and the kids to a luau at the hotel. The setting was picturesque. Cheeky torches, tables laden with food, and a stage where performers were already setting up for the show. "This is nice," Harry admitted as they settled at their table. The kids were marveling at the fire dancers warming up nearby, and Sasha, for once, looked content rather than like he was planning his next power move. "It's more than nice," Sasha said, gesturing to the buffet. "It's a feast." Harry's relief was short-lived. The moment the performers began inviting audience members onto the stage to learn the hula. Liliya's hand shot up. "Oh no," Harry said under his breath. "Oh yes," Sasha countered, clearly enjoying himself. Liliya dragged Seryozha up with her, despite his protests. They stood in line with other guests as the dancers handed out grass skirts and flower crowns. Harry tried to disappear into his chair, but Sasha leaned in, grinning. "You should join them," he said, his tone as smug as ever. "Not a chance," Harry replied, folding his arms. But Sasha wasn't the type to let things go. With a devilish smile, he raised his hand. "I think Harry here would love to participate." Harry shot him a murderous look, but it was too late. A dancer approached with a skirt and a crown, beaming. "Come on, don't be shy." Resigned to his fate, Harry followed the kids onto the stage, ignoring Sasha's laughter behind him. What followed could only be described as the most humiliating 10 minutes of Harry's life. The hula was deceptively difficult, and Harry was not blessed with rhythm. Liliya, of course, took to it immediately, her movements surprisingly graceful for someone who'd spent the morning trying to balance a pineapple on her head. Seryozha looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole, though he begrudgingly swayed in time with the music. And Harry managed to trip over his own feet, knock his flower crown askew, and earn a round of applause for being enthusiastically bad. When he finally returned to the table, cheeks flaming, Sasha handed him a drink with a smirk. "You were unforgettable. I hate you," Harry muttered, downing half the drink in one gulp. The kids returned moments later, Liliya looking smug and Seryozha grumbling about how he was never doing that again. "Best night ever," Liliya declared, already diving into the dessert table. And despite the embarrassment, Harry couldn't help but smile. It was moments like this, chaotic, ridiculous, and somehow perfect, that made him realize how much he loved this mismatched little family of his. Chapter End Notes. 4 chapters to go. Chapter 47. Chapter Notes. "So sorry for not updating. I came down with a nasty cold that kept me in bed for the last 5 days. Anyways, here is chapter 47 and 48 is on the way." The following day started with Sasha announcing a surprise excursion. "If it's anything like yesterday, I'm staying here," Harry said, sipping his coffee. "You'll love this one," Sasha promised, the twinkle in his eye doing little to reassure Harry. The surprise turned out to be a helicopter tour of the island. Harry stared at the gleaming helicopter as the pilot gave them a safety briefing. "You didn't think to mention this." "It's a surprise," Sasha said, as if that explained everything. The kids, of course, were thrilled. "This is going to be amazing," Liliya said, practically bouncing with excitement. "I call window seat," Seryozha added, already climbing in. Harry took a deep breath, trying to ignore the part of his brain screaming about all the ways this could go wrong. But as the helicopter lifted off, he couldn't help but be awed by the view. The lush green mountains, cascading waterfalls, and crystal-clear ocean were breathtaking. "This is incredible," Harry admitted, glancing at Sasha. Sasha smiled, and for a rare moment, it wasn't smug or playful, it was genuine. "I knew you'd like it." The kids were glued to the windows, pointing out every detail. Liliya squealed when they passed over a pod of dolphins, and Seryozha insisted on taking pictures of everything, even the clouds. For once, the chaos seemed to pause, replaced by a rare, peaceful silence as they soared above paradise. But Harry knew better than to get too comfortable. With Sasha, Seryozha, and Liliya around, peace was always temporary, and chaos was just one ill-advised idea away. By the time the helicopter landed back on solid ground, Harry felt something unfamiliar, a small flicker of genuine relaxation. It didn't last long. "Okay, now what?" Liliya asked as they hopped out of the helicopter, her face still flushed with excitement. "Lunch," Sasha announced, checking his watch. I've booked us a table at a beachfront restaurant. Private, of course. Of course, Harry muttered, though he was secretly looking forward to it. If Sasha's over-the-top tastes came with good food and ocean views, maybe he could let it slide this time. The restaurant was predictably extravagant. A secluded stretch of beach, white linen tablecloths, and waitstaff who appeared almost telepathically every time someone reached for a glass. Sasha ordered something expensive and complicated for himself, while Harry stuck with a simpler choice, partly because he didn't trust Sasha's definition of local delicacy. Meanwhile, the kids discovered the menu had a build-your-own burger option, which quickly turned into a sibling competition. I'm adding pineapple, Liliya announced, carefully layering her toppings. That's sacrilege, Seryozha retorted, piling on bacon. Not in Hawaii, she countered, sticking her tongue out at him. Harry decided to stay out of it, focusing on his drink instead. Sasha, however, watched the exchange with a smirk. Let them be, he said when Harry opened his mouth to intervene. They're bonding. Harry raised an eyebrow. They're plotting each other's downfall. Same thing. Lunch passed without major incident, though Liliya declared herself the winner of the burger contest after convincing the waiter to rate their creations. Seryozha, naturally, called the vote biased. After lunch, Sasha revealed his next plan, snorkeling. Because nothing says relaxation like swimming with fish, Harry deadpanned as they arrived at a boat waiting to take them out to a reef. It's an experience, Sasha said, slipping on a pair of designer sunglasses that probably cost more than the boat. The guide handed out masks and fins while explaining the basics. Liliya was already halfway into her gear, practically vibrating with excitement, while Seryozha inspected his snorkel like it might explode. Do I really have to do this? Seryozha asked, glancing at Harry. Yes, Harry said firmly. If I have to deal with Sasha pretending he's Jacques Cousteau, you can handle a bit of snorkeling. Seryozha sighed but complied, muttering about how he didn't even like fish. Once in the water, things went about as expected. Liliya was a natural, darting around like a mermaid and pointing out every colorful fish she saw. Seryozha, on the other hand, spent most of his time trying to avoid the fish entirely. They're staring at me, he complained, flailing slightly as a school of bright blue tangs swam past. They're fish, Seryozha, Harry said, exasperated. They have eyes, don't they? Harry didn't have the energy to argue, especially when Sasha decided to show off by diving down to point at something far below. What is he doing now? Harry muttered as Sasha surfaced with a triumphant grin. Sea urchin, Sasha announced, gesturing below. Great, Harry said flatly. Remind me to avoid it. By the time they returned to shore, Harry was exhausted, Seryozha was loudly declaring snorkeling overrated, and Liliya was already begging to do it again. Sasha, of course, looked as composed as ever. See, Sasha said as they walked back to the car. That wasn't so bad. Harry gave him a look. Chapter 48. The next morning started quietly enough. Harry woke up early, slipping out to the balcony with his coffee to enjoy a rare moment of solitude. The ocean stretched endlessly before him, shimmering in the early light, and for a brief, blissful moment, everything was calm. Then the door behind him slammed open. Harry, Liliya burst onto the balcony, her hair wild and her energy levels already at maximum. Guess what Sasha's planning for today? Harry sighed, taking a slow sip of his coffee. Do I even want to know? Sailing, she announced, throwing her arms out dramatically. Before Harry could respond, Seryozha shuffled in, rubbing his eyes. He rented a yacht, he mumbled, clearly still half asleep. Because of course he did. Harry groaned. Why can't we just have one normal day? Because normal is boring, Sasha said, appearing in the doorway with an infuriatingly smug grin. Now finish your coffee, we leave in an hour. The yacht was, predictably, enormous. It gleamed in the sunlight, complete with a sun deck, a dining area, and, because Sasha never did anything halfway, a small crew ready to cater to their every whim. This is ridiculous, Harry muttered as they boarded. This is fabulous, Liliya corrected, already exploring. Seryozha glanced at Harry. Think we can push him overboard and claim the insurance? Harry smirked. Let's keep that as plan B. Once they set off, the kids were surprisingly well behaved. Liliya spent most of her time sprawled on a deck chair, pretending to sunbathe like a movie star, while Seryozha hovered near the helm, bombarding the captain with questions about the yacht's mechanics. Harry, meanwhile, tried to relax, though Sasha's presence didn't make it easy. "You're frowning," Sasha said, lounging beside him with a glass of champagne. "I'm thinking about how lucky you were to have me," Harry snorted. "About how you managed to turn a family vacation into a mafia-funded luxury tour." Sasha leaned back, smirking. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Before Harry could respond, Lilia's voice rang out, "Can we go swimming?" The captain, clearly used to indulging wealthy guests, assured them it was safe to dive in. Moments later, the kids were in the water, splashing around and shouting as they dared each other to jump from the highest point of the yacht. Sasha stood at the railing, watching them with a faint smile. "They're fearless, aren't they?" "They get it from you," Harry said, though there was no malice in his tone. "And their charm?" Sasha asked, turning to him with a playful glint in his eye. Harry rolled his eyes. "That's definitely from me." The afternoon passed in a blur of laughter and saltwater. Harry even allowed himself to relax, joining the kids in the water for a while, though he quickly regretted it when Liliya tried to dunk him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the yacht anchored near a quiet cove for dinner. The crew set up a table on the deck, complete with candles and an absurdly extravagant seafood feast. "This is a lot," Harry said as platters of lobster, shrimp, and grilled fish were brought out. "It's a celebration," Sasha replied, pouring him a glass of wine. "Of what?" "Us," Sasha said simply, gesturing at the kids, who were happily arguing over who got the last piece of garlic bread. Harry didn't respond, but he couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face. As they finished dessert, the first firework lit up the sky. Liliya gasped, leaping to her feet, while Seryozha grabbed his phone to record. The display was vibrant and loud, reflecting off the water in dazzling colors. "Did you plan this?" Harry asked, glancing at Sasha. Sasha raised an eyebrow. "Do you even have to ask?" Harry shook his head, laughing softly. "You're unbelievable, unbelievably perfect," Sasha said with a wink. Harry didn't argue. As the fireworks lit up the night and the kids cheered, he let himself relax. This vacation might have been chaotic, extravagant, and far from what he'd envisioned, but it was theirs, and, in its own way, it was perfect. Chapter 49. Chapter Notes. Warning. Smutty chapter. Read at your own risk. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The sun was dipping low on the horizon, casting the sea in molten gold and deep amber hues. The yacht swayed gently on the calm waves, its deck bathed in the glow of the fading light. The kids had long since gone to bed, their laughter replaced by the soothing rhythm of the water against the hull. Harry had stayed behind, savoring the rare tranquility as he leaned against the railing, sipping a chilled mojito Sasha had insisted he try. He closed his eyes, letting the warm breeze brush over him, when he heard the unmistakable sound of Sasha's footsteps, confident, unhurried. "Peaceful, isn't it?" Sasha's voice was low, smooth as velvet. Harry turned to see him approaching, his linen shirt unbuttoned halfway, sleeves rolled up, the golden light casting sharp shadows across his sharp features. He looked effortlessly perfect, and Harry hated how much it made his stomach flip. "For once, yes," Harry replied, a small smile playing on his lips as he turned back to the water. Sasha didn't stop until he was standing right behind him, close enough that Harry could feel the heat of his body. He slid an arm around Harry's waist, his fingers brushing just beneath the hem of Harry's shirt. "You know," Sasha murmured, his breath warm against Harry's ear. "We don't get enough moments like this." Harry laughed softly, leaning back slightly into Sasha's solid chest. "Moments like what? Peaceful or suspiciously quiet?" "Moments where I can do this," Sasha said, his voice dropping an octave as he pressed a kiss to the side of Harry's neck. Harry stiffened, a soft gasp escaping him as Sasha's lips trailed lower, slow and deliberate. "Sasha," he said, his tone both a warning and a plea. "Yes." Sasha didn't stop, his kisses growing firmer, more insistent, his teeth grazing the sensitive spot just beneath Harry's ear. Harry's grip on the railing tightened, the cool metal grounding him as Sasha's hands moved, one sliding up under his shirt to rest against his bare stomach, the other skimming down to his hip. "You're impossible," Harry breathed. though his body betrayed him, leaning further into Sasha's touch. "And you're irresistible," Sasha countered, his voice laced with heat. He turned Harry to face him, hands framing Harry's waist as their eyes locked. Before Harry could utter another word, Sasha kissed him, fierce and unrelenting. It was the kind of kiss that demanded everything: breath, thought, control, and Harry gave in without hesitation. Sasha's hands roamed, pulling Harry flush against him, his grip possessive as their mouths moved together in a rhythm as old as the sea itself. Harry's hands fumbled at Sasha's shirt, pushing it off his shoulders as he deepened the kiss, pouring every ounce of pent-up tension into the moment. When they finally broke apart, Harry was breathless, his chest rising and falling as he stared at Sasha, whose smirk had only grown. "We're on a yacht," Harry managed, his voice hoarse. "And," Sasha replied, leaning in to nip at Harry's jawline. "And anyone could walk in," Harry said, though his protest was weak, especially as Sasha's hands slid lower, gripping his thighs and lifting him effortlessly onto the railing. "They won't," Sasha murmured, his voice a promise as he claimed Harry's lips again. The cool night air kissed Harry's skin, but it was nothing compared to the heat radiating from Sasha. Every touch, every kiss was a calculated act of devotion. Ash's hands exploring with a mix of reverence and hunger that left Harry trembling. "Sasha," Harry whispered, his head tilting back as Sasha's mouth moved to his neck, leaving a trail of bites and kisses that made Harry shiver. "Yes?" Sasha asked, his tone almost mocking, though his actions were anything but. "You're infuriating," Harry gasped, his fingers tangling in Sasha's hair, pulling him closer. "And you're perfect," Sasha shot back, his voice rough as his hands tightened their hold, as if he were afraid Harry might slip away. The world around them faded. No sound but the waves, no light but the stars and moon. No feeling but the overwhelming heat between them. Sasha's touch was everywhere, his lips, relentless as he made it clear, without words, just how much Harry meant to him. By the time they finally pulled apart, Harry's legs were trembling, his breath coming in short gasps. Sasha leaned his forehead against Harry's, his hands still steadying him. "You'll be the death of me," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves. "Never," Sasha replied, his lips brushing against Harry's in a soft, lingering kiss. "I plan to keep you alive, and thoroughly ruined for anyone else." Chapter End Notes. I can't write porn. Chapter 50. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The day of Harry's 24th birthday started suspiciously quiet, too quiet. Harry woke up to an empty hotel room, which immediately set off alarms in his head. "Liliya, Seryozha," he called, checking their adjoining room. It was spotless, their beds neatly made, a clear sign that something unusual was going on. He groaned, rubbing his temples. This can't be good. Just as he was debating whether to call Sasha or the front desk, the door burst open, and Liliya and Seryozha charged in, both grinning like they'd just gotten away with something. "Happy birthday," Liliya shouted, holding a handmade card covered in glitter and tropical stickers. "We were supposed to wake you up with this," Seryozha said, handing him a small, poorly wrapped box. "But Sasha told us to wait." Harry blinked, accepting the gifts. "Wait for what?" Before either of them could answer, Sasha strolled in, looking entirely too pleased with himself. He was wearing a casual white linen shirt and sunglasses perched on his head, the picture of a man who'd just orchestrated something elaborate. "Get dressed," Sasha said with a smirk. "We've got plans." "What kind of plans?" Harry asked warily. "You'll see," Sasha replied, his tone giving nothing away. An hour later, Harry found himself on yet another boat. This one smaller and more private. The kids were practically vibrating with excitement, whispering to each other and giggling as if they were in on some big secret. Sasha, of course, looked infuriatingly calm, leaning against the rail with his arms crossed. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Harry asked as the boat sped across the water. "No," Sasha said simply, his lips twitching into a smile. Eventually, the boat slowed as they approached a small, secluded island. The kids jumped up, pointing at the white sand beach and the cluster of palm trees in the distance. "You rented an island?" Harry asked, turning to Sasha with wide eyes. Sasha shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "Just for the day. Thought you'd like some privacy." Harry stared at him. You rented an island for my birthday. Of course, Sasha said, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. You deserve something special. As the boat docked, Harry was still in a mild state of shock. The kids ran ahead, racing toward a cabana that had been set up on the beach. It was decorated with fairy lights and tropical flowers, and a table in the center was laden with Harry's favorite foods. You really went all out, Harry said, turning to Sasha. I do everything all out, Sasha replied, his tone teasing but his gaze warm. The day was a mix of indulgence and hilarity. They swam in the crystal clear water, played beach volleyball, which ended with Liliya accidentally spiking the ball into Sasha's face, and even built sandcastles. Seryozha attempted to make his castle historically accurate, complete with a moat and tiny towers, while Liliya went for quantity, building a sprawling sand village. Harry, despite his protests, got roped into helping both of them, while Sasha sat back, laughing and taking photos like a proud dad. When the sun began to set, Sasha called everyone back to the cabana. The table was now set with a small but elegant birthday cake, lit with 24 candles. Make a wish, Liliya said as she and Seryozha practically shoved Harry toward the table. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sound of the waves and the laughter of his family wash over him. Then he blew out the candles, the kids cheering wildly as he did. After the cake was cut and everyone had their fill, Sasha pulled Harry aside. There's one more thing, Sasha said, reaching into his pocket. Sasha, Harry started, if you pull out something ridiculous, I swear. But Sasha didn't pull out something ridiculous. Instead, he handed Harry a small, simple box. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet, engraved with tiny, intricate designs. It's nothing flashy, Sasha said, for once looking almost nervous. But I thought it'd be meaningful. Harry turned the bracelet over in his hands, his heart twisting. The engravings weren't just random designs, they were small, subtle symbols representing the kids, Sasha, and himself. It's perfect, Harry said softly, slipping it onto his wrist. Sasha smiled, his usual arrogance replaced by something much softer. Good. As they stood there, the kids ran up, pulling them back to the table for another round of cake. The stars were starting to appear, and the island was bathed in a warm, golden glow. Harry looked around at his chaotic, mismatched little family and felt something he hadn't in a long time, contentment. This has been the best birthday, he said. Catching Sasha's eye, Sasha grinned. Told you I'd make it special. And for once, Harry couldn't argue. As the celebration wound down and the kids drifted off in their hammocks under the cabana, Harry and Sasha walked back to their private villa on the island. The night air was warm, the sound of the waves rhythmic and soothing, but Harry couldn't ignore the way Sasha's hand rested firmly on the small of his back, guiding him as if he were the most precious thing in the world. When they reached the villa, Sasha didn't bother turning on the lights. Instead, he pulled Harry into the room, closing the door behind them with a soft click. I hope you liked today, Sasha murmured, his voice low and velvety. Liked it, Harry said, his tone teasing. You rented an island, Sasha. I think that sets a new standard for birthdays. Sasha chuckled, the sound deep and rich. You deserve nothing less. Before Harry could reply, Sasha's hands were on him, sliding around his waist and pulling him close. Their bodies pressed together, and Harry tilted his head up to meet Sasha's intense gaze. You've been driving me crazy all day, Sasha whispered, his lips brushing against Harry's ear. Harry's breath hitched. What did I do now? You exist, Sasha said simply, before capturing Harry's mouth in a kiss that was anything but simple. It started slow, deliberate, as if Sasha were savoring every second. His lips moved against Harry's with practiced ease, firm yet tender, coaxing rather than demanding. But it didn't stay gentle for long. Harry barely had time to breathe before Sasha deepened the kiss, his hands tangling in Harry's hair. His lips were hot and insistent, leaving Harry dizzy and clinging to Sasha's broad shoulders for support. Sasha's tongue slid against his, teasing and exploring, and Harry let out a quiet moan that only seemed to encourage him. Sasha, Harry gasped when they finally broke apart, his lips swollen and his heart racing. Sasha's voice was a low rumble as he trailed kisses along Harry's jawline, then down to his neck, where he lingered, biting just enough to make Harry shiver. "You're impossible," Harry managed, though the words lacked any real heat. "And you love it," Sasha replied, his grin evident even as his lips continued their assault on Harry's neck. Sasha's hands were everywhere, on Harry's back, sliding under his shirt, mapping every inch of skin they could find. When he finally pulled back to yank Harry's shirt over his head, Harry barely had time to protest before Sasha's mouth was back on him, kissing a path down his chest. Harry's knees buckled slightly as Sasha nipped at his collarbone, then soothed the spot with his tongue. "Sasha," Harry said again, this time with more urgency. Sasha straightened, his hands gripping Harry's hips as he pressed their foreheads together. His breathing was heavy, his pupils blown with desire. "Tell me to stop," Sasha said, though his voice made it clear he was hoping for the opposite. Harry shook his head, threading his fingers through Sasha's hair and tugging him into another kiss. "Don't you dare." That was all the encouragement Sasha needed. In one swift motion, he lifted Harry, carrying him toward the bed as if he weighed nothing. Harry laughed breathlessly, wrapping his legs around Sasha's waist. "You're such a show-off," Harry teased. Huff. The words were lost as Sasha laid him down gently, his lips never leaving Harry's. "Only for you," Sasha murmured against his mouth, his hands already sliding lower. What followed was a blur of heat and intensity, a tangle of limbs and whispered names. Sasha took his time, worshipping Harry with every touch, every kiss, as if nothing else in the world existed. By the time they finally collapsed, the sheets tangled around them. Harry was utterly spent. Sasha pulled him close, pressing one last lingering kiss to his temple. "Happy birthday, Harry," Sasha murmured, his voice soft but full of emotion. Harry smiled, resting his head on Sasha's chest as sleep began to pull him under. "Best one yet," he whispered.